Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360. Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Dando fuga, vai! Dando fuga, vai! Não tenta bater de frente, sabe que lá tá fazendo macete. Desce até o chão, ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. Fazendo macete. Ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. Tá dando fuga, vai! Dando fuga, vai! Não tenta bater de frente, sabe que lá tá fazendo macete. Desce até o chão, ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. Fazendo macete. Ela tá doida pra colar com a gente.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
He said, that's mine. That was my overdrive. And now you just gifted it to me. All the pins are lined up.
When we do have a problem that shows up in our matches, we're pretty good at fixing it straight away, and that's something I haven't had on a team for a while.
Trying everyone through the smoke, guiding him. And now against the corner, against the odds. Exit turns it all around and clutches. Shopify rebellion.
We at least talk to each other. We always try to say, like, are we uncomfortable, something like this. And I think that this won't happen in the grand final for us now.
It all comes down to this. Welcome everyone to the grand finals of VALORANT Challengers North America Stage 2. Through a grueling Swiss stage, a crazy double elimination bracket, only 2 teams remain. And at the end of the day, we'll have our champions. Welcome in. I'm Sierra Dawn, your host, and I'm honored to be here. We got Dan and we have Ash. Dan, how are we feeling?
I'm feeling great. I'm super excited. I feel like, again, we never really know how this is going to play out, how this end of the stage is going to play out. I feel like every year, every stage, we have new surprises, and I feel like this one, though, has been building up for quite some time. I know that we're going to talk about what happened in the past, what happened last time they faced each other, but I just think these 2 teams, they had to be in the grand finals today.
I definitely have to agree with Dan on that one. I think it's insane just how quickly this season has already kind of flown by here for stage 2. But like she was saying, just crazy, like not just who's, in the grand finals, it's kind of what we expected as this stage has developed, but how close the competition got when it came down to this playoff stage. The teams that we had to say goodbye to already within like Division 1 and FlyQuest, EG Academy, YFP, and Cora even as well. Like, it's just wild how the competition continues to grow closer and closer, and so impressive at how these players continue to take us by surprise and level up.
And taking a look at the bracket, I mean, you talk about these fated teams meeting in the grand finals, and looking at these 2 big orgs, it just kind of seemed inevitable at some point. Shopify Rebellion Black going up against M80. 2 teams, 2 big organizations that have put a lot of work in developing these rosters, and we've really gotten to see them flourish throughout their time there. But of course, nothing is free. And Ash, you talk about the grueling journey that they had to take to get here. And yeah, sure, like the teams look good, they look strong, but again, nothing is free.
Nothing has been free whatsoever. Like, do not let the 2-0 score lines that you're seeing on your boards across the majority of this playoff stage fool you in any sort of way. The competition really has never been closer when it comes down to the talent that we're seeing develop in these teams here in the playoffs of stage 2. And M80, they've had this, easier run through playoffs. They've made that upper bracket run, right? They got to chill yesterday, watch what happened in that lower final where SRB were able to knock Division 1 out in that lowers.
And now with the best of 5 going on to today, and of course M80 with map advantage being able to have the band, it'll be a really exciting matchup to see who between these teams is going to be our champion. Before we head into the series though, a quick little note for anyone who has seen all the discourse around the Neon exploit. Neon is going to be allowed for today. If any of our players do pick Neon, everyone will be sharing their screen, so no exploits can happen. So Neon is here. Probably great news for these teams because we've seen a lot of great Neons from them. But yeah, just had to mention that before we get into it. But M80, SRB, Dan, a rematch we've seen not once, but twice so far to now determine our grand final winner.
And I can't wait to see what is going to happen, because it felt like last time that these 2 teams faced each other most recently, it didn't really go the way that anybody was expecting at all. I think we all expected it back and forth based on the time that they faced each other on the Swiss stage, and then it ended up being that 13-0. But it feels like that was an off day that can happen to anybody, and I saw some of the players like Xander talking about it on social media, mentioning how, you know, sometimes things like that happen and sometimes you just get outplayed. But a reset and also a little bit more of momentum going from that series that they played yesterday is going to be crucial for going into today.
Just doing it for the content, right? Just doing it for the vids. But looking at the Shopify Rebellion Black roster, I mean, they can have a bad day, right? That doesn't take away from this roster, these players, and what they've accomplished so far. Because, I mean, across the board, Ash, there is a reason why the expectations for this team were so high and why that upper finals match was so shocking when they got knocked down from M80 in the first place.
Yeah, nobody, like, okay, elephant in the room aside, nobody was expecting the 13-0 on Pearl. I'm just gonna put that out there. I think that, like Dan was saying, though, sometimes it's just one of those days. I think for SRB, this is a squad where we have to remember they were the second place runner-up during stage 1. They lost 0-3 in the grand finals up against Core. It was, despite that 0-3 scoreline, it was a very close best of 5 series. And this squad, it just feels like we've seen them level up, I think, even from stage 1 into stage 2, bringing smoke into this roster, I think suits the playstyle of SRB really well. And I think also want to kind of give a nod to the fact that even though we haven't seen Smoke, you know, be as insane and crazy as we know him for from that Yoru meta, and he still is the best sniper, I think, within Challengers right now, it's also been that adjustment period, working into a new team on top of also boot camping with a team probably for the very first time, right? Which is a big environment change from playing at home. So a lot of factors going into maybe some of the inconsistencies that we've seen from him.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to say. Going into the stage 2 finals, I feel like the story is very different. Even if they keep that core the same, they just have the addition of Smoke. It feels like they have that chip on their shoulder after that stage 1 loss against Core because of the caliber of these players. You look at Xander, you look at his 100 Thieves experience, his M80 experiences, again, also facing his old team, Nature as well, playing for Evil Geniuses, and all of these other players that we've seen for quite some time. Even, you know, we look at Ixa and what he did for Team One Academy. The experience is there and they are so hungry to get that #1 spot, but you know, it's not going to be easy. I feel like 2 days ago when we got the chance to see that 13-0, that was a wake-up call for them because we know what they're capable of doing, and they have won against M80 before.
I mean, speaking to the experience on the team and also, you know, not letting what happened last time happen again, let's talk about Xander. Because Xander, yeah, was open about these. Sometimes it's a bad day, and was also talking about how sweet the revenge would be up against M80 in the grand finals over on his socials. And we already got to see some of that revenge starting to take place yesterday, because Ash, he was just on one in their series up against Division 1.
It was so impressive to see the performance out from Xander. And I think that not just him being on one in yesterday's lower finals to bring themselves into grand finals today, but Xander has been consistent through the entirety of stage 2. And there's so much reason for that. He's one of the most experienced players within the league. And I think that when you're thinking about one of those controller players that's going to be able to make a play happen for their team, it's Xander. He's so high IQ, something that Roy consistently shouts out when we're talking about him on the desk. And it's just like that decision making in these moments is so measured and well done, on top of that absolute fragging potential that he brings to the table. He's a huge backbone here for the side of SRB.
And that's the player that he's always been. Xander, when we highlighted him 3 years ago when he was playing for M80, 2 years ago and 1 year ago when he was playing for 100 Thieves, this is what he was. He was always very consistent when he had to take the IGLing, when he had to take the call-in, he was able to do it and also keep that same performance. And he's always been that controller player that you can rely on when it comes to supporting your team, getting those clutches, and also finding answers when the team is struggling a little bit. So I feel like Sierra, because you have been here, I feel like every single time that I'm at the desk, I'm always like, guys, can we talk about Xander? Like, he's just one of my favorite players to talk about. He is incredible.
Yeah, can't confirm. Every single desk, we're like, damn, we have to talk about other players on the team too. And she's like, please. So, yeah, I mean, Xander put a masterclass yesterday, and I'm expecting a lot more going on into the grand finals today. But of course, for Xander and Shopify Rebellion Black, they have to take down that upper bracket demon that sent them down into the lower finals in the first place. And talk about M80. Again, this being the revamped roster heading into stage 2 with so much resources poured into the roster. You're looking at how the systems have changed here, Ash. You're looking at Caillou, you're looking at Kaplan. And it's a team that, especially this last stretch, have just looked so strong.
They really have. It's been so impressive, I think, to see the journey here from M80. The fact that, you know, when we started things off in the Swiss stage, Shopify Rebellion is the only team that they had lost against in stage 2. We'll get more into that a little bit later, but you're talking about other changes. You know, Nismo coming back in, he's constantly showing why he is one of the most goated, you know, support players in the league. And then on top of that, I think Caillou has really leveled up in a lot of his calling here as well. And then just fitting all of the pieces together, like, guys, Bonnie's like the best player right now in playoffs. It's so crazy. And you add that with the consistency from Alvin and Spaz. It's just such a recipe for success here for M80. And with Kaplan leading the helm here as well, you can really see the different layers to what they're bringing to the table and how much Kaplan's like knowledge and experience is adding more depth to the game plan here for this already incredible squad.
And we highlighted the changes heading into this, but I want to talk about what has kind of remained the same and talk about Mr. M80 himself and Nismo, because I feel like Nismo is synonymous with M80 at this point, but especially too what he's been able to provide for his team and why he went back into this player role, especially looking at a Phillips Norelco head-to-head here with Bonnie, because I mean, Nismo's putting up numbers, not just in kills, but in assists. And then who's getting those? Well, you know, Dan, it's going to be Bonnie that can take that slam dunk.
This is such an incredible duo that I feel like you can't really describe how incredible it is. You think about Bonnie, you think about the stats that he's had in playoffs so far. He's number 1 in pretty much anything that you can think of. First kills in general, ACS, whatever you can think of, Bonnie is that number 1. And of course, Nismo is getting that support. I think it's just this team is such a perfect balance between those newer players, their star players like Bonnie, and those players with a lot more experience like you have in Nismo, Ash.
It really is. I think it's just so incredible to see them working in tandem, especially I feel like we already always knew how good of a support player Nismo was going to be, or Bonnie setting him up, but we got an even better showing of that the last time these two teams faced off in that upper final. And I feel like when you're kind of talking about how good Bonnie has been at creating that space, Nismo has just constantly been there frying, like getting the trades down on top of that perfect utility to help Bonnie take control of areas of the map. And when you have the best assist player, the leader in assists per rounds, working with the best opener in Challengers playoffs right now, it's really hard to see where things are going to go wrong.
I really like that throughout the years, Nismo has in a way remained the same, but also just continued to be one of the best players that we have when it comes to support. He is so far only played the KO and the Omen, and that means that he always has to be really up close when the fight is about to take place. He has to be ready for those timings that Bonnie has to get just right, and both of them are able to do it perfectly. It feels like every single time Bonnie, the openings that he's getting with this Neon are insane. You look at the last series, they won, they dominated, and even then you see him kind of at the bottom, just ended up +1, and you're like, wow, Bonnie kind of fell off, and he's still positive, he's still getting a lot of the openings, he's still doing everything right. So that is just a testament of his consistency and also how well the whole team meshes together.
And I mean, you're talking about the last time these two teams matched up, but I want to take that even a step further back to really be able to talk about the evolution of these teams and the back and forth we've seen from them throughout our stage 2 time. Going way back to the beginning here, Ash, when we were seeing some kind of changed place. It was a close one, but SRB to be able to take that victory the first time around.
They were able to take the victory the first time around, but I think that kind of calls back to the changes that we saw for both of these rosters at the beginning of this stage too. Even though we had smoke coming in for SRB, for M80, the change in leadership is a much different kind of change than, you know, working a new duelist into the fray. And I think that's why we've seen also M80 just continue to grow throughout. Like this first time that they played against each other, it was a completely different kind of story, right? But then I think talking about, you know, the next matchup, a different kind of vibe. We saw the level up when it came down to the IGLing, the synergy from this team here as well. And I think those last match results, guys, come on. SRB are not gonna, they're not gonna get 13-0'd again. They're not gonna get 13-0'd again. We were all stunlocked, but on Pearl, everything was going right for M80.
I still just cannot get over the 13-0. I mean, it happens. It happens, right? But again, we looked at SRB yesterday. We looked at the Pearl that they had up against Division 1. And M80 was on one for that day there, Dan. And for the side of SRB, like, that's not going to happen again.
Right. No, I'm just kidding. I don't think there's a way. I do believe, and I feel like sometimes when we watch from the outside, it's hard to believe that sometimes teams just have bad days, because sometimes they look like a completely different squad from one series to the other. So you're like, wow, something's clearly going wrong. But sometimes it's just a day. Sometimes it's the way that the matches play out. Sometimes it's how the team is warming up and feeling in the morning. And I think that really was the case going for Shopify Rebellion last time that they faced in that upper bracket final. I think today it should be for sure more close, and also they have more chances to play to their advantages going into the best of 5, where we've seen a lot of success with them. We know what some of the compositions that work for them best, and now they can play around it, and also they can have that extra info of how M80 has been playing recently.
Unless they're talking about the series at hand, you're talking about those extra chances. A best of 5 between these two teams is certainly going to deliver. Again, with M80 being the team to go undefeated throughout that upper bracket, they're going to have advantage going into today and get those double bans. But, you know, SRB, they've been the team that's been upset in that position before. It is definitely more than possible. But of course, they have to get over early demons in this series, Ashes. We're going to be heading to Fracture first.
Dude, I'm kind of stressing out. I'm stressing out. I don't want to get ahead of myself in my predictions. But dude, looking at this map, SRB,
I'm so scared right now.
I'm so scared right now. Like, they better have something good that they've been cooking when it comes to Fracture, because we have not seen them on this map, and it is such a good map for the side of M80. I think the first 3 maps here, especially Pearl being that third one. Dan, I need you to hold my hand through this.
No, I know, because sometimes we go into a best of 5 and you're like, well, this makes sense. Each one is picking what they want to play. But this one is like, it feels really M80 one-sided. Yes. I mean, and it's just because of how good they've been. You look at the Fracture, they're undefeated this whole year on the map of Fracture. They've won 5 out of the 5 maps that they played. They are incredible when it comes to their defense, and even when they have to play the attack, they're always getting the minimum round of those 4 rounds to secure a little bit of momentum going into that second half. And then it feels like you start with one of, if not your best map of Fracture, and if it were to be a 3-0, for example, you have a Pearl to close it out potentially, where you recently 13-0 the other team. So that is why it feels so one-sided, and it's going to be everything on the amount of practice that Shopify Rebellion Black has had on Fracture, and also how good their Lotus is looking to them.
Yeah, I'm putting so much pressure on that Lotus if we're expecting Fracture and Pearl to be a wash, in all honesty. I'm maybe recency biased with that Pearl, but it's hard not to with the 13-0. And Fracture, the fact that it's not even just been a floated map and they just haven't gone there, it has been the perma ban, right? So yeah. I don't know. Lotus is where I'm putting all the pressure in this. But before we get into the series, I mean, was already stressed and was seeing the map picks and bans once we got into predictions. At least Ash was. I wasn't, because my prediction heading into today, I had to pick up M80 here. I mean, we haven't seen Fracture from SRB. M80 gets the vetoes, or we had a 13-0. There was just too much reason not. Like, I couldn't help it. I couldn't help it.
I woke up this morning, I checked everybody's predictions, and it was 2-2, and I was kind of surprised, because I thought we're all, as proud analysts and hosts and casters, really recency biased. So I thought we were all going to go with M80, but it's okay. Only a few of us can be recency biased, and that's okay. Sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't work out. Actually, you know what? It might even work out for you.
might work out for me. I think you're betraying Xander right now, too. Like, that's kind of crazy. He's your favorite player. You're voting against him. That's wild.
Xander used to be part of M80. There's like a connection there.
Okay.
You know?
We're extrapolating a lot right now, but that's totally fine. Guys, recency bias aside, yo, it was a 13-0 on Pearl. It's not going to happen again today. I'm also still sticking with the storyline of they came second during stage 1, sorry. I know that they're hungry to finally take it home here for stage 2. Granted, these predictions were before the map veto. I'm not going to say that I'm changing my prediction, but I think it does make it feel a lot harder knowing the success that M80 have had historically on those maps. But I feel like SRB, I gotta give them also the fact that they do have that boot camp buff. Like, they're playing together in the same room, they're able to fist bump each other here as well, and kind of have those resets in between maps too. And I feel like those vibes are going to be really important heading into today's grand final game.
I mean, the pressure is more on M80 here. SRB would all, like, there's always going to be the pressure. They want that win as well. But Nature in his interview yesterday was talking about, you know, only bad teams lose with the double map bans, right? Like, they're kind of going into it with a smidge more of that underdog. So I feel like I don't know, like, I feel like M80, like, to lose out in that situation would be a tough one as well, Dan.
I understand that, but if you look at the recent stats of the best of fives and getting the first 2 bans plus the first pick, you would think is a bit more one-sided towards the team that has that advantage, but it is kind of 50-50. It's you know, it can go either way, especially in recent history. I think at the beginning of Valorant, it was definitely more one-sided, but I think now everybody has an understanding of the maps that they should be playing, the surprises that they should be bringing going to those finals, and you never really know what's going to happen. I know that we're talking a lot about how Shopify Rebellion Black, they are that team that got second last time, but also for M80, they do have a history of getting second place. Last time they got first place was back in 2024. So for both of these teams, it means a lot to get the win today.
Guys, we didn't know what to expect from SRB heading into Fracture. I would love to know, Ash, was ISO from Satellite on your bingo card?
No, it wasn't. It was not on my bingo card. Forget that. Smoke is on Cypher right now, guys. Like, what is going on in the server? You have Exa on Neon. There are so many layers to this right now. So I feel like this composition, it could be the ace up of SRB's sleeve. Maybe it's like comfort here on Fracture. They had to have expected this map to be coming through into the veto here for today's best of 5. My eyes are going to be on Satellite, especially starting out on that attack first for SRB. I want to see them farming those orbs to try and get that kill contract up as frequently as possible.
Dan, I just got to know your take on all of this. I'm still taking this in. Like, SRB, we're really just throwing everything at the wall today. I love the smiles on their side as well, getting into it. Like, this is funky. This is fresh.
They're
I love
feeling
it.
silly today. They're feeling a little silly, and I love it. This is the kind of insanity that you have to bring in the grand final. I don't think it's the one that we were expecting for sure, especially with Smoke on the Cypher. I want to be how he's going to be enabled, how much of the sport ones are going to be playing early on, and how much space is he going to be able to get for them and get those timings right. But I think my eyes are honestly going to be an Exa on the Neon and how that is going to play out alongside Satellite. I think you have a lot of opportunities to be really disruptive, to go for a lot of those aggro fights and surprise the defense, but also this M80 defense, it feels like it's unbreakable. This is the reason why they have been undefeated on this map, and at least, you know, they haven't faced this competition before, so it is a new challenge for everybody here.
I feel like it's one of those comps where SRB, I almost wonder if, because it's been their permaban, if they're kind of like, okay, let's just try and see what goes on Fracture, and we'll focus a little bit more. Not to say they're not trying to win this map, right? But, you know, when it's been your permaban, you might not have been like focused on cooking on it as much. Maybe some last minute ideas going on. Or we might find out after this, if we get to talk to them, if they win everything out, that it's something that they've been working on this entire time. This is will be the 3rd time ever that X has played that Neon here on Fracture, not on Fracture in general, but in his entirety of his career in officials. So that's wild. The Satellite ISO is not too crazy because he's that flex player, right? He was originally that duelist turned flex. It's going to be so interesting. I feel like Smoke on that Cypher is going to be really fun because of the fact that he has that kind of slower, more controlled play style. And when it comes down to a lot of those timings, it's a lot of those kind of like lurk defaults on the side of SRB because they like to play very standard. So even though it's a role that we're not used to seeing him on, I do feel like when it comes down to those timings, he has a good understanding of it.
I mean, for Shopify Rebellion, on their permaban, we're either getting silly, we keep the momentum high, or we're just cooking so much that M80 won't be able to contest. It's time to find out, kicking off this grand finals here in stage 2, which one it's going to be over on Fracture. Let's get this started. This is going to be fun, and I know your casters are excited for it too. Let's send it over to Marks and Tenric to get you started.
Thanks so much, Sierra. Well, here we are, folks, entering Challengers North America this year. 2 teams stood out as the big budget passion projects, and in the Stage 2 finals, they're facing off to prove who among them is the front runner. Marcus, M80 versus Shopify Rebellion Black is one of the most played matchups in this region's history, and today, it's the most prestigious.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy that we're getting to see both of these teams in the grand finals. Obviously, there's a lot of history that the desk highlighted lovely between these 2 teams and kind of how everything has kind of changed since stage 1. Shopify Rebellion Black coming into this one as the runner-up in stage 1, and now in stage 2 has a chance to take it all up against an M80 who revamped their squad and are looking as clean as ever. And of course, once again, elephant in the room, SRB just got 13-0'd by M80 2 days ago. And after yesterday, I'm confident that these guys can bring it back, but I mean, we got to talk about these compositions, man. This is some bonkers, crazy stuff that's coming out from SRB's side. But in all fairness, we had never seen them before on Fracture. And yeah, I agree with the desk. Satellite on ISO makes a lot of sense to me. Satellite was always been that player who individually likes to play for himself. I think the ISO kit really complements that well, but the big questions about Exa on Neon and Smoke on Cypher, that is where I have the most question marks, and I'm excited to see kind of what they've been working up.
Yeah, certainly going to be a weird way to enter this best of 5. As the desk mentioned, Shopify Rebellion Black previously not coming to this map, and obviously with these off rolls, it's a bit strange, but if there's any excuse to play the perennial underdog, it's now for Shopify Rebellion Black, and adding a couple wild cards into the mix feels like the perfect way to tack onto that. Exa is one of the fraggiest players in VCL NA right now, bar his role. Putting him on an agent like Neon, especially if opping isn't going to feel as strong from Smoke's side at the moment, feels like a move that can be quite powerful, but it's got to come out strong on this attack half with the help of, like you said, that ISO coming from Satellite, which does surprise me a little more than everyone else, because normally Satellite is very willing to play more of a decoy than the self-sufficient raid boss that ISO likes to do. The knife out immediately from Nismo. They'll start the engagement at Arcade out the rip, and Bonnie will get those opening 2 picks. The best first killer in this lobby and the playoffs, and he'll do it again. Round 1 on the pistol, clear of the crowd.
Yeah, once again, that was just M80 flexing exactly what they're going to be good at. And that's Nismo making sure to flash Bonnie in, and then Bonnie just kind of going in and going nuts with it. So an excellent first pistol round for M80. It was over just as soon as it started there. And Shopify Rebellion Black honestly had no answer. I mean, they weren't even expecting that level of aggression. So a great start from M80. And of course, taking a look at their composition as well. Obviously bringing in that breach on Caillou, I think that's going to be pretty useful. They do a really excellent job of already using the initiator utility from Nismo to flash themselves in. But now you've got a couple of additions of stuns. And of course, Spaz could bring in the stimmy, making everyone just run a little bit faster. So this is overall a pretty stock standard comp coming out from M80, but there's a reason for that. It just works really well on Fracture.
Yeah, their slugging capabilities are just insane with this composition. They can take a hammer to the knees of each one of these corners of the map as long as they aggress it properly. We'll do so with A-Hall to start on this follow-up, while Shopify will once again, just a little delayed this time, take Arcade. Alvin on that much more constant Sentinel role than his mirror this time on this Cypher. Holding it down solo. You'll see this act a lot here with Spaz playing from the wings. And Shopify will do a little do-si-do through this tunnel. Maybe a snake over to A site, but with this Hulk control, yeah, Bonnie's felt perfectly comfortable just sticking around here. And a body shot does kill everybody. There's one. Nature trying to follow it, but you can just duck back. All the space in the world. And there is some farming going on to start out Fracture. I believe we have a flawless round on our hands here. Exa very much in a position not able to really do much of anything. Oh, but still lands the headshots on Alvin on the swing out. So that's at least one down, but still M80 very clean opening too.
Absolutely clean. And if you take a look at the pathing that we saw SRB going with, obviously going underneath and trying to wrap their way around, all of this time, Bonnie was just inching forwards. And that's why you kind of get that, honestly, space control, which if you look at the M80 tape on this particular map, you know on the defensive side, they like taking that space. They like moving up and then kind of getting a lot of these flanks online where you don't need as much setup. You can just simply go off of that surprise element and find a couple of kills. Nice, clean, and easy. And so now, finally, we're going to be seeing SRB. They got their rifles in hand. I imagine it's going to be a little bit of a faster initiation, but actually for M80.
Yeah, they've guessed right again on where the engagement's going to be, and Bonnie's been opened up a third time! Just as the clip empties, does he get felled, but there is a counter stack available to deal with it all, and another crowd crush on the opening of a barrier lets M80 get to an easy 3.
Man, it's this double initiator stuff is so annoying for SRB to kind of work with, because if they gamble right, then oh no, you're gonna be stunned up. Oh no, you're gonna be flashed up, and then Bonnie's gonna be up into your face. And one of the biggest issues that we've seen M80 have previously was the underutilization of Bonnie, not being able to follow up and give that support. Well, guess what? Nismo's on the squad, Caillou's on the squad as well. There's a lot of support, and Bonnie is already flying up to 8 kills. They know what their win condition are, and they're going to be utilizing it to its fullest extent.
So Shopify, gotta understand the space they can take when they can take it and move in from there as immediately as possible. Even still, Spaz on this shotgun grabs Exa and barely takes any damage for it. Now gonna get a little stranded here. Not too much help as Alvin has already retreated quite some bit. A bird to toss in, and Spaz still gets one more on the way down, and Satellite's down to 30. Insane. Trailing from Shopify as they continue to not feel comfortable on any consistent space.
Camera is destroyed.
Yeah, they try to make something happen, but then they back out of here, and now you got to wonder like what the game plan is. Are you just going to try and re-clear in? All of M80 are ready for this push.
And not too many guns to be able to extend your presence that much farther. Oh, the aftershock. This double initiator is so gross, bro. Oh my god. Nismo's flashes are just universal. Nature, gonna be the last bit of trouble to deal with here. See who fucks first. Okay, they gotta give something to it. But I mean, look, the double ban into the pick of what was Shopify's hard ban all season. Go figure.
Yeah.
M80 has a really decent start to it for sure.
Yeah, and it's so funny because I feel like every single time I've been watching Shopify Rebellion Black throughout this entire stage, I've been complimenting their setups, right? Like their util setups always look really good. They know what they're doing. They know how to play off of each other's util. Except this time around, like that round, M80 didn't even really have to peek them. They just kind of gave them the boogeyman scare and then brought them into a corner and then double utiled them. It's just so annoying. But once again, there's a reason why M80 are so strong on Fracture. And yeah, rightfully so. Shopify Rebellion Black, you gotta take that time out right now because you gotta figure out what the heck is happening because so many of these rounds are over before you even know it. M80 have been consistently getting that initial setup going and looking for those initial kills. And even when they don't find them right away, doesn't matter because they're still winning out these rounds.
And they've been able to just find these packs so quickly and consistently and just dogpile once they get in. Feel so comfortable with how much overwhelming utility they have. I mean, are you really going to care about anything Satellite has to throw at you or on himself when you have as much as you do? Like, these guys just have not cared about anything. They're just going to keep bulldozing. So Shopify have to find ways to pull this side apart. Manage the map better so that their spacing can be as good as their team fight capabilities. Yeah. Be able to hold a candle.
Well, the kill contract is available for Satellite here. Could be good if you guess right on how you want to make this one, but it is just going to be a dry push in. Caillou is just going to make sure that middle is held, but their players are coming in from Satellite.
Good work heading through sand, and then the dog does a lot of work clearing in, but the no command early from Nismo. They want to fight this now-ish. And with that presence, they'll spray on the drop, flash out on the other side for the drop. Lets 2 go down. And now M80 have their own pinch. Again, Shopify don't feel comfortable sticking the plan. Smoke's gonna give his position away on the revolving door. Now stepping again, trying to make sure M80 has their attention pulled away at the right moments. Timing, such an important factor to this, and Nature has found a moment where he's isolated. The Satellite goes for the backstab from mid. Smoke has finally made his way through, but he's only good for one on the way down. And these spots become dead giveaways the moment Shopify gets that opening kill, and M80 are extracting so much value along the way, so much more than Shopify is individually.
And that's just so tough. Like, you look at how the map feels after we see Shopify Rebellion Black get onto it, and the call gets made to like, hey, we don't feel comfortable. We can't make this happen right now. Let's slow our horses for a second. And it's in those weird moments of Shopify Rebellion Black not knowing what they really want to do that we see M80 feel a lot more confident. They're like, you know, we think we could probably just push in here and we're going to have a pretty good time. And then they isolate the SRB players. It feels like this indecision, not willingness to commit to one of these executes is kind of getting Shopify stuck in a bunch of mud while M80 are just continuing to dominate the map. And it does still feel like you can tell the players on Shopify Rebellion Black in these new roles are not as comfortable as they should be, especially in a grand finals.
Yeah, Bonnie, all the freedom in the world to be up here. Shopify took the ropes later on. Satellite has to go for the early trade out so that the off is unfazed, but now you can just trade out gun for gun and full frontal assault yet again. Nature, some good peaks with the Sheriff, but it only gets you so far, and another eco round falls flat in mere seconds. M80 did hand Shopify their fastest game with that 13-0 on Pearl. They're trying to match the pace.
And honestly, they might up the pace at this point. Like, so many of these rounds don't even come down to Shopify Rebellion walking past the initial barriers. Like, Bonnie just poking out, getting a kill, and then SRB are just bracing for impact, while M80 are just like, hey, we've got all the flashes, we've got all the stuns, let's just run it down on you. That finally, though, we do see SRB. They will have their ultimates available, all 5 of them online. They got to use them now if they want to make sure that they can make something happen here. Exa gonna be taking point first, but they are walking into Alvin Boy's setup, and Alvin's been such a just reliable anchor, one of the shining points of M80 on that Sentinel role, and is always going to be good for it. And you can tell that he's just biding his time at this point.
Smoke is
right here.
Leave ahead of this. It doesn't facilitate any rotation with the noise being made in the hallway. Caillou not given away just yet, but no more than the dog being pulled towards the hallway. Maybe too strong, maybe there's too much support, but they'll head back to B regardless.
A good understanding from Caillou as well. Had the Rolling Thunder ready, but wasn't sure he wanted to use it. And there goes the kill contract. Ultimate's being used now, but SRB should be able to make their way in.
It's good on Alvin not to get too greedy in there and just hop right in. Satellite is able to get that double tap going on the extension from the smoke that they launched down. And the spike is not only down, but they have a lot of space to work with. M80, the reapproach from spawn. Bonnie manages to land that op shot while stunned. That's insane. And now the relay bolt into the Rolling Thunder, but Smoke doesn't get caught by either. Sadly, though, everyone else from Shopify has been felled, and so it's got to be this lurking saving grace, but way too much to conquer. And again, Caillou in a space unchecked. Shopify gets farther than they have so far this game, and yet it feels like they still have miles to climb.
7 rounds in a row, and you could just see the awareness coming out from M80 there. Obviously, like, we've talked about how M80 go for those explosive starts, use all that util early, but understanding the ultimate bank that Shopify Rebellion Black had in that last round, and knowing that this is probably going to be the round where they kind of go crazy with it, well, you see M80 play so cautiously and so far back, and that's why when we see the kill contract, the orbital strike get tossed in on the hit, well, there's simply nobody home, and M80 just completely dodges their way out of it and just have to use Caillou's ult to get themselves nice and comfortable. It just feels like M80 are outwitting Shopify Rebellion Black across the board so far on this map, and once again, there's a reason why this is SRB's permaban, and M80 have a 100% win rate here.
Once again, Spike is on A main here. That's where M80's stack is here yet again. Bonnie has been here past 4 rounds, maybe. Orb's gonna get grabbed by Nismo to maybe sell that presence. Great cyber cage to position exactly where Bonnie is, and the orbital strike into the knife. Spaz finds Nature in spawn, again, and they'll turn that into a fight. Big stun by Exa to try to turn this into an overdrive, but Nismo tracks it down. God, nothing is working, man. This is insane. And Xander can at least play keep away with the help of the Molly, so Spaz is now a little ISO'd from Caillou, but this spike is ISO'd from Satellite, and the guy has nothing in his kit.
Well, Satellite down to the 1v2. Spaz is watching it, sets up the one-way as well. Still 30 seconds left to work with. We've seen Satellite do crazy stuff before. This would be it to get Shopify potentially on the board.
A clutch just to get the ball rolling. Searching for it, jump out.
Whoa.
And Spaz makes it 4 instead. No space made, nothing new learned, no rounds gained. M80 are looking for back-to-back 13-0s against the same team.
That is unbelievable. I mean, even then, Exa we see pop the Neon ult, and then immediately, like, there's one flash from one side, one flash from the other side. You're gonna get flashed up no matter what. And so that ultimate that Exa uses just gets no value whatsoever. It's so good put together from M80. They've got so many ideas and are just honestly playing well off of one another in order to make sure that they don't give up any ground for free. SRB finally able to take some space this time without running into too many interruptions, but already Caillou's waiting for it.
Setting up as the door opens so that they can't get through. Everywhere else, just standard patrols. Smoke is doing a good job playing timing with his lurks, I will say. Well, Nismo's gonna go back and check that now, mayhaps. The knife, yeah, will confirm his position there. That's major. Now you can really confirm the rest of these bodies on the site itself, and with that null command, you don't have to worry about any of the util plaguing you along the way. In walks M80, slowly but surely. Satellite, once again, gonna be a crucial linchpin position here. The high ground being well controlled by nature as well, and there's the sandwich that Shopify were looking for. We got a game on our hands, folks. Shopify's on the board.
All right. Let's calm down for a second. That just was one round. And of note, that was the second round that Shopify were actually able to get the spike down, which is kind of crazy to think about there. But once again, they're leaning into what works the best for this squad, and that being Satellite kind of going off and being that solo player. Just move her out, be in this uncomfortable position, and then that way when the core of Shopify, Rebellion, Black are under fire, then Satellite can come in and be able to find that flank. I still have a couple of questions here, especially with Smoke and Exa kind of swapping up their roles, but at the same time, if they're able to kind of make it work a little bit better and kind of work on that synergy a bit more, then I think they can start to string some of these rounds back into their favor. But still a much needed round for SRB to pull themselves back into this map if they even want a chance of potentially taking this.
It's you and me. Even getting one more at this phase feels like something to be proud of. Nismo gonna get pulled into this kill contract and wins it! Unk is so good! M80 waiting around the barricade, just spraying! Nismo gets it again! Even more connection! And now the trap wires are doing some of the extra heavy lifting in here as well. Nature dares to fight, there's a stack in his way. And now the extra util can come in. It is a swath, a cavalcade of kits that demolish what's left on site and get M80 back in the driver's seat in flawless fashion.
Still remember when Nismo put out that tweet being like, yeah, this came earlier than I was expecting, but I'm a coach now for M80, haha. And it was just kind of like, okay, yeah, fair enough. Nismo's been around for quite some time. Still one of the best flash agents in the game, in my opinion. Definitely the best KO. And then as soon as we get to see Nismo come back into it, I mean, there's a reason why they brought him back in. He's still consistently fragging, got MVP last time against SRB, and the flash timings alongside Caillou have just been immaculate so far. M80 just clearly have no sign of slowing down whatsoever as we get closer and closer to potentially this decimating scoreline that really SRB just kind of have to shrug off at this point unless they're able to put the miracle round together.
Crazy. It never felt insane to say Nismo was the best KO in the world in his first stint of play, and then the guy took a break, went to coaching, then came back, and immediately when he started playing again, you felt comfortable saying he was the best KO in the world again.
I am the robot.
He just embodies it, man. I don't know what it is. Another late zip here from Shopify. We're already down to a minute here, y'all.
It's a trap.
And this dog into the wall is gonna get met by minimal util. They don't want to sell how much is here until the Nismo flash, and Satellite's barrier is gonna take the majority of that for it. Now has to throw back out the cut to make sure nobody goes for the overhaul. And Shopify have to retreat off of that. Too much in their way. They'll zip back over and go for the arcade push where they know there's max maybe 2 players here, but it is 2 players. Bird is gonna confirm the 1. Now the tower presence has to be huge from Spaz. That Molly is gonna be able to get rid of X, so the relay bolt doesn't do squat. And now Shopify once again, relatively walled out. Caillou gets caught quickly, but Spaz on the patrol, walking it down until he can no longer. And from there, Alvin takes the reins. Nature, only 13 seconds to go, but Bonnie able to skate around the kills that Nature can give. And with 1 body left, M80 still trying to make it look dominant.
Yeah, I mean, it was Nature suddenly getting a 3K there. Almost made it so that this was going to be a lot more closer towards the end of that round. And yet still, you're up against the Titan himself, Bonnie, the stats player in tier 2 right now, and just completely decimating it. Able to win out that final fight with the slide. Something, something. Hey, Neon Nerf's around the corner. Don't worry,
enjoy,
guys.
Yeah, enjoy it while it lasts, buddy. You're going to love next patch.
Oh, man. But I think a win condition kind of gets established on that last round. SRB just have to be a little bit faster at draining out those initial fights because M80 have such clear protocols on both these sites. You just drain it out, then suddenly you'll be able to move in faster.
Well, Smoke's presence here has feigned the orbital strike from one side, and Xander's able to get a kill with the other, but the Seekers are giving Exa a lot of space. Whoa, buddy, that's too much. It's a good molly there by Xander to do a lot of stalling at the moment as the spike starts to tick down, but M80 have never shied away from being quick. Oh, let's see if they can re-clear this in time, get the spike diffused. Make this an 11-1 half. I'll let Bonnie do a lot of the heavy lifting. Oh, no one's looking. Okay, well, now everyone's watching Bonnie, so that means nobody's watching the rest of the people walking from the other side of the fast lane to start taking the defuse. And Caillou got to hang out in halls the whole way through. Why did you ever think it would go any other way? M80 take one of the most dominant halves we've seen so far this year against the team that they already 13-0'd before.
Yeah, 11-1. It's not looking too good right now, and you can still see like the different layers of strategy that M80 have prepped here. And genuinely speaking, it didn't even look like they really got that deep into it. They might have hit like chapter 3 out of like 50, because it was just like, oh yeah, okay, we'll back up, and then we're gonna push in together. And you know, it's just such a simple idea, but then you can tell the antsiness from SRB to try and force those fights, make it happen. Exa getting caught out of position, Nature trying to clutch it up, Satellite left alone at the very end there while the Stormin is perfect. I mean, M80, they've just been running this game, and they're very firmly in the driver's seat. If they get this pistol, this one is pretty much done here in what might be one of the fastest maps we've seen in Stage 2.
Certainly getting there if M80 is able to take this pistol, which M80 is very primed to do. This attack comp is definitely strong. Bonnie already walking in. Smoke, help with the cyber cage. Easy cover, easy frag. Gets the second as well with this bandit, and Caillou has to do quite a bit of dancing to guarantee that frag back. So Shopify start out with that early advantage, and now the entire stack here ready to fight out for this site. Does M80 choose to contest? Oh, they sure do, with Alvin able to get choked up on this corner, turning it right back and getting his own along the way. All of a sudden, Xander stands alone, and he is no match for the crowd. Yet again, it just feels like a certainty, an inevitability at this point on Fracture. M80 are on game point 11 times over.
You look at it, man, and how often does it feel like M80, they just have the right angle at the right time, and they're looking at the backs of SRB players. I mean, this time around, it was Alvin who was just in the perfect position, but there's so many places that just go unchecked. And that was the same case as well when we saw M80 onto that defense. 1 round away from claiming map number 1. I mean, M80, they're coming in here with a statement, and SRB have just had nothing to answer what these guys had.
Contact till the bitter end. Just as the smoke goes down, Bonnie has to question his position, and Xander's timing on that is perfect. Extra spray means Nismo has to turn tail, at least temporarily. And this feels actually kind of unbreakable if you're M80.
Gotta be so careful about what they're doing, but Smoke under a lot of pressure, able to escape here. That gives up heaven.
Wow, really trying to punish this. Oh, and it traps out the extension from everybody else. Smoke does win his fight, though. Props to the guy. Let's see how much more he can do. The guy's been a boss in tower at the moment. Nature now back to hold his own as well. Nismo first up on the chopping block. No, Alvin able to make it work. So it's Smoke once more. Now with rifle in hand, trying to save this round in the 2v2. Keep Shopify's life on a line at least a little bit longer, but it won't be the case. Everybody wins their fights eventually. If M80 didn't win this opening map after the double ban, I would be scared. But with M80 winning like this, I am terrified, brother. M80 has won their last 26 of 27 rounds against their current opponents.
Damn. Yeah, I had to do it to him, but with such a dominant scoreline for M80, I mean, that was just looking undestructible for M80 at all. And once again, we got to keep in mind, this was SRB's permaban map. This is the 100% win rate for M80. And on top of that, they're coming in confident after 13-0ing Shopify Rebellion Black in the last one. But you still just don't expect it to feel this well put together. I mean, M80 just, like I was saying, had strats on strats. And it seems like they barely just scratched the surface there. While SRB were just searching for a crumb on the ground, it felt like. And to be fair, once again, they did change up their composition into some little bit of a funky stuff. But unfortunately, it just didn't feel like the practice was there at all for Fracture.
100%. And for all we know, it might not have been. Shopify in a match like this, in an event like this, they might be willing to part with a map like that if it means they get to strategize more on what they know, including what'll be next. Their first pick, the one we have so much faith in them to try to hold on to. Lotus is after the break. Don't go anywhere.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
Bonnie said, that's mine. That was my overdrive. And now you just gifted it to me. Drive everyone through the smoke, following where the sneakers guided. And now against the corner, against the odds. Extra turns it all.
And they got around, guys. They got around. They're not going to be 13-0, as instead 13-1 victory for M80 on the first map of the series. Look, guys, I'm going to keep it a stack. SRB, this is their permaban. All right? They're switching up the comp. They're doing some crazy stuff. Let's be real. We didn't really have expectations going into this. So, Dan, maybe a 13-1's a little hard to watch, but hey, that just means we get to go GG go again to map 2, right?
I was like, how is Sierra going to take this? Because I have no idea what I would say. Honestly, yeah, we knew that it was their permaban. They haven't played it at all this year for this side of Shopify Rebellion. They brought this crazy composition that we were not expecting, even if we knew they were going to be playing the map. But I think this was just destruction. I think M80, once again, they showed us why they are so good at this map. They are so good at playing defense, and you see from that first pistol round, the way they're doing that push on defense all through arcade, and they're able to get 3 kills. And a lot of support as well for Bonnie. That was he was getting throughout, and you see it right there with the breach, with the KO. And that just turned into every single round, every single time that there was a slight numbers advantage on the side of Shopify Rebellion Black, or they had some sort of opening, it was getting shut down. And it was an M80 that just plays this map so well together. I think that is the most impressive thing. When somebody gets taken down, somebody's always there ready to trade. When Bonnie wants to go in, there's always the 2 initiators ready to support. And yeah, that's not going to help at all if this is your permaban in a map that you don't really have a lot of experience with.
Yeah, I think that was the big thing, is just the comfort that was very, very apparent here on Fracture. I think that, you know, me and Dan were kind of talking about it in the green room as well with you, Sierra, about the fact that we were kind of surprised that Nature was even going to be on the sky for this map too. Like, it's something that we didn't really get to touch on during the agent select either, because there were so many things that we had to talk about. But not even having that breach, I feel like, not to say it would have been like the hugest of difference makers, but you really lack that kind of crowd control ability that the fault line provides there. And we saw just how high octane gameplay that M80 were comfortable with running with so many of those crunches, because they knew that that stall kind of punish wasn't going to be coming through up against that Sky utility. Overall though, it's just decimation. Like, there really isn't that much that we can say. And Dan already hit the nail on the head on the conversion from those rounds of M80, even when SRB found themselves up with a couple of those first bloods.
I'm actually surprised about the first bloods considering the scoreline of it all. But hey, again, we take the victory that we can get out here. But going into the next screen, player performance, all of that, I mean, Dan, there isn't just much to be said again. It's just be like that.
It's pretty tough, to be honest. I think it really depends on the mentality that Shopify Rebellion were going with going into this first map. When you know it's your permaban, when you know you might not have a lot of practice with it, when you know that M80 is incredible at it, I think the expectations might be a little bit lower. So yeah, you get destroyed, but you're like, well, this is maybe what we were kind of expecting, and now we start to bounce back. I think that is what you need to be doing, because if there's the other way where Shopify, they were practicing with this comp was working when they were playing on scrims, and we don't really know if that is going to be the case, then you are a little bit defeated already just in the first map of this best of 5 grand final. So I'm a little concerned, but the good thing is that a lot of these roles, a lot of these agents, a lot of this playstyle that plays out on Fracture is not how you should be expecting the rest of the series to go, especially now that we're going to their map pick of Lotus, where they have found a lot more success and you see a lot more comfort in them. So it really is one of those points where you don't often want to talk about the mental of the players and where they find themselves. But for this one, for 13-1, after what happened last series, and after they are forced to play a map that they're not comfortable with, you have to be concerned with that and their ability to bounce back.
I just look at this comp and everything else, and I just can't believe it'd be anything other than an F it, we ball. We're not losing any sort of mental heading into the second map of the series. Like, I don't know, I kind of just imagined they knew it was going to be a wash and wanted to preserve for the second map, especially too with how important this next map is going to be. I mean, 13-1, reminiscent of the 13-0 we saw in Pearl, and we've talked about, surely we don't see that again, right? But even if it is not going to happen, M80 does look super strong on Pearl. So if you expect that to be a win, Lotus here, Ash, is a must win on the side of Shopify Rebellion Black to have any staying power in this grand finals.
I think it's more than just a must win. I think it's a win with confidence that we need to see on the side of Shopify Rebellion Black on this Lotus pick. I think this is one of the most comfortable maps that we have seen them on in recent history. They had a little bit of a slower start, I think, during the Swiss stage, but ever since playoffs, it felt like they fixed a lot of the issues that they were having here on Lotus, and especially in that Division 1 matchup, like their attacking side was just absolutely insane with the way that this team was synergizing together. Meanwhile, for M80, even though they have like a 50% win rate on it, they haven't been convincing wins, but for the sake of, I think, comfort and then also confidence on the side of Shopify Rebellion Black, I think they do need to have like a very, not necessarily crazy dominant performance, but it's got to look clean here on Lotus to be able to kind of rejuvenate that mental a little bit. I don't think they're terribly crushed after this last loss, but I think those vibes are definitely important here in a best of 5.
Especially because it's a map that has been working for them, like I mentioned, Ash. The first couple times that they played it on the Swiss stage, they were not winning. Then they switched from that Vice to the Viper for Exa, and that looks so much better for them, and the way that they're able and they want to play a lot of those retakes, a lot of those late rounds going into that seaside, and you see how the confidence starts to grow on this map. So that it is why it's so important for them to have a dominant score here, and it doesn't mean it has to be a 13-4, 13-2, whatever it is, but it has to be one where they're able to play their game, to control the game. Otherwise, M80 is going to get away with it.
All right, heading into this now. The bunny yell into the mic, so funny. But Ash, how are you feeling about the matchup on paper now that we get to see these agents come to life?
I think that for the matchup on paper, when it comes down to these compositions, there's so much similarity, but for the side of SRB, a very different contrast from what we saw on Fracture, right? You have Smoke Satellite back onto these comfort picks of that Waylay and then Neon. The fact that Satellite being on that Neon, I think what works so well alongside Smoke's Waylay is the fact that it alleviates that pressure off of Smoke, because he's not that kind of initial in-your-face kind of duelist player, right? Like, he likes to be a little bit more methodical, kind of feel the round out to see if he can work some sort of pick. And a Satellite alleviates that pressure, especially when we're going to be looking at how he's going to be helping fight up into that A Rebel control alongside that Relay Bolt. And like Dan was saying, Exa has consistently been the player to look out for here for SRB on Lotus.
The real challenge here for Shopify Rebellion is, yes, this map has been good the last 3 times that they played it, but every single time that they played this map of Lotus, they started on the attack side. This is where they got the most advantage, and even if things got a little bit messy when they got into defense, they were able to close it on overtime, for example, against EG Academy. This time around, they're starting on the defense. That is a very different story that they've never had to deal with so far, and getting the momentum early on, getting that pistol early on is, you know, going back to the take it step by step that Shopify Rebellion needs if they want to have at least 4 or 5 rounds to work with as they switch sides.
I mean, that first map for SRB is just water under the bridge. Lotus is where it really, really matters. As you said, getting those rounds, getting those vibes up is going to be so important. It's time to see heading into it if Shopify Rebellion Black can take this oh so important Lotus, or if it's going to be M80 to steamroll once again. Let's get to it and send it back over to Mark Centenric.
Thanks very much, Sierra. Yeah, call that first map a wash. Make it so it's a best of 4. Make it so that first map is the manifestation of the double ban advantage that you get in the beginning. Because, Marcus, in many ways, it is that way for teams like M80 in particular. Coming to Shopify Rebellion Black's pick of Lotus with a composition that they have been experimenting with that has been working a lot harder. I agree with the desk. They need to get a comfortable amount of rounds on this half, but it should be smooth sailing.
It really should be, and yeah, I 100% agree. Like, you just gotta, whoopsies, haha, Fracture happened, let's move on mentally and just think about what's in front of us on Lotus. And SRB have been on a little bit of a tear every single time they've played Lotus. So far in the playoff brackets, they've beaten FlyQuest, they've beaten Evil Genius, Division 1, and they are very comfortable on it. But I want to reinforce the point that Dan was making about Shopify Rebellion Black always starting out on the attack. We know that they're very comfortable on Lotus's attack, whereas their defense, we don't see it as much because they were able to get so many rounds already on the attack there. And so I'm curious to see how this one is going to be working. Whereas M80, I mean, once again, they're coming into this one. I do have a couple of question marks surrounding the Vise, especially given the fact that Smoke and Xander should be able to more or less circumvent that little wall that can kind of come up into the back line. But still, you know, there isn't that much stuff to kind of break some of the traps that Alvin can set up. And so there are still a lot of question marks as to how this composition is going to be working into this one. But SRB, this is such a must-win map for them. Otherwise, we're going to find ourselves on a Pearl, and well, we know how that one kind of plays out.
Yeah, definitely on the horizon of a map that M80 is going to feel even more comfortable on. I think this composition, if anything, provides like a shred of variance, especially on the defense. But when it comes to this stack-in, a lot is on Bonnie to be able to perform. Of course, he performed quite well the previous map.
Yeah, and already
Walk out
you
here.
just see M80 completely take over the site, but they're still going.
Trying to track his heels through, and Bonnie gets it done. A couple extra shots to make sure Xander's dead. And Shopify Rebellion Black are already on the invasion route, but as they hear the lack of steps and commitment to C, they realize M80 is going for the full-blown circumnavigation. We're heading over to A site.
Yeah, they're just going all the way over there. SRB, the good thing is that X is able to at least spot out the Vise, and so there should be good indication of what's going on. Smoke making his way over now. Should be able to get into a good position, but the spike goes down fairly early.
Shopify is cleared everywhere except this part of the map. The lurkers are inconsequential here. They can condense and pack fight far better than M80 can afford to. They can be coming from so many different angles, including the ones that aren't currently watched. Haunt into the paranoia to stall. The relay bolt in reaction, so Satellite could maybe still get in, but he can't. The door's about to expire, and that's already a lot of time really wasted here. Shopify's got to stack up and move in through the grass. Exit to the back, falls quickly. Rest of the front line will fall shortly after, and Alvin's picking up some kills. Along with that setup, he was able to get this round. M80 really go for a long walk this round, but it's still a pistol, and it's still theirs.
Yeah, it just works out perfectly for them. They're not afraid to explore. That's kind of what I'm noticing right now, because usually, you know, SRB, they're the squad that have that idea. They've got a strategy, they've got a plan, they're walking in with that plan, and they're going to execute on it. On the flip side, M80, it's a lot more just like, hey, we're going to move around wherever we want to go, and yet they're still making sure to cover each other's backs. I mean, when you take a look at how that post-plant setup was going, Bonnie was nowhere with the rest of the team. Bonnie was on a solo mission all the way around, but it's okay because the rest of the team was able to anchor around, so Bonnie had time to return. It's just very well orchestrated by M80 in just the moment-to-moment decision-making coming out from these players, and you can tell that this is definitely just comfort playing off of one another.
Well, I feel very comfortable on what is a vacated C site. Can fully set up shop as Shopify's Gambit stack was as per usual for Rubble. So we'll see how much they can get away with. Shopify have done a really good job at actually being able to get a couple good guns down in these anti-ecos. So it would be good of M80 to kind of pay that respect. Of course, Bonnie on the agent that is built to not do that. Trying to go down a shorty shot. He'll get it. Oh, that's
man.
sick. That's twisted. That's a miracle Bonnie didn't die, brother. Good Lord. All right, well,
Dude's
Nature
like,
might be able to... Oh, okay.
Yeah, there we go. All right, cool. Put a bow on it. Send it off. But yeah, like you can see all the smiles on M80's sides, and of course, Bonnie playing that neon. You're aware of how to play around the shorties, and so just kind of goes for it, and then immediately backs off and neutralizes any of the effectiveness of that shotgun on the particular corner. It's just once again. Just well played coming out from M80. Look at this. Immediately just backs out there and then even goes for the spray. But it's all good because Nismo and Alvin have his back. There's so many layers to making sure that they just swing off of one another. It's just so well
tossing
done.
his gun too for the decoy flash. It's so goofy. All right, well the screen tried to help Bonnie get up onto the route quick for the lurk presence, but in fact, it'll convince Shopify to stack up on the route and let M80 get a free C site yet again. Exit can only really stall what press would happen if Bonnie was still alive, but since he's not, M80's probably just going to condense a little harder.
planted.
Fight goes down. Should be pretty clean. 5v4 retake now.
Smokes up on the back to start. Shopify just spraying to see if anybody is antsy. They're not. Bonnie's not alive. Good fight taken by Alvin on the Stinger for that matter. That's a 1v1. He just wins raw. Now the rest of Shopify walking in. Good Prowler cover to allow Shopify stack to go in uncontested. And a lot of those M80 bullets fall on deaf ears. Shopify's bonus goes on with almost no hitch.
It always feels like when Shopify Rebellion Black are able to turn around in their favor, namely the one round in their favor on the last map, it seems like it was when they decided to take that team fight together. They weren't kind of getting caught out in these awkward positions where it was just a one-man versus one-man type of scenario, because M80 were constantly just getting them. But when Shopify Rebellion Black take the pace at their own level, and they're the ones dictating how the engagement is going to go, then that's when it looks clean. That's what we expect from them on the attacking half on this map. But when they go for these retakes, they just have to be a little bit more coordinated to make sure they get those moments of brilliance, because then that is their win condition to beat out M80.
Once again, 4 commit to the Rebel fight. Satellite's bolt already out of his pocket. M80 maybe seeing if Shopify were going to go for the big double duelist push to try to silence that economy. That patience will pay off with no deaths just yet.
And all of this is just mind games. The Sheer is well set up outside of A, just keeping SRB in check just in case they overextend there. While M80 are dissecting, trying to understand that B and C, punish any over-aggression, but now call gets made. They're moving towards A. Xander still gets dinked while just jump peeking.
Yeah, unfortunate. Paranoia has to get used early on to make sure Bonnie doesn't run it down, but he's still going to be able to, provided Smoke hasn't gotten that linchpin active, and now the light speed away to make sure Caillou can't punish. With the spike in his hand alone, he's got to quickly pivot over to where the control actually is for M80, and it's on a strong B site. Nismo has done a hell of a good job scoping out the stairs here. Alvin sticking around on the mound, does get one in the trade, but... And now Caillou will snake along with Spaz in order to get to this C site that's been eventually pushed at, but Nature's still alive. Able to kind of take these pot shots from the back hall. Nismo, that lurk up the steps, so disgusting, but the timing is just a little bad. And the Nightfall post plan will only end up catching one. Now Xander's TP in will prevent Nismo from getting any connection until he hits the door again, which will give away his position. And meanwhile, everybody from Shopify is already trying to crawl in. Xander's already made his way all the way up the river, but now comes Nismo, and he's got to clutch up and quick in this 1v2. I don't think he has enough time to get to Xander even. Nope. It's a Shopify round on defuses with one man standing on either side.
Oh, and still Nismo gets Xander there. I mean, you could tell the mind games are trying to be played there for M80 and how they were taking over the map, what parts they wanted to control, and how they're going to execute it. But once again, it comes down to the retake for Shopify Rebellion Black that is just looking a little bit stronger. And of course, I gotta talk about Smoke's impact here. Smoke, you know, traditionally, throw him on the operator, you know you're gonna have a pretty good time. But as of late, I've been seeing Smoke go for a little bit more of that individualistic play. And I think between Smoke and Satellite, SRB have two people who are not afraid at all to take those initial engagements on their own. But Caillou finds Nature just through the wall. That's not how you wanted this one to start out for SRB.
Yeah, tough opener for the A presence that Shopify's been trying to consistently establish with different rotating players. And now the Steel Garden tossed out. This is the power of that Vice still in the cup, despite the Viper being plugged in. The Paranoias, Nismo's been so patient holding on to those to make sure that Shopify has to duck all the way back to near CT. But now it's Xander's turn to be the Omen on the flank. And a proxy pinch leaves Spaz in a really dangerous position to start out. He still hold his own against Xander. Now no reason to move. And for Shopify, there may be no reason to fight. This 3v4 has bad guns, no ultis, and officially, no one else on site. M80 will win off a save. Shopify have started to play the long game in a game that they're already losing.
Yeah, I mean, there's not much to really comment about how M80 wanted to push into there and be able to claim all that space. They're isolating and executing their targets. It's just looking so clean from them. And the Steel Garden as well. Just so well timed from Alvin. You can see Exa trying to get a little bit antsy there, trying to get a little bit creative, but then has to back out, and then it's just this weird timing while M80 can just move in there, so they're getting those kills for free. As SRB, I mean, they have to hold on to that big expensive sniper rifle that they invested into Smoke, but the rest of the squad are going to be on a little bit of a shorter buy. I mean, that's so frustrating. Like, the one time Spaz turns around, that just happens to be when Xander's turned in the corner there. Such just good awareness coming through from all of the M80 players. I know I talked about previously how SRB, they've got Smoke and Satellite who are not afraid to kind of take those battles. But on the flip side, like, every single member of M80 can frag if they're in a 1vx scenario. I've seen all of them come up with crazy clutches, crazy multi-kills, and that is something you have to be scared of if you are SRB, because any one of them can kind of find that opportunity and completely cut you down.
Yeah, it's a tier of play that goes beyond what Shopify mentioned before being just not able to show up on the day, because I think Shopify is here on the day for sure. The fact is that M80 is just so layered. I mean, we saw that in the winners finals, even with their 13-01 Pearl, even with the very last map. You see how deep their game plan runs, how deep their playbook goes, and how willing everyone is to kind of take up the reins of the power player. I mean, you got to hand it to Kaplan, man. There's not many teams in North America's history that have done what they're able to do in one stage with a coach like that. But the levels in which this team's ascended just might show really hard today with the help of the double ban, the opening map, the morale, the momentum. I mean, like, everything is currently running M80's way.
I mean, yeah, big shout out to Kaplan for helping organize them, but at the same time, Nismo and Caillou stepping into this roster, in my opinion, was just such a good rounding out of the players, because all of them have their individual shine. Alvin, Bonnie, and Spaz, we've seen them do crazy things, but then having Nismo, having Caillou, make sure to set them up, but then also take those timings themselves and find those kills themselves. Just in general, I mean, Nismo's IGL'd, Caillou is IGL'd, and now you've got Kaplan kind of pulling them all together. There's so many different things all working out for M80 on the larger sense of things, where genuinely, like, you see them play into the server, it feels like they're just playing for fun right now. Like, they've got all these strategies and they know and they understand what they should be doing, but they're also just kind of going in there and playing Valorant. They're not overthinking themselves. They're not getting stuck or anything like that. Whereas on the other side, SRB, it feels like they're trying so hard to stick to their plans, to stick to their strategies, because when they don't do that, then they get caught off guard and can't win their duels. So it's a really difficult position for SRB to be in up against M80, especially in this grand final.
I mean, how many times have we seen so many different teams in North America fall prey to psyching themselves out? It's a level of the game that is almost like played in tandem with the style that North America's pioneered over the last year and a half, the one that, like, Envy has played and FlyQuest and Division 1 have played, where it's like even though their game plan is so simplistic and bare bones a lot of the time, they tend to overthink because of the plethora of options that plague them outside of their control. And M80 does a great job of harnessing whatever they cannot see or cannot control or cannot manipulate, and figure out how to flip a lot of those resources and objectives with what they do. You understand the intent so consistently with a team like M80, and it's like watching modern art in a region like this, I'll tell you what. But credit to Shopify where it's due. Off of these 2 rounds, off of the fights that they've taken up, I still think that they're playing incredibly well on the roles that they were kind of meant to beforehand. Again, Fracture was a bit of a warm-up map for them, but you can already see Exa and Xander feeling a lot more comfortable in their smoke roles. Xander with these creeps. I think Nature feels a lot more comfortable enabling each of these specific players on their roles with this fade as well. You can tell Smoke feels a lot more comfortable working directly off of him. You can tell Satellite feels a lot more okay just kind of going in and making the space. He's doing a good job of doing that. So, I mean, the pieces are there for sure for Shopify to be able to match up with M80 at the moment. You just need to see that level of cerebral play that you know each of these guys is individually capable of, and have it coalesce the same way it does for M80.
You really want to see those kind of gears all working together in tandem. And there have been those moments, right? I mean, obviously, you can still feel that there's a little bit of pressure there. One player specifically who I think has just been looking really good so far is Nature. I think Nature's been very consistently good with that utility, but also being able to find a couple of kills here or there, right? Like, pick it up, make it so that there are these winnable rounds. Now, coming into this, having the Nightfall available, got Bandit in hand, Smoke still has that Operator, Satellite has the Phantom. Imagine this is going to be a fast play, but they're going to be running right into Bonnie and Caillou.
Yeah. No smoke op to fear, so they'll just do a little gunning it down. The Haunt will catch the two bodies that are present, and yeah, that lack of a fear of an Operator will lead to some spraying and prayers answered. Satellite falling. Nature having to duck back to the rest of the crew, as M80 is unsure of exactly how much of a stack is here because of that eco round. Could be so many hiding behind these boxes and pedestals. Not worth it to re-engage just yet until more is carved out, or until Shopify sees the cut noise and decides to spread back out. At the very least, they're going to maintain that presence with the vines from Alvin, and as the door gets procced, it seems like everybody's committing to the same fight at this point.
A big old brawl. Nature still holding the Nightfall as well. Could catch him off guard here if M80 decide to move in. They're hitting the door again. They might be actually deciding to rotate around. Not too surprising, all things considered. M80, they like working the map. They like taking that space, and Smoke finds that kill.
Yeah, turning means you open yourself up to that Operator having another angle, so M80's gonna walk into B-site very chipped off.
30 seconds left.
But that does require the full reset now for Shopify. And this tree presence from Spaz is gonna hear all these steps, use the toxic screen to his advantage on top of the Prowler. He'll get a free
That's
two!
crazy.
Oh, man! And again, when it's like, when Shopify does have kind of a finger on the pulse to some degree, just always something that M80 knows they have in their pocket too, something they know they are 100% without a shadow of a doubt capable of doing.
Okay, I'm calling it now. Oh, jeez. Yeah, that's tough. Nismo is able to find that final kill there, but what I was saying was I'm calling it now. Like, stage 2 has just been the stage of controllers. I think that it's always easy to highlight the duelists, and obviously we highlight duelists fairly often here in Challengers, but one of the roles that we've seen consistently be so good across all of these teams and really dictate who ends up winning these maps, it tends to be the controllers. Spaz has very consistently been so good for M80. We've seen so many of these different Vipers, Exa included as well, navigate expertly around the toxic screen, around the poison orb, and just always find the timing and shut down plays when they are about to happen. And still consistently, we're seeing that time around, Spaz in the right place at the right time, finds 2 kills nice and easy before SRB can even do anything. Even when you see that they're making that retake come online, they're looking for their opportunity to go through, and they're not able to find it just simply because Spaz steps out. So, classic as always, M80, they get 4 rounds, and that means SRB are going to call for this timeout. And I think that this is a really good choice right now, because this isn't just like a, oh yeah, we lost the round, let's try and regroup our strategy. It's the string of rounds kind of being pulled together here that SRB, you can feel the pressure mounting. And so Effie's trying to calm that down, figure out a strategy, start to pull these rounds back together. This is Shopify Rebellion Black's map pick, and they have to make sure they win this one. Otherwise, Pearl is just around the corner, and that's the one that M80 hit them with the 13-0 on. So, you know, SRB are not really interested as much in that.
Yeah, definitely not trying to go into that down 2-0. Interesting buy coming out from Shopify. It was a little uncertain there. They wanted to make sure, I think, they had the full buy available for next. They were on the fence.
There.
Primarily, feels like you have to find an excuse to Nightfall here if you're Shopify. Regardless of the buy. You can collapse properly. What? That's the Korean GOAT. He's trying to get a grand finals in 2 different regions, brother. Insane. We were literally talking today about, like, I don't know if we can talk about Exa again because we've talked about him so often on the test.
Oh yeah.
Just because he's been so consistent. Insane.
I mean, Exa's one of those players, right? Like, obviously we had questions about the Neon pick last time, but on this Viper has just been so consistent for Shopify Rebellion Black all throughout his tenure on this squad. And getting a nice little shot like that onto Bonnie, the best stat player in the entire league. Yeah, that's a good way to start.
There is that Nightfall from Nature. It only ends up catching one. M80 were, again, a little stilted with the push, and it leads to them being able to double back into the B site, but the Haunt will catch them with 10 seconds to go. Nature trying to catch a body, but the bullets from the Sheriff, ooh, doing a little bit of landing there. Kayu's taking a chip. Gonna take this swing out and find one off of the opener. Now the follow-up from Alvin on top of his Rose. Finds and bullets. He finds everything on sight, including Exo running out on top of his Razor. And that is a strong round from the Sentinel of M80 to get them to 5. If you're counting, folks, that is now 33-2 between M80 and Shopify Rebellion in their most recent 35 rounds.
Once again, you're doing them dirty like that, but you know what? Fair enough. To be fair, I think, I was gonna say 3 because they did get 1 round in the last round, which is,
yes, we can't forget.
You know, that's still not a good thing in the grand scheme of things. But yeah, this is Alvin. I mean, Alvin is a crazy good mechanical player in my opinion. And I think that Alvin, obviously on the Sentinel role, has to be a lot more responsible. But one of the things that Alvin is so good at is just anchoring things down by himself. And he kind of flexes that prowess just on that B site. Finds that nice and easy. And you know what? Smoke's still finding Bonnie at the start of this round. And so Bonnie not going to be able to play this game at all over these last couple of rounds here. As Smoke, using this operator, now has to watch the C site pressure. But in classic M80 fashion, they're probably going to back up, prod the rest of the map, and try and see if they can take space somewhere else.
Yeah, you don't want to give Smoke a second free LOS, which he'll get no matter what you engage with here. With Bonnie gone, what do you have? An Arc Rose, a Prowler? Nothing really strong. From a distance, so you've got to take somewhere else. Kayu's got the Nightfall ready to go. He thinks that there's a heavier presence on Rubble than intended, and in fact, it only ends up hitting Xander, who TPs back out and escapes back to the squad. A double of uncertainty with these toxic screens encourages Spaz to go for his own lurk, but that's quickly silenced, and Shopify should have the Iron Wall set up. No, the stack is cleared, and Satellite does not manage to chase Alvin down, as he'll get this spike planted. The double duelist retake and availability, but the Steel Garden for Alvin also now free, so he'll use that to stall a couple extra crucial seconds. Smoke has no easy way to be able to get a rifle here, so he's just got to hope somebody walks out, is fielded away by Satellite. But in the meantime, Kayu's all the way back on Rubble. Satellite's gonna check it and not immediately win, but not immediately lose either. Smoke has an excuse to be able to drop on down. Satellite eventually winning against Kayu, and Alvin now in panic mode. Rose available, the overdrive free to just take that swing. Can he do it again? No! Shopify are back on the board again. Defuse free, 2 bodies up, op saved. It's 3-5.
Good stuff from Shopify Rebellion Black there. I mean, it was looking a little bit dicey, I'm not gonna lie. M80, they spread themselves out. I like the angle that Kayu plays at. Doesn't give any information off, make sure that just in case someone's walking up spawn. But what we need to see from Shopify Rebellion Black is getting Smoke online. And I think that this round was one of those rounds to kind of get that operator prowess flexed a little bit more, taking out Bonnie immediately, and then finding the final kill as well to seal the round for Shopify Rebellion Black. And just like that, they've got 4 in the last 3 maps that they played against M80.
Yes, sir! Yes,
not
sir!
That we're counting.
We're so back!
We're not counting, but like we are, you know? So, SRB, it's a good momentum boost here. Let's see if they can continue to hold on to it and keep this game close, as it is going to be M80 looking to potentially push out okay, nothing really done so far, but it will force out Exa to use the pit as the stun comes through. M80 though, it looks like they still want to challenge this one.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if they want to scare Exa out or like force somebody else to come in and support so they can punish another stack on the other side, but they have plenty of time to do whatever they want to do. And to be fair, Shopify now has a couple more options to be able to duck into. Exa able to save some money by buying that Judge in favor of that Viper's Pit that he can now toss down, which I think he was going to regardless of how much he got prodded for it, but he's got a nice pocket to play with here. Satellite and Exa are on the outskirts, so eventually he'll get taken care of, but M80 still have some bodies to play with. I mean, you have 5 coming your way. It was an eventuality, I think, but Smoke is very close on this waterfall, smoked away, but operator free and the shorty ready for if anybody walks in. Now a pit set up offensively to prevent that from really being able to do anything outside of the pit. And he will start getting it done. Kayu walked down as the first swing comes through. Remainder of the presence is right here on the pit, and Nismo's been found out. No, he hasn't on the drop down. Smoke's got to make it back with the light speed, but Xander tracks down Spaz on his own. So Shopify go pit for pit, and now round for round, it's 4-5.
I was so concerned there for a second because Nismo just steps up, teleports into the backline there, and is able to find two people, and X's pit is completely neutralized. And then Smoke walks in with the operator. Such good awareness, and immediately after finding that first kill, just goes for the judge. Hey, we're going to be moshing inside that pit. Let's make sure that we've got the appropriate weaponry to make it a very easy fight. Smoke now up to 9 kills here, and one away from having those convergent paths online. And now M80, this is their time to take that time out. It feels like they're struggling at getting their game plan going in on this site. Bonnie has been consistently being shut down on those initial engagements. Something that I've been noticing SRB are very consistent on are doing those first kills, especially when that overextension happens. Smoke is able to find that one, or Xander's in the right place to be able to find one. It's still looking really good from SRB to find that initial pick. It's just M80 have done a really good job at picking up the slack previously in order to find the rest of those kills. SRB, though, have been pulling it back together, and they're now able to convert these first kills into actual round wins. But of course, it's still not the easiest thing in the world, and that's why we're starting to see M80. They just need that little push over a bit more, and that could really help solidify them to be able to walk away with a lot more rounds before this half ends.
This is that next hero that comes with that layered play, the preparation for your opponent to adapt to you, and Shopify has gotten that prio down pat. Make sure that the biggest threats at any given moment are neutralized to whatever extent they need to be. Well, M80 will now go for the stack. No immediate fight by Shopify, but the one-way tossed in. They've got some bodies still hanging out, but for M80, no longer the case.
I'm out of here.
Back behind the shear. Oh, Smoke's gonna go for it. There it is.
Timing.
Anybody looking? Oh boy.
Just misses that one, but this is still so much information for SRB gained. The fact that X and Smoke are just poking out there, mean that there's only one direction that M80 could be going in. Wow, Nature almost finds a kill right away.
Yeah, Nature got some great bullets landing on there. Prevents M80 from immediately pressing in, and now the 3-stack is here to intercept. Bonnie still kicking, but for how long? That's been the big question for Shopify's bottom line. Barrel spotted, but Nature flooded away by this toxic screen, and so Bonnie gets that first freebie, but a gap lets Xander be able to go toe-to-toe without stepping toes into sight. Double shorty in from Spaz, tracks down Satellite, and he stays alive too, and Alvin on the fadeaway finds Xander as well. I don't know what Kaplan told him other than just win your fights, Keck, but it might have been all he needed to say. M80 will relegate Shopify to another save round, and it'll be 6-4.
I was just going to say, like, instead of poking around that time, they just kind of stick to their gun and go, hey, I think we can overpower this site. Let's just walk it down. And that's exactly what happens. They just completely push in there. They don't give those opportunities for SRB to kind of clinch in. And most importantly, they pick right. I mean, that cannot be understated, the fact that Caillou was the only person on that A site that they had to just kind of run over. Sure, the reinforcements got in place eventually, but it was a little bit too late. At that point, M80 had just walked over everything. And yeah, Nature was just trying to stay alive in the midst of all of that chaos. Well, M80, you can see the utility coming through. It was clean. They dropped down the pit. Vipers Molly, and then they throw out the paranoia as well to clear things out. It just felt really rehearsed from M80 to go in and take that site, and they just keep it simple, silly, and that's how they win that round.
Yeah, kind of insane that they didn't spot any of the 3 on Mound, didn't spot Smoke on B, and then just defaulted A. The help of the Toxic Orb definitely got him farther, but
yeah,
I mean, yeah, the lack of intel there, despite such a solid round, really makes you wonder how good the reading is from M80 here and how good it will be going forward. Another little bout at C Mound, just exchanging some words before everyone will turn heel.
Take a couple of seconds there. How you doing today? I'm doing all right. You think they're over there? Yeah, probably. Yeah, but we're not going to
some pleasantries, you know. Yeah.
Hey, they come here often, you know.
Where are the manners in modern day life, huh? Where are the and how do you do's?
Oh, ain't that the question? Am I right?
Bring the transatlantic accent back to Valorant. That's what I think, personally. Well, with C-Door opened and this mound presence still here, yeah, Shopify's in an awkward spot, bro. They got to duck back behind the smoke, so you've been able to pressure kind of both B main and C main at the same time, which means A is very unoccupied, but you only have 45 seconds to get there if you want to, so kind of awkward for both sides at the moment.
Just a good read from SRB, understanding all of the pressure that's kind of coming through and making sure that they don't get anything for it. So drain out all that utility from M80 here. Of note, Nature only has a Stinger in hand, and that's why you see the swap up probably between Exa and Nature. Just allow Exa some of those longer sight lines, and especially all this information given away now, it should be pretty obvious where they're going, and Satellite is able to catch that lurker. So SRB's job becomes a lot easier.
Yeah, able to kind of make up for that lost time, and with 12 seconds to go, Shopify
10 seconds left.
don't have the window to be able to pressure during the plant, so they'll just wait for the stack to come through. Spaz was read by Nature here, but it seems like he's trying to get a little more intel before ducking out. Smoke will get challenged by Nismo on drop with this up and quickly get felled. Now the Convergent Path's right on top of Bonnie. Are they ready for him to be right here? They are. Satellite's able to track that down. Caillou winning the early fight with Nature in the step in. Now has to hold down far more than that. Gets Satellite next. That lets the Nightfall proc, but it's gotta be an ace from Caillou, and on the stun, Smoke's able to clear it out. Ballsy play, but nearing the end of this half, Shopify Rebellion Black are happy to get these rounds along the way.
Yeah, Shopify Rebellion Black are feeling probably good about picking up Smoke from last season. Obviously, Smoke now at 12 kills, just goes in with that operator, able to find so many kills. And that's kind of why Shopify Rebellion Black lost the Stage 1 finals. Originally, Smoke was on core, and they couldn't do anything against this operator, and now they've got that tool themselves. And so Shopify Rebellion Black keep it nice and simple. Once again, the name of the game for them has been these retakes. And with 1 round left in the half, let's see how M80 want to respond. Already it's that util exchange, not pleasantries, but util outside of A here, just to kind of see what's happening. While Smoke continues to just watch down that C site. Alvin going to be the one to try and contest this, but I'm curious how this one's going to play out.
You've seen Smoke do this before with the leg on the mound to go for the off angle, but he just goes over this time, and Alvin's able to afford the dry contact kill. And not often Alvin picks it up, even if it's the last round of the half. So definitely an off-kilter pick that throws Shopify Rebellion off. Xander tempted to hold down, and he will get behind the boxes. The Prowler's not going to catch that. Oh, God, no one's checking. Xander, free 2, make it 3. Bonnie's got to clutch it up, and he will. But he's still got 3 more guys to go with Spaz to help. But Spaz is unchecked, unknown, and so as Shopify make their way down Rubble, there's a limited amount of spots they could end up being. I don't think Bonnie's prepared for the presence from Nature and Exa here. Or, excuse me, Satellite and Exa.
Yeah. It's so good, though, 'cause
seconds left.
at this point, Spaz's position should be known, given the fact that the Neon just kind of trails over there. So very curious to see how Spaz and Bonnie play this one. They will go for that B-side plant. It'll be Nature coming in from above, while Exa and Satellite continue to move in from the attacker spawn.
On thrown in for the first haul. Exa holding back. Satellite in first, and he's just gonna get, almost both of them, but Spaz's attention returned, and he's not sure if the double is on Link or main. So after all is said and done, we've tied up at the half here. Not just one that Shopify can be proud of, but one they can win with, Marks.
Yeah, that's so important right now, because once again, we talk about Shopify Rebellion Black on Lotus. They look the best when they're on that attack. We had questions coming in to this defensive half, and to be fair, M80, we're kind of hammering home those questions, but at the end of the day, we see their comfortability for Shopify Rebellion Black leaning into that retake, leaning into just knowing how to play this map on that approach onto the site, and that's kind of what helps them win and tie things up 6-6. Now that they're on the attack, let's see what M80 have cooked up here. I mean, once again, one of the highlights players for me on M80 is Alvin. Currently on the Vise, is so good at anchoring down those sites, but that's not to take away from a lot of these other players. I'm curious to see how M80 want to stack up their defensive lineup to try and counter some of this aggression, because SRB can go quick on their executes onto the sites.
Sure can. They have that double duelist available, and the Omen ready to breach the shear, which they're going to with the double duelist to start. Relay Bolt covers almost all of the space Caillou has. Paranoia the rest. Good coverage of Baby. So Shopify very clearly have the B site to start. M80, not too many tools to contest actively, only passively, so they've got to just contact on their way in, and that will not lead to much from one angle, but from the other, Spaz and Bonnie light up. And now Nismo the only one standing after Exa is able to re-clear it with the help of Nature from Baby. But with that position, no, Nismo's going to be watching the weaker health pool to start things out, and the silent drop lets him get that first skate on the shoulder, not ready for Nature's re-swing, and Shopify will take a pistol.
A great job from Shopify Rebellion Black. I mean, you can tell their executes have been well rehearsed. They know exactly where they're going there. And I got scared for a second because M80 really sticking to the, hey, if we just play together and link our arms, then we can find a number of kills, which for a second, it looked like M80 might have been able to pull this one back together. But thankfully, there were just too many people on SRB still alive to make sure that that one works out in their favor. And now SRB, they finally find that first pistol round that they've been looking for as they finally take the lead here on this map for the first time. And Smoke already got a Marshall. It's going to be complete opposite sides of the maps, 5v5 stacks, and SRB should have a pretty easy time getting that plant down. And I wonder if M80 are even going to bother trying to make that one happen, or just die to the spike and walk out of this one scot-free.
Probably talking that over right now. With the lack of a flank check, it certainly is tempting, but it feels too valuable to give the orbs away, especially this early when Shopify's already in that lead. Nature, in particular, halfway there at the moment. Being able to get that in the bonus would be rough. Slow plant, though, from Shopify. Yeah, they want to see if M80 is hanging out here and contest.
My goodness. Alvin's going to spot him, and then the rest of them are just going to spring through Baby Door. I'm calling it now.
I wouldn't put it past him. Smoke up on Trop. Smoke on stairs so Alvin can't pop out. And then goes Shopify. Now the breach from the Baby Door. Yeah, they'll just give it a go. Relay bolt on the inskirts. And yeah, this is not going to do too much at the end of the day. Spaz does manage to find Xander, but now you've got Exa holding down Rubble with this pistol. That's, yeah, no reward even if you weren't able to get him, and you can't. And Nismo, yeah, just your monitor there. Make sure that you're locked in because next round will be the doozy. But he'll just play for the Splody. Make sure Nature can't get that extra orb or smoke at this point for that matter because he started farming this round. And Shopify are up 8-6 on their first pick. Exa with a triple kill on the Bandit too.
Yeah, kind of nuts, but that's a good way to do it. I mean, the Bandit, obviously, not the best gun in the world there, but is still extremely effective, especially in these earlier rounds. And on top of that, they keep a lot of their members alive at the very end here. And like I said, as soon as Alvin got that information, they kind of tried to spring the trap, except Shopify were just aware of it. And Smoke as well, having these sniper rifles available just makes it a little bit easier. But given the buy up here, Smoke coming in with the Bucky, Satellite coming in with the Judge, I imagine this is going to be a little bit more faster on their approach and trying to overwhelm their opponents as soon as they kind of get that opportunity. But they still have to pay respect because given the long range weaponry that M80 have, they step out of position a little bit too much. It'll be easy pickings onto the SRB members with the weaker weaponry here.
M80 do have the read on where Shopify are long-term pivoting. Poison Orb thrown up preemptively. M80 are not afraid to hide that they know this.
Bring them down.
Shopify are going to choose to fight it. Smoke getting seized by the light speed, so it's got to be Satellite that goes for the rushdown, and Xander to help out from the river, but the snake bite is helping out a whole lot as Alvin is able to mow down two. Xander finally making it up, and that mad dash will afford he and Nature a little bit of time on top of this spike as Nismo, once again the last man standing, has to try to save this bonus round for M80.
Let's have one Paranoia available, but no information while SRB just creeped up and they've got the peak.
He's heard both of the shots. This Paranoia will at least flush both away, but the TP back in from Xander. Nismo probably heard that, no? Haunt confirming the position. Xander will swing out now, and that'll be around. Shopify starting their attack off very well here on Lotus with the bonus being taken.
I'm so glad I set it up as Shopify rolling in black. Yeah, their attack, that's what we know, baby. We know they like to win on attack. And now we get to see 3 rounds in a row and how they want to kind of execute there. And while you can see, I still like that really fast engagement, smoke flying in with Satellite. Sure, the waylay engagement is not as good as it used to be, thanks to the fact that you have to kind of proc the saturate and you can't just kind of toss it down. But the theory still stands. And then that allows Xander to just kind of walk in there and find those additional kills. Given the fact that M80 had the better weaponry, you can see as well where the smokes get placed down, where the fast lane gets activated. It's all about just kind of isolating those smokes, isolating the different areas on the actual site, and then making sure to dissect and clear it out systematically. And SRB have that practiced down so efficiently. Now, SRB up 9-6. This is now M80 taking their second time out here as they're looking to stop it before it gets a little bit too aggressive. I mean, even when you look at the number of kills here, M80 are definitely in the lead overall, but SRB are slowly and steadily climbing their way back up and looking to potentially win out map number 2.
No more timeouts from M80 from here until end of game. Tough call to make, but losing that bonus, you gotta reset now. Shopify, 4 rounds out, still 1 TO. They have affordability on their roster now. Smoke going for the Outlaw, and that one-shots everybody on the team right now.
You see the stack up for M80, putting 4 members on their defense onto this A site. And actually, this is the right place they want to be. It's all just up to Spaz to kind of scout out that difference, to give the awareness over here. Bonnie, though, does have a Bucky in hand, and that's what I'm the most concerned about, if I'm being honest.
I'm looking at that Outlaw, bro. I can feel the collat coming in my bones. Satellite, probably gonna play decoy again here, just so the rest of Shopify can get in without getting caught by something like this shotgun. The paranoia is pretty wide, so Bonnie gets the freebie, and Smoke doesn't kill the right person, so Bonnie is able to get out. It does leave a complete lack of vice util on site, though, and so Bonnie kind of is the only power player available, and he'll quickly fall. Just not enough space to control on this A site. And Xander, even with the TP swing peek to make sure that Nismo is properly taken care of. Shopify Rebellion Black are not wasting a moment, and almost not wasting a body.
30 seconds left.
Tough, but
Spike planted.
either way, it'll be decisively 10-6 here. Once again, just marvelous work done by Shopify to keep making up for those lost bits of time and space and winning it out.
Yeah, just beautiful engagement. You see, yeah, okay. It was only a matter of time before they were going to find Spaz. Spaz is really trying their best, but you see SRB are just like giving him the slip every single time until he just runs into Xander's gun barrel. So a good round for SRB. And once again, like M80, they were trying to anchor down that site. And then as soon as Nature's Haunt goes in, amidst the actual execute, which is usually not the way you approach that. You approach it with, first you put the haunt down, and then you slide in once you've confirmed that information. But it lights up all the members of M80 just hanging out at the back of that A site. And then it's just a nice, easy, systematic clear coming through. Xander tossing out the paranoia. Satellite obviously got taken down pretty early, but then Smoke makes up for it. Well orchestrated from SRB.
M80 gonna apply some extra pressure onto the tree this time around, but quickly spread thinner after Satellite starts beelining for the C site. Fast lane into the cut noise will convince Alvin to stick around a little longer, and Shopify, they'll just juke right on back over to A site, where now Nismo stands alone. Toxic screen up, no spray. Now it comes through, and he's able to find Nature on the way down. Only a matter of time.
Worst part is
shoulders.
Nature had the ultimate as well. And I think that was the game plan. They were going to try and execute there or use it for the retake. But that plan basically just gets neutered as soon as the round starts, just with a spray through the wall. I hate to see that one happen, but SRB, they pivot. They've still got that space all the way up on C site, thanks to Satellite just moving through. It looks like maybe they're just trying to fake some presence while they go for B.
Re-engaging it this early, I convinced Alvin Boy that there's less presence on it earlier on. It seems like Spaz has been convinced as the shear goes up on the B site early on, the refract is going to prevent it from really doing anything.
Left.
And now comes the full push. As Satellite has carved out this portion of the C site, Alvin Boy is going to let all the util fly to make sure that nobody can get past that checkpoint.
Planted.
It goes down. It's going to take M80 a couple of seconds to get themselves organized, but they do have all 5 members alive. Caillou as well just has to stay alive in the midst of it. Smoke gonna not find that timing on the peak, but now has the flank set up.
Yeah, a lot of intel on who specifically is wrapping as well, so he'll be able to get a nice back step in, and then Shopify can again do the right kind of prio. Nismo entering in on the paranoia, relay bolt to take over the space as M80 slowly makes their way through that high ground on Heaven. Bonnie slides a little outside, so they've got to make their way in piecemeal, and on the way down, Smoke is finally able to make that cut through the waterfall. They've taken the low ground, but the convergent paths catches all three of them, and Exus starts walking it down. Spaz still lands the shots. Very little time to be able to plant this as Smoke tries to make his way back in, and he'll be able to carve out the whole pack. It's a clutch from Shopify Rebellion. Black's main opper on the rifle.
And if you were counting the number of rounds that SRB have picked up, well, we're up to 14 now, so it's looking pretty damn good from them. But Smoke, the MVP of that round, the right timing on those convergent paths makes sure that the rest of the team can isolate and find those kills, and then at the very end tosses out the saturate. Obviously, we've been talking about Smoke being just the opper, right? This guy loves that sniper rifle. He's just gonna walk in with the sniper and somehow walk away with magic. But one of the things that Smoke has been practicing a little bit more is that closer range waylay play, especially with the Phantom. And I think that that last round was that shining to its maximum. All of those rounds where it looked a little bit dicey. Finally, Smoke walks out on top, and it's good to see that he's still able to pick up a rifle and make that one work, even if it just isn't a one tap. SRB, 2 rounds away from taking their map and tying up our series 1-1.
And the man's alive and well. Good to see after there were questions about his previous performance versus M80. And even taking a second for him to be able to get his feet off the ground versus D1 yesterday.
Yeah.
But here he is now in all his glory. Top fragging as per usual. Seeing if anybody from M80 on this still really solid buy with 4 ults on the table gets greedy, but it will not be the case. Still playing like professionals. Alvin's close to this. He won't be able to proc any of this stuff. The tree gets hit. And there's a nightfall. Bonnie activated after Xander gets spotted, wins the duel with the help of the relay bolt, and Alvin does manage to get one on the way down, but Caillou getting stunned down and now gunned down by Satellite between this fast line. He'll make his way over to drop while Nature is able to get the inside choked up on. Now on drop, Satellite, finding Nismo so early there, and now Bonnie has a couple different angles to have to check at once inside this Viper's pit. Might not be even worth going into it, but on the verge of game point here, it feels almost necessary. No relay bolt to be able to field this out either. Yeah, this is tough. Anyway, you slice it. Spaz, gotta be on him. He's got the bite, and he jumps. And instantly dealt with. Spaz, though, tracks 2 off of it, including the pit holder. X is gone. And Satellite caught in the pit, down to 38 HP. Spaz only has to land a bullet on him, and the tap turns into Satellite swinging with the shorty. 5 HP. That gun ain't nerfed yet. And neither is the kid. It's 12-6 Shopify.
Oh, man. I'm glad that we're starting to see Satellite heat up a little bit there. I mean, obviously, currently at the bottom of the kill feed, which is something you don't expect. I was a little bit worried about the engagement from SRB. It felt like they left a little bit, not too clear, but you notice a little tech there. We see Satellite just kind of shift while walking all the way to the back line, and that way only Nature is spotted out as going there. And seeing that Nature had walked out of that area, that's why Satellite's able to get that opportunity and find a free kill looking upwards at the back of that site. And so it's looking pretty good, and then suddenly Spaz comes up with magic, able to find a couple of kills and a spray down, while all the while Bonnie had his crosshair on all of the right players, just on top of the Viper's pit. It felt like M80 were destined to lose, but they had so many things going for them that last round. Now SRB, they find themselves on map point here. Smoke going to be going back onto that Outlaw. Does have enough cash, I believe, to go for the operator if we get back into this one. But on the flip side, M80, their weaponry is not looking nearly as good. And now they have to play 6 rounds in a row flawlessly if they want to take this one to OT and potentially close out this series early. Otherwise, SRB, hey, you know, the last time they faced M80 didn't look too good, especially on Pearl. Also didn't look too good on Fracture, but this is a huge momentum booster for them to pull themselves back into the series.
He said, man, you want to see a perfect attack half? Fine, I'll give you a perfect attack half after so many have been launched their way this past week. But yeah, I mean, I'm really I'm so impressed by the resilience of Shopify and how it seems like they're continuously able to slither out of these tight spaces that M80 have been able to corner check for. And they still have contingencies for these last couple rounds. I mean, Spaz, I wouldn't be surprised if he sets up this pit off rip. It would allow you to go for a bit of a eco buy if you are trying to play for the long game here. But obviously, you know, Bonnie, with this overdrive, you have that reopening tool, so you're a little more okay with Shopify taking a site this time around as opposed to previously. But yeah, I mean, even like comp-wise, I would say Shopify is doing a good job of playing to its strengths specifically as opposed to M80, because I think Shopify is doing a good job of punishing the packs. Like, you'll see a lot of multi-hits on convergent paths. You'll see a lot of multi-hits on paranoias. You'll see a lot of the relay bolts covering 2 separate spots that players are. I wouldn't necessarily say that Bonnie, Nismo, and Alvin are able to be as multiplicative as they are. Nismo in particular, it feels like he's been very focused on just space making, not necessarily isolating. And while it does M80 very well on attack, it's been harder to justify being able to send players in based off of that on this side.
Absolutely. And one other thing I would like to add to that, given the fact that we're in this tech pause and we have a little bit more time to kind of dive into this, is Alvin's value on the Vise. I mean, you take a look at the kill feed and you're like, oh, absolutely, Alvin is having massive amounts of value. Clearly, 18 kills. Oh boy. But the utility for me is leading a couple of question marks here. And maybe this is just because I've been watching so many of Challengers NA and seeing so many different teams like bust out a chamber, which also brags out of his mind and is able to find and isolate those kills. And to me, I feel like the chamber just has a little bit more stuff to work with that is a little bit more effective. I don't really know whether or not we've seen the shear really get as much value as we would want. As previously mentioned, like Smoke can just fly over it, Xander can just TP past it. And of course, you got the thorns on the ground, which can slow things down. And it is a good zoning tool, but it's not like the best in the world. The only real thing that Alvin has brought utility-wise to the board that's been consistently pretty good has been those Steel Gardens, buying a little bit more time or at least disabling some of the weaponry so then you can see the rest of M80 kind of capitalize on those moments. But for me, I don't know whether or not I like the Vise, especially going into the composition that SRB are bringing.
And when you also already have the Viper, it's been tough to find a spot to really plug him in. And again, it's like when coming into this, I thought that having both with the assistance of the Omen and the Neon would allow you to kind of just switch up your setups so that you could either like hardcore contest to see if that was becoming your weak spot. You could switch up and have either Proxy Senti take over A for Rubble. And I mean, with Spaz with Viper in particular, you have a lot of ways in which you can manipulate that. But yeah, it's been tough for anybody to like follow up on top of Alvin. He's been very much in his own fights, and they've been great fights. He's fantastic at taking them, and I think he's done a good job with the util he has, setting up these positions in which players can't really move with the help of the Razor Vines in particular. I think he's done a great job at that. But yeah, the sheer, the Rose, even this ulti, it's like it doesn't feel like it's burned enough to justify the pick.
Yeah. And to be clear, once again, I don't think that this necessarily is like a shot at Alvin, because I think that Alvin is doing his damnedest right now to try and bring M80 back into this. But I think it's just an overall idea towards how you want to come into Lotus here. And on top of that as well, I mean, the other thing is Nismo swapping onto the Omen, obviously kind of coming in here with those double smokes makes sense for Lotus, given the fact that there are those 3 sites, but it still feels a little bit more like a nerf, right? Because the Nismo Caillou combo was so sick on Fracture, and we've seen it be so crazy, especially supporting Bonnie. And now, like, when we get Nismo swapped onto the Smokes agent, you look here, and Bonnie's at the bottom of the kill feed. Like, to me, I feel like it's not causation, but there definitely is a little bit of a correlation going on between some of the compositional picks for M80. And I wonder whether or not this is one of those things where they're just trying it because they know that it works and they've won previously with it, or if that might now be working to their detriment, especially against a very well honed Shopify Rebellion Black idea and ethos on this map.
Ultimately, it is very comforting seeing the 2 grand finalists win their opening map picks with similar cadence to how the vetoes gave them that power. I mean, Shopify, that was their first stint on Fracture all stage that we saw on. So, you know, being able to see them take this much of a step up on their pick that both these teams have played a nauseating amount of times this stage, means big things for how Shopify can do in maps 3, 4, and hopefully 5. Keep it going like this. Apologies for this delay. I think it's Shopify side. I think it was like an issue with Smoke's PC, but I don't know specifics. But nothing crazy. If anyone has to go to the bathroom, it's me right now. So no issues there. But unfortunately, I think I will have an excuse to use the bathroom because we will send to a quick break while we get this all sorted out. Yeah, that's right. Got him. We'll be back in just a few to witness the epic conclusion of map number 2.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Well, we may only have one more round to get through if we're Shopify Rebellion, but it is a round that definitely took a minute, Marcus. We're back again. We got some ults on the board, decent buys across the board, but it's been a perfect half for Shopify so far.
Yeah, and of course, love to add a little bit of suspense here. We see already it's going to be Satellite kind of rocking a little bit of space onto that B site. Immediately, M80 kind of go through there. Oh man, Spaz actually took a little bit of that spam, but still alive. All the meanwhile, though, Bonnie has been creeping up outside of A, and that's a lot of good information, so M80 know that it can't be that A site.
Yeah, lets them really freely walk over to the C site where Shopify's already been trying to pivot. So now comes the full-blown fight. The Shear's a little farther up this time, actually. More prepared for Smoke's landing, mayhaps. And it may just be one of the few things that's able to convince them to not want to go here. Up the 3-stack. Big haunt. Yeah, I don't think you're attacking this pet anytime soon. Get out of there.
Unless?
At least the door tapped. No, because the trails are still going to have you for a couple seconds here. And yeah, the pit called up. After all that's expired from Spaz, great time wasting, 35 seconds. Now Bonnie gets the free shot, the double up on the slide, tries to pop the overdrive to stay sturdy, but it'll quickly fall.
30 seconds left.
It's a knee-jerk reaction to try to hold on to a round that may have already been M80's, but now a 4v4, and his Caillou is the next point of contact up here on site. He does have that enshrouding of the toxic screen. Exit caught from behind as Alvin makes his way on, but Xander with that shorty caught now by Nismo, who has just made his way on, spraying with this Guardian behind the boxes. Can't get it back through, but Caillou now on as well. And Nature is the solo presence. Shopify Rebellion Black will not have a perfect attack half. They'll get picked apart this round, potentially this round only, by M80.
Yeah, M80 just do a good job of kind of kiting them around there. Obviously, it still was a bit of an expensive one. The fact that Spaz uses the pit and commits to it, I think that is a pretty telling sign of how worried M80 were and making sure that they needed to just kind of clamp down that round. But just an overall excellent read from M80. As soon as they get that very pivotal haunt from Caillou, they're like, oh man, everybody from Shopify Rebellion Black is here. Let's make sure to do something. And as soon as they hear them retreat, then you see M80 immediately adapt their defense to make sure that they compensate for some of those weaker points. And I think that just goes to show how much information they were working with and able to utilize to make sure that they completely stamp out Shopify Rebellion Black that time. They will have a much stronger buy coming into this one. It's going to be Caillou with the Nightfall still available, but on the flip side, Satellite does have the overdrive ready to go, just in case they decide to make it a little bit more interesting and fly into their faces.
Well, another bout of neutral played, which is, again, crucial intel for M80. Any amount of stalling they can do here is so important. Alvin will go door proc for door proc. First bit of vines thrown up as that'll go in. Very free stall as well. But with Alvin confirmed here, eyes are out for where the shear may be.
Huge.
And thus he'll turn around. Big paranoia by Nismo. The stun will make it so he can't do anything, but now the Nightfall thrown in defensively. Satellite has the overdrive drawn, but Caillou gets the lineup onto Nature as well and strands the spike on the B site. M80 given another rare window of opportunity, a lifeline to be able to hold on to this game. Smoke can pick up back and go for the tap. Tempt a member of M80, tempt that fate. Zexa will start the crawl in with the help of Xander. This double in will get seen by the Haunt, but quickly fought out. It matters not. And Xander on the inside, able to find Bonnie as well as he enters. Alvin can't do a thing either. It's got to be Spaz. But Spaz has clutched more than anyone else in this region. And he might just do it again to hold on to this map for one more round. Smoke the double back with the light speed, tempted to bring out the shotgun, and it's not enough. Smoke keeps his distance. And Shopify Rebellion Black will, in fact, tie up the series.
I mean, you're going against Spaz, like you said, who's just had so many clutches all throughout the stage, and yet Smoke and Xander individually just have such a good understanding of where these players are going to be. It was such a good push-up. Add that pressure onto Caillou, make sure that there's no way, ignore the Haunt, just flow through and find those kills. Then Smoke alone, just by himself, make sure to check the slate and then check Baby just behind him to catch his people off guard. It is just so well done for SRB on this map. We knew that they were coming into this one with a much more, level head, I would like to assume, compared to Fracture, their permaban map. And then this time around, it is so effective from SRB, and they absolutely fly on that attacking app. The defense, it looked a little bit shaky at times, but they were able to string together enough rounds so that they didn't have that much ground to make up with on what was a crazy good attack from this team.
Yeah, that blistering speed, that undeniable capability, and the level of awareness we were hoping Shopify would have across this entire series. It's a tale of the times. This game is just getting started. But Shopify have more beasts to slay, more demons to fight, and while they already bested on Pearl yesterday, they didn't best against M80. We'll see if they can do that in a couple minutes after the break.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim, edge, shave,
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
He said, that's mine. That was my overdrive. And now you just gifted it to me. Brought everyone through the smoke, following where the sneakers guided. And now against the corner, against the odds. And the turns it all.
Going into the second map of the series on Lotus, we had stressed the importance of Shopify Rebellion Black not only getting a win here, but a strong one at that to keep momentum going on into the series. Tied at the half, but once they get to the attacking end, SRB near flawless to close it out 13-7 to tie it all up. Again, Ash, the form in which they took this win was so important, but that last string of rounds, I think, definitely looking strong.
Definitely. And I think, again, that's kind of what we talked about heading into this map of Lotus. Like you just mentioned, Sierra, how important it was for this to be a convincing win, a comfortable win here for SRB, especially to get a bit of that confidence back going into Pearl. And overall, it was clinical. You were talking about that string of rounds. 6 rounds in a row to start off that second half, 8 in total if you're looking at those retakes that were coming out from Shopify Rebellion Black. Felt like they were in control of the tempo the entire time. It was so hard for M80 to find an answer with how good Shopify Rebellion were at swarming around them, ensuring that the setups were so good for the double dive that we're seeing out from Smoke and Satellite, causing all of that chaos and finding the necessary picks, and that comfort definitely shown true.
Yeah, it was really fun to see, especially because we talked about that one condition where Shopify Rebellion Black, even though they were good at this map in the past, they had always started on the attack side. So it was important for them to, in that first half, get just enough rounds to have something to work with. And they had more than that. They won the first pistol throughout the series, and they're able to convert that bonus as well on the attack side. It was really good, but the main highlight was because of how good those post plans were. They had a lot of momentum going with a few of the ultimates that they had. You see a little bit of the Viper spit, you see the way that they're taking space as well, and you see also on the other side of M80 that first goes for an approach of trying to take those fights on the choke points, tries to take that space a little bit more, and then they switch it up. They try to retake a little bit more, and it was just not working out. It was a Shopify Rebellion that was really good at getting really proactive in the post plans, not only with the ultimates that I just mentioned, but also getting as much space as possible. And that is thanks to mainly a lot of the plays that you get to see from Satellite, but I think everybody else was playing a part into how much they needed to take to make sure that M80 was always uncomfortable and without any solution. Even if they had some numbers advantage of, it seemed like they were going to finally go for their retakes over the defuse.
I mean, to see Shopify Rebellion Black in this forum, I think is oh so important, especially to, I mean, just looking at the post plans, just how successful over on the side of SRB. Looking across the board, though, highlighting the players and even just the performance. I mean, we've known Shopify Rebellion Black to be strong on these maps of Lotus, especially to being able to see kind of this composition and how they want to go for it, going with this double duelist and everything else, Ash. Like, it's something that's proven successful in the past, and they're able to just play off each other so well.
Yeah, they really are. Smoke won the Waylay, and then Satellite on that Neon just constantly working together with Nature looking to set them up, and Xander on that Omen as well. Those paranoias are just such an important piece of the puzzle. Then you also have, you know, the fact that Exa is so good going for those backstabs. I think also those retake situations were really nicely measured there on the side of Shopify Rebellion Black to ensure that it was going to be that 6-6 half before we got into the second half. But the double duelist, just I think being able to have two incredible dive players be able to work in tandem and really control that tempo and pacing is where we really saw them shine. And that's kind of that momentum that Dan was talking about earlier on. They were so quick to take those sites, get set down in those post-plant situations, and you always had them, you know, pushing one lane, making it really uncomfortable for M80 to try to get back into the site.
Especially too, I mean, it just kind of comes down to the two is better than one. Bonnie having to try and open all the space by himself just wasn't successful. Our SRB is able to shut it down. It was a little bit tough for Bonnie. Whereas when you do have the double duelist, which we are going to be focusing a little bit more for Philips Norelco head to head, this is where you can really see that game plan for Shopify Rebellion Black come to life. The Smoke was able to just dash in and get a bunch of kills. But even if he has to get out of there, or he just gets taken care of, Dan, we get to see Satellite instantly with the backup, which is why this pair has proven so successful.
It is what we were talking about, that you have that as a win condition, and that was the win condition not only for this map but yesterday. And in general, the success that Shopify Rebellion Black has had is because of these two players, and especially when you get to see them in compositions like this one, in the way that they're taking space, they're also able to get some information early on, because not every single time they're going for those fast side pushes. And a lot of it depends on the conditioning that they had on M80. So for Smoke and Satellite, it was really well played. And it was because of an M80 that was willing to give that space early on when things were not really working out, when they were not able to take those early fights. So whether they wanted to, they were forced to back up, give that space, give that sight. And that just meant that was a lot more for Smoke and Satellite to work with. So incredible, and once again continue to be in win condition for Shopify Rebellion, especially as we go into the next really important map for them.
Oh, the third map of this series. I mean, again, for Shopify Rebellion Black, it was so important. We saw that win on Lotus, because heading into the third map of the series, they have to face their recent 13-0 Demons, as we have our sights set on Pearl. Of course, again, the conversation of the day, Ash, is that was a bad one for SRB. Last time they played against M80, they had a bad day. We shouldn't see it again. But still, with the strength that M80 had on this map, I'm still a little bit worried for the staying power of SRB in this one.
Granted, at the very least, with a Lotus win, we're guaranteed to go to Breeze no matter what. With this Pearl, though, I do think that it wasn't just SRB having a bad day, it was M80 having a really good day as well. Like, the execution power coming from Nismo, every single one of his flashes were hitting. Those 0 points were constantly connecting there as well, on top of the scans that we're going through, and it just made it so easy for Bonnie to do his job on those entries. We will see SRB starting starting out on the defense first, and the fact that they don't want to start on the attack where they could maybe be in more control of the tempo into Pearl does give me that kind of hopium heading into this third map of our best of 5 for the grand finals. It gives me that sense that, okay, SRB, they look back on what happened on Pearl and they feel confident about whatever adjustments that they are going to be making when it comes down to their positioning here on defense to ensure that they're not getting caught out by the Nismo 1-2 punch and entry there from Bonnie. And I'm looking forward to seeing what they're going to be bringing to the table and how that defensive side is going to look, considering how dominant it was last time that M80 played them.
And I mean, after their win yesterday up against Division 1, Nature had highlighted the amount of work the coaching staff had put in after that loss to M80, and it kind of being on his shoulders now to be forwarding that in the game. So you know that this has been looked at. Like, regardless, we shouldn't see that 13-0. And we did see that stronger showing of SRB yesterday when they played this match up against Division 1, right? So it is going to be one of those things that we should expect a different story, but at least, even if it is a little bit more of the same, as you said, we still do have Breeze. We are guaranteed to see a 4th map in the series as we are all tied up. We're almost ready to get into this infamous Pearl map. But before then, we're going to take a short break as all of our players get into the lobby. Your opportunity to get a snack, some water, and be back here soon for third map in our grand finals. Thanks everyone so much for your patience. It's time to head into the third map of this grand finals between SRB and M80. What has been a familiar map. We've seen this one before, but getting into it on the day. Okay, Ash, we're getting some switch ups coming up from the SRB side.
Yeah, big changes to this composition here for the side of SRB. You've got Smoke onto the Chamber as opposed to the Waylay that he's played previously. Nature also switching onto that Sky here as well with Exa on the Cypher. These are major changes. I do think that maybe the Cypher is something that we're looking towards as far as Exa being a bit more flexible with where he can play around his utility, so he ensures that he's not getting caught out by that 0 point there from Nismo. But I'm really interested to see how this is going to change things up, because you also have to think about that attacking side. That's really going to slow things down for how Shopify Rebellion are going to be approaching that second half, but bolstering their defense to try and start things off strong.
And also how they're planning on taking those first fights. On the side of Shopify Rebellion Black, the composition that they were playing before, it was pretty similar to something that Energy has been doing in the past. Maybe with the exception of them continuing to play the Waylay over the Neon. But now with this change, you are able to hold on to those extremities a lot better with Smoke in the Chamber. And on top of that, you can take a lot more of those aggro fights with the Sky for Nature. I know that Sky is not the usual pick that we see here. We see a lot of the teams recently playing, for example, something like the Phoenix with the Neon working together. But in terms of comfort for this team, this is the best case scenario for Nature to be playing on the Sky and Satellite on the Neon. You can take a lot of those early fights on the defense towards A. You can try to take control early on of mid, and on top of that, you're gonna have Smoke that is able to hold it down. So it feels like overall not only is good for the comfort of these individual players, but also how they want to take those fights, because that is what happened last time when they got 13-0. They couldn't get any space. They couldn't take the fights that they wanted to take, and now switching it up a little bit, it is what they needed to do against M80.
This was the map that sent them into that lower finals to try and fight their way back into the grand finals. It's time to see, heading into Pearl with a new look and new attitude, how many rounds they can get, or maybe even a win this time. Let's get to it and find out. Send it back over to Marks and Tenerick.
Thanks, Sierra. Yeah, it feels like a full-blown do-over here on Pearl, with M80 making the pick for the map and Shopify Rebellion Black once again choosing to start out on defense. Marcus, the one refreshing part of this game will be the composition swap for SRB, and it is a doozy. Satellite on the Neon, Smoke on the Chamber, Exa on the Cypher. Definitely some odd ones in there, but like the desk said, definitely veers more towards the realm of comfort.
I 100% agree here, and I'm a little bit excited, if I'm being honest with you, because clearly what Shopify Rebellion Black were running on this map was not going to work against M80. Yeah, maybe they could have done some like changes on how they wanted to adapt their playstyle and stuff like that, but you know what? Let's just completely throw everything out the window and try something new. I 100% agree with Nature swapping onto the Sky. That is definitely just a comfort pick. I'm actually looking at Smoke though the most. Onto this Chamber. That is a big switch up, especially because Shopify Rebellion Black, they were very heavy on that initiator utility previously, with Satellite being on that Tejo, but then swapping Smoke off that duelist onto that Chamber might open up a couple more avenues, because we know Satellite is very capable at playing with the squad as well.
Puts you back in this position where the gunplay gets you so much farther, and on Pearl, we've seen a couple of teams make it quite far in playoffs off of solely gunplay. M80 will make their first push through B main here. Interceptor to make sure nobody can interrupt their standard takeover of the hallways. Satellite will vacate. Nature sticks around, but the flashes from Nismo look a little better. Satellite gets 2. That's the big dig in, but now a 2v2 that Nismo is still currently contesting with help from Caillou on the other side of site. Complete standstill after that's tapped. Caillou decided to take the fight. Exa down to 22, still standing, and Nismo in this 1v2 with nothing back in the kit. Smoke now available with this rendezvous now that he's made his way back over to this side of the map. So potentially a third opportunity to fight this out with 35 seconds to go. Nismo struggling with this spike.
30 seconds left.
Tap, Smoke whiffs. Nismo doesn't. He does it again against Exa. It would be a 1v4 clutch for the ex-coach.
Knife deployed. One suppressed.
Knife confirms the spot Extra tap
At the
again,
time.
12 seconds. You are running low, my guy.
10 seconds left.
He's gonna stick it. In comes Smoke. Timing not good for him, but Nismo's watching upstairs. He's got to hold down several angles. There's the swing out, the TP back. Smoke afforded another chance. A shred of health on both sides. A pivotal pistol, all ready to determine Shopify Rebellion's path. And it is not out of the conversation yet. M80 continue their perfect streak of Pearl against Shopify.
Oh man, that's absolutely bonkers. Nismo wins the 1v4? Oh, you just don't see that one coming there. And yeah, just excellent job from Nismo to be able to control the space. I liked how SRB were playing it. Obviously a little bit more grouped up together. Satellite having a moment to shine. Alvin as well, not afraid to kind of get active here, especially now onto this Cypher. Well, we've seen those lurking Cyphers. We've seen the impact that solo players can kind of have on that agent. And so I'm excited to see kind of how that one works out. Sorry, I meant Exa on the Cypher specifically.
Yeah.
And to start us out as well, Bonnie finds that shot onto Smoke. And so already the chamber taken out of the equation while SRB proc themselves ready to attack mid here. As soon as the moment goes, Satellite's going to be swinging in.
And the first bird, gonna do a lot, but they'll swing in first. Oh no, Bonnie not going for it, but the coverage from extra players makes it so Bonnie is gonna be the only one who falls this round. Rest of M80 have no trouble dealing with this. But I do agree, I think Exa on the Cypher, and for that matter, Smoke on the Chamber is also a great way to nullify how far Alvin's Interceptor gets M80 on these approaches, because oftentimes, especially against Satellite's Tejo, it did a great job of just making sure that you couldn't really screw with them while they were getting spiked down. Now, you don't have to worry about screwing with them. You already have everything set up to do the screwing for you. Those trap wires have been so pivotal for Exa, regardless of what map he's been playing on with this agent, which he has been doing just a tad bit more. They've been helpful in making sure that the positioning is caught, and M80, any moment that they freeze, is still one that can catch them off guard. And though they are well practiced, though they are well disciplined, they are still North American Tier 2 players. They can get psyched out.
Ooh.
Yeah,
Good
that's just a
flash
Nismo
there.
flash, my guy. Come on now. He's been doing that since he came out the womb. He's that guy.
Yeah, and it's so good as well because it gets Smoke to completely get off that angle. You're not able to see a thing. And that more or less just clears up so much of that room there, basically off of that singular flash. And look at that, SRB have to readapt themselves. They do have Nature anchoring down here, and Nature's gonna be under a lot of pressure.
And he's able to spray down Alvin with the extra bullets recoil. Bonnie also down to half in the meantime. They're already a solid bonus for Shopify. Can they complete? Xander with this walk through A main is about to get pincered, but the timing is crucial, and the man doesn't have his gun out. He's got to go for the wiggle peek with the knife out, and he knows his goose is surely cooked. It's a matter of how much he can get on the way down, and it's only one more. Nismo can silence it with some health taken off of his pool. Spaz, the only one available on the site at the moment to try to carve out a portion of it where the spike can go down, but instead, it's the knife that'll do a lot of that talking to make sure that M80 is confident in what fight they can and cannot take, which they still might not want to take this fight. A second bird expended as Caillou will read the dugout position from one, but nothing more. And so both teams understand they've got to backstep and take a better opportunity on B.
Yeah, this is just so M80, right? Like they get so much room so early on in these rounds, and then there's plenty of time for them to be able to walk back out there and try to make it work on another site. And just in the nick of time, they're able to get that spike down. We're going to be seeing SRB go for this retake. It's going to be 4v3 here, but good weaponry from Nismo and Caillou.
No command out the gate, able to stop a lot of the openers, but that flash is still used from a distance by Nature to make sure that this open space is contested. Spaz taking a good chip as a result of it, staying close though, and the fragment's gonna force him to get even closer, choked up, and eventually caught on a bad angle opening. Caillou found out on the street as well early on. It's once again gonna be really down to Nismo to do a lot of this heavy lifting, and that's already 2 down on his own. The spike is getting held though by Smoke at least halfway. Nismo finds Exa on the backstab, the attempted ace clutch. Smoke turns around for it, but Caillou able to still dance with this, and with limited time, Smoke is going to be able to get it. No
Well,
bonus
somebody's
stolen this
doubting
time. Shopify's on the board here on Pearl.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, I guess we gotta just get the elephant out of the room here and get the joke out of the way. Woohoo! This is already better than the last time that we saw Shopify Rebellion Blackface M80. And even then, someone needs to study Nismo, man. That is unbelievable. Nismo almost clutches it up with an ace again. That is crazy. All the way up onto 8 kills, already used the null command, and halfway to the null command being back online. But thankfully, Smoke, once again, using that Phantom, a gun that he's very comfortable with, is ready to go and is able to find those kills. Very intelligent on taking those fights. And immediately just gets in there. It's a little bit of damage onto Alvin, but able to rendezvous away. So a bit of information given away here, but on the flip side, Caillou gets spotted out as well, thanks to X's camera. The buy is a little bit weaker on SRB's side. Satellite does have that Bucky, but otherwise Smoke is the only one with a hero rifle and already found Alvin.
Yeah, able to pierce that mid peak after he goes for it again. Still able to hold down this area of street while the rest of Shopify focus on the A link. Satellite, yeah, has a really good peek on that. With no contact, Nismo will fall, and already this eco round is looking really solid for Shopify.
Yeah, but look at that position for Bonnie. Smoke, though, so aware of what's going on. Meanwhile, Caillou doing the step up, and X is able to get away.
Yeah, Caillou tried to find the step. Almost did. Recon bolt taken down before it can proc. So it's got to be contact, and yeah, Smoke is backed away. He can just keep spraying. He's Nebulous doing really great work as well. Damn, Smoke! Okay. He'll just do it all. Understands the first man and the responsibilities thereof. They played dynamic yesterday. And Smoke was like, I bet I could do that.
I mean, this is one of those things, right? One of the questions that we had about Shopify Rebellion Black coming into this matchup was if Smoke was able to get online. And we've seen what kind of happens when Smoke is not able to deliver on the team. I think that was very much the case on Fracture, but we're going to kind of write that one off given the weirdness and funkiness that was kind of going on SRB's side. But when Smoke is not having a good game, it is a lot more difficult for SRB. Thankfully, they have that backbone of Nature, Exa, and Xander to kind of pull these rounds together, but it just makes it so much easier when Smoke is somehow able to walk away by himself with crazy numbers of kills. And right now, it seems like we're getting treated to that, which is once again why this chamber pick is going to be so effective. You just toss down the trip to get that information onto mid, and then you can go free exploring on that B side. You got those long sight lines. You know that Smoke loves those sniper rifles. And this is enough of a concern that M80 go for their timeout very early on. We were kind of making fun of SRB being the ones after 4 rounds to call the timeout, but this time it will be M80 because they're already feeling the pressure despite the amazing performance that Nismo's been having on the map so far.
This will do. Here. Now with the reapproach, M80 this goes here. With this timeout, they'll go for this half buy. Nice spot. And seems like they'll go back to that round 1 approach of toying with B main, seeing how much they can get away with, but of course, that is primarily where Smoke is going to be hobbled up for the majority of this half. So you've got to approach with grace, and Cypher Cam is already going to catch out Bonnie. Mans isn't even pocketed into the full cubby, so Smoke gets the double tap clean. Rest of M80 does have the room to run him based off of that reload, though, and now Alvin's toying with Smoke. Now this flash out from Nismo, only a matter of time, man. It's inevitable. He's going to come with it, and it's going to land, and it's going to get a free kill. Now the swing out X has got to manage 2. Hauls it once, and Allen gets the timing with the Sheriff for that matter. Now Nismo holding down the line on the hallway as the rest of the health pool is looking a little dire, but Xander on his own with the spike continuing to tick down, almost grabs the lineup in the hallway, but M80 can restabilize around early and with guns to boot.
Okay, and a good little adaptation from Shopify Rebellion Black here. Even though they lost the round, you can tell they're being so vigilant when it comes to those flashes, but once again, it's so hard to stop a train, and right now Nismo is looking a little bit like a train. It's just the kills, and then the flashes, they're so expertly timed to make sure that the rest of M80 are going to find maximum value from there. And that time around, it completely isolates and annihilates Smoke. And so that impact player who more or less won one of these rounds single-handedly is just taken out for Shopify Rebellion Black. Bonnie running it down already. It's going to be seeing the retreat from Nature. Thanks to Xander just in the back line, and Xander gets 1.
Yeah. Just enough time to be able to spray that down. Now the Hunter's Fury to attempt to chase that down. It's a little late, though, from Caillou. So that is going to find nothing. And Xander can choke right back up on this dugout right as the rest of Shopify comes calling. Knife is going to confirm a lot of those positions. And so the Cosmic Divide will get called in now by Shopify to engage. Satellite already inside to help out Xander. And Shopify controls so much of this. Overdrive now out as well here from Satellite as the kills come through. Caillou is able to hold his own. Threefold! And then the Cosmic Divide called in from Spaz, but Smoke, the quick scope, catches Caillou. Cosmic Divide for Cosmic Divide. Spaz unsure of where Smoke could be. Smoke ducking back, catching the shoulder, and this headhunter is not enough! Smoke wasn't able to get his right gun out, and the rifle from Spaz does everything there to net M80 their fourth.
That's so
How
tough.
many ults was that round, dude? What?
I was about to say, everyone was just throwing the kitchen sink into it, trying to make something last, and Xander starting us out with that initial pick is absolutely massive, and then, like you said, Caillou just coming alive and not afraid to make that one work out on his own, but fortunately, Smoke ran out of Headhunter bullets, and yeah, that's a motivation and a half for Spaz to be able to clutch that one up and bring it so that M80 continue their lead forwards. Satellite going exploring, but immediately has to back off, respecting Bonnie's presence. And Bonnie still gaining this thing, something that we've seen round after round now.
So crazy. Caillou used his ult at the beginning of last round, and now he's halfway to his next one. Ridiculous stuff. Bonnie's in reactive relay bolt, but immediate coverage, and Spaz is back in. M80 really rushed this site down this time, despite the stack. Really fearless. And it shows. Nothing doing for Shopify this round. Try and try again. Yeah, let's do a little dance. Let's have a little fun with it. Make it 5-2 with some style on top. Yeah, M80, I mean, look. They picked this map again for a reason, despite the fact that Shopify won on it just yesterday with a different comp, granted. They have that confidence either side of things. And Shopify, I mean, they chose to let M80 start out on this attack. This is something that should have been prepped for. And while it has been at least 2 rounds strong, gotta be a lot stronger than that.
Yep, and now I wonder whether or not the panic button is getting hit on SRB's side. That was a little bit, not a great round. I mean, look at that, 3 kills within a second. Unbelievable clearance coming through from M80, and all right, there it is. You know, I was just like, after a round like that, I think you'd go for the timeout here, especially knowing how SRB kind of planned this stuff out, and you know that they're not afraid to just call that timeout early, and it really does add quite a bit going on to their gameplay. Now, one thing that I'm noticing M80 are starting to get conditioned here is Bonnie running up outside of A. They're using just enough util to make it so that SRB are so uncomfortable trying to claim that space onto A. And then, of course, that just allows Bonnie to get all of it for free. And so it kind of goes from that first layer of defense for SRB to immediately having to play backwards on the site. They're not even able to kind of go forwards and go for that engagement. You saw Satellite trying to head forwards there, and immediately Bonnie makes him back up completely thanks to a lot of the help of the rest of M80. And now I'm so curious to see what they're going to kind of swap up here, because they know they can't just keep on doing the same thing. That was a definitely practiced strategy, but SRB, they have to start winning these rounds around because, well, I mean, I would imagine that they prepped this more for their defense, given the 2 Sentinels on the board here, and they got to start coming up with those rounds quick.
Gotta have more staying power than this. And that double Senti will try to bolster a B site that M80 still don't really want to choose to contest at the moment. Alvin's going to pop that Evo as well. So now unfettered by the flashes, the pulses, the bolts, everything that is available specifically on A site. Almost a perfect accidental read again by M80 on where to approach with this ulti. Hunter's Fury again by Caillou. This guy used his ulti 2 rounds ago, by the way, and this time he'll get a kill out of it. X is found. And now the immediate reapproach with Alvin with the help of Bonnie on the top of the shoulder, just to take even heavier space than before. Shopify are controlling less and less of A as the rounds go on. The slide out does grant a little bit of space, but only a little. And Smoke left on his own, this time in the 1v3. Bonnie's going to be far more fearless since he's still kicking. And M80, while they would love to get rid of this operator, their economy, yeah, I mean, it's pretty solid. They might go hunting. Yeah. I wouldn't put it past them, but it's another M80 round here, man. And that was, again, just taking fights. You didn't really see too much that M80 is doing different from the way they 13-0'd Shopify 2 days ago.
Yep. I mean, hey, if you got a 13-0 with it, why would you change anything up, right? Like, that's how you're
Facts.
going to want it to go. And they're doing a really good job at just continuously hitting that A site. They realize how much of a problem smoke can be if they decide to walk into the operator. So let's just not walk into the operator. Crazy. And it's working out perfectly. Like, they have such a good seize of that A site, and you see M80 going for those swings and trying to make it work, but Bonnie is just doing such a good job of clearing out the space, and then the rest of the members of M80 are just walking out and making sure that they can kind of find those kills. Caillou as well, I mean, you know, found the kill onto Exa so early on there, and notably, I believe hit Spaz with one of those bullets, but it's all good because still alive in the midst of all of that. And then that just claims so much space as M80 just holds so far forwards that Shopify Rebellion Black didn't even have really a chance to walk into the site for that retake. And once again, SRB, you know, this is a team that kind of is a lot better when they go in for those coordinated strikes, and they couldn't do anything on the retake here. So this time, we will be challenging Smoke. Talked a lot about how Smoke is kind of that operator player now onto the chamber, trying to make this one work, but there is still resting a lot on this player's shoulders.
It's a very curious idea that they're doing, trying to let the Cypher Cam get the free pick so that Smoke can be a more active scoper rather than just holding it down and waiting for the TP. It's a strange way to initiate that sort of fight when it's already been so consistent. But hey, that's a great trap wire by Exa, able to stop Bonnie very crucially, and he'll just keep on jumping through with that judge that hasn't been nerfed yet. Smoke with that operator, one way does not care, and he's got all that free space to be able to take the site back. As Shopify have a very powerful presence here on B. Spike has vacated it, so Caillou can at least maybe get this spike down, and hey, some extra creds would still be solid with this many rounds and a half to go. But surely it's a Shopify round from here. The 5v1, everything in the kit's available. Let's just see what he can get away with.
You say that, but this is Caillou we're talking about. If SRB are not careful about this, they might just kind of give this one away. Still, though, it should be a Shopify Rebellion round. Let's see if they can make sure to convert this in their favor.
Satellite the obvious steps, but Caillou's ready for Smoke. Okay. Try contact, and he wins. Ooh. Good chance of that happening anyway. So, I mean, that was the exact round that Shopify needed to stabilize at this point in the game, and they take it with ease. So, definitely not even out of this half yet, and with that double senti, like you said, seems like they still have a couple things that they would like to get away with trying. I mean, that B stall was really solid. Like, it did a good job of, like, slowing things down and forcing everyone to pay attention to Smoke so that Exa could get those kills. It's just a question of how replicable it is. Because M80, I mean, they could just come with a little more firepower instead.
Yeah. The whole sniper and shotgun combo, you know? Like, you see Smoke, like, oh man, this guy's got that long range skill. We're gonna fly in on his face. He's not gonna be, oh, what do you mean X is here with a judge? Uh-oh, that's really bad. And suddenly, like, X is able to walk away with murder, and there's not really much M80 are able to do. M80 still actually going for this B site, and I think that this is definitely the right call. Smoke has been pretty consistently watching it, but this time it's Xander. And so Xander's gonna have to back off and really pay that respect because they know exactly how M80 like to hit this, and it's with so much firepower and aggression.
And they'll do it again. Relay Bolt does technically slow them down, but Bonnie's the one guy who isn't slowed down, and he's the one guy that needs to be slowed down. Rest of M80 just gets in for free, and all of a sudden, it's a 5v2. The one level of interruption Shopify may have had for this push, and it falls flat. Time to save.
Yep. Let's get out of there. It's so tough because, I mean, Smoke might just look for a couple, you know? But it's so tough because it genuinely feels like the win condition for Shopify Rebellion Black is let's hope M80 push into Smoke. And Smoke's able to find some kills. Heck yeah, I love that strategy. But then the problem is if what happens if M80 don't push into Smoke? And then suddenly it's a much different story. And M80 just kind of steamroll onto the site, and they don't really have to give up too much. And now that Nismo's been able to spot out this rifle, you see the cavalry come running through. It's going to be up to Smoke and Exa to try and stay alive, the dynamic duo of last round, and make sure they keep their guns.
Hey,
they probably
breaks. Yeah, they'll hold on to those at the very least, and Shopify's economy was already looking okay, so they should be able to get guns here. It's really awkward, but they will. So definitely not out of the woods yet. Close to those Seekers too, so Shopify could have a pretty strong retake to play off of as long as they keep enough bodies stable, but that's just it. M80 like to breach those checkpoints, and Shopify don't have that extra mobility. It's only really Chamber and Neon that are capable of that here. That being said, you switch sides, you can catch them in the exact same place. Because I mean, Alvin's the only, well, it's Alvin and Bonnie with mobility, but I mean, if you could run it down the same way M80 is if we swap sides here.
Go, go,
For
go.
defensive look from Shopify Rebellion this time. Smoke being the one with the op, being a little bit more aggressive, is able to find Bonnie there while Satellite's pushed out as well, but has to back off thanks to that recon drone.
He's so solid with this operator. So utterly consistent. Great flash into TP setup so that Smoke is obfuscated, and he'll just go for one more attempt before ducking out. Alvin does get the oneer, but that is a trade spot, and he knows it. So M80 is still playing from the minority. Now the Seeker's out to let Satellite have those free peeks, and he'll get two. Lickety split. It's Nismo, the only one left. And of course, you gotta end it with a shotgun. It's like putting the cherry on top of a cake. Shopify make it up to 4.
Last round.
There's so many people just like watching this, just like, oh, I see. So Valorant, neons and shotguns. That's
Yes,
what
I
we're
see.
doing.
Yes, I see.
Oh, that's a light. Yeah. Well, get ready for the next patch, buddy. That's not going to be the case for much longer, so enjoy it while you can. But this time, it's that little bit of hesitation. I talk about how M80 were so good at claiming that space for free and making sure that Shopify Rebellion Black couldn't even move into the areas that they want to. But that time, it's a little bit too patient coming out of M80. Affording those opportunities for Bonnie to get picked off by Smoke, and then Satellite as well able to push up so much. It's all of that space gets yielded over to SRB, making it more difficult for M80 as they push through, but Satellite gets one. It's
And
okay.
you get
Res
the
should be
one
available.
body, you get the one body that can be rezzed up. Nature trying to apply that extra pressure, but Bonnie just swings in and grabs both Cinder and Exo on the other side of the street, and it'll just spray through and catch Nature too. It's a stupid round, folks. That's just how it be sometimes. Bonnie catches 3, zipping and zapping around. Such is modern day Valorant.
Spike planted.
But look, one of these teams is the best in the nation at this phase of the game. And M80 is 5 rounds away from staking their second claim on that fact.
Oh man, I was gonna be like, okay, well, you know, we're seeing the pressure. SRB are watching down. Oh no, Bonnie just killed all of them. All right, that's cool, I guess. Like, look at this. They've got the crossfire set up there, and the Nature's even watching on the other side, and it doesn't matter. Bonnie finds him. Like, come on, man. What are you supposed to do against this guy? Oh. Crazy stuff, but a good round from M80. Bonnie really trying to get back up there after a bit of a quieter map on Lotus there, and now getting closer and closer to tying things up with Nismo, actually. But M80, they take it 8-4. We're going to be swapping things around, and now this is where I have a couple more questions about what Shopify Rebellion Black are going to be doing. Given the fact that they brought in that double sentinel role, I imagine it is going to be a lot more about kind of controlling the space and capturing those overpeaks from M80, given the fact that M80 are the ones to try and get a little bit more aggro in your face on defense. So that would be kind of the key to success. But otherwise, there is a lot that the Neon has to do specifically. Satellite really has to take a lot of that space.
You've got to find that tough rhythm where you're both sequential but also quick, so that M80 continuously respond to you, but not all at once.
Gotta go.
Smoke doing a terrific job of holding his own on B main. Alvin was toying with him for a hot minute and even got a Nismo flash to help, but still won that fight out. But Shopify have been indecisive on the site that they want to target due to that long-winded fight. And again, I mean, you should expect these rounds to take a hot minute for Shopify. It's going to be a second before they feel comfortable fully taking over a site. They'd love to drop as much as they can, both in the util bank and in the body department, before they comfortably take the space itself. Like you said, Marcus, it's all about the clears, one piece by piece. And Caillou has managed to sneak himself in. That wrench in the gears, cutting one off and turning right onto Xander and catching a second dink.
Way, man.
That's nasty.
That's so much more difficult now. 3v4. Caillou, though, very low HP. Good hold being set up. Nismo's just on the other side.
Little overwhelmed, but Bonnie can just spray through the one-way on the smoke, and this dugout pinch is lethal. Another pistol taken by M80, and another crucial period here in Pearl.
Yeah, and M80 get that pistol, so now they're up to 9-4. It's gonna be tough because Shopify Rebellion previously I would have said that they're a little bit more aggro. Like they're the team that want to be a bit more aggressive. They've got such good strategies on how they want to execute onto the sites. We see that a lot happening with their previous composition. And now that they're bringing this current one into here, it has to be a lot more patient. It has to be a lot more about controlling this space, despite the fact that you are on the attack. And when players like Caillou can kind of walk through, it completely foils everything that they kind of put together. Bonnie on the other side here with the judge, it's going to be brutal.
Nature's Flash is not available for it, so it's really on Satellite to like straight up juke him out. Some street ball being played here on street. Who bites first? It's gonna be Smoke. Goodbye.
Hey.
And Satellite gets the slide in. That judge shot not gonna collect, so Satellite gets the better shotgun. I can gun it down. Interceptor up for the inevitable push. That dog can only make it so far before confirming its position. Satellite, slow step into the cyber cage to get themselves out. Spaz can manage the 1x of the trade. Nismo, the second cutoff man in the checkpoint system, is being dictated by M80, but even still, Shopify have the manpower to overwhelm. Nature, 18 HP with this judge in hand. Close quarters. Caillou quickly silences that, and on the spike plant, the shock dart chases Xander down. Only a classic in hand and no easy access to another gun at the moment. On the recon, catching him too. The shock dart bringing him down to 79. The walk up by Xander. It's a risky take, but it's the only kind of thing he could have gone for. And M80 will make it to double digits.
That's so tough. I mean, it was looking like SRB were going to be able to clutch that one out. You notice as soon as Satellite goes in there, X is the one who picks up the Bucky. X is then able to get a kill. Yeah, we're in a shotgun meta, all right. But Nismo as well in such an uncomfortable position. Runs out of bullets, has to reload halfway through. And then Caillou just finding the perfect timings on them. SRB assumed that they had a little bit more time to get set up. And the way that we see Caillou use that utility from the Sova guarantees the position of Xander. Sure, the first scan didn't do anything, the second one did, but the fact that the first scan doesn't find anything means that Xander had nowhere to go except hide behind those boxes. And at that point, you see all the value Caillou gets with the shock bolt. It's just so well put together, and once again, M80 flexing a little bit of dominance here, not as straightforward, but it's still 10-4 now, as they show no signs of slowing down. SRB struggling to kind of pull this one together, but this is their rifle round, so this is their best shot at starting to climb back up.
A real garbage buy for M80 after so many bodies dropped before. To win here would be inexcusable for Shopify, but considering the Pearl record, you couldn't put it past M80, could you? Caillou strikes again. Another Sheriff shot and dares to go again against Exus. Still does a little bit of the damage too. But Shopify see the writing on the wall. They need to go, and they need to go now. Cyber cage that Bonnie is tucked up on. This is really cheeky. I'm not sure if a barrel can be spotted here or not, but it doesn't look like it can. Satellite, yeah, completely unaware, and Bonnie gets another freebie on the way down with this Guardian. The rifles still doing a lot, though. Nismo pops out, finds the headshot with the Sheriff. Crucial moment, and they've got to deal with this now so that the clutch factor from Alvin is drastically lessened. But the spike still cannot be committed. And I think a hand might have just gotten seen by Alvin on the drag back. Bird does catch his position, but he could be a million spots from here. Oh, the jump, that giveaway noise. Now you're cooked. You see that slight smirk on his face. He's like, oops. Give it a go, though.
Oh.
Give it a go. Why don't you?
Okay.
One stays standing in the boat is Shopify. It is still skin of teeth here on Pearl.
Yeah, like you call it the smirk there, because Alvin straight up just like made that noise and was like, oh, oops, did I do that? Still gets one kill before dying. Like, come on, man. But still, I mean, we're getting to see how a lot of teams have utilized Satellite being that solo duelist before, and how you just let Satellite kind of go in there, fly through on the neon, and then make sure to kind of clean up off of that information that is gained. And SRB are really good at doing that. But there's still quite a bit of work that needs to get done. It's going to be an awkward buy. And Caillou does have that Odin, and so they could be walking into a lot of heavy weaponry. Wow, Satellite's still alive, even though Alvin gets the shot off.
One of two players that could survive that shot this round. Crucial opening that a lot of teams, you see a lot of teams open with a man on 125 in a push like that when you know an outlaw's a possibility. I really appreciate that Shopify did not do the same. Interceptor will get broken out the gate here. X is waddling over to where Xander's at over here on A main. I assume they are just prepping in case somebody creeps all the way through, but M80's not keen on doing that, especially in a round like this where their ego's so fragile.
Very patient here.
Yeah.
Gonna be up to Bonnie and Alvin really to secure it, but Nismo's just around the corner, just in case Bonnie. Deciding to get a little bit more aggressive, and yeah, the flash goes through, but no sound. So M80, they think that nothing's going on, and they're slowly backing out. Could give actually SRB an opportunity to walk through. They just got to make sure they get past Alvin first. I've just been locking that down.
There's the divide, and as the nebula fades, Alvin will have another free visage, gets some pot shots in, doesn't manage to land any of it, but Bonnie can quickly finish off Satellite, quickly get over to Nature, and now he is the lone man standing. Why not pop that overdrive and just keep clicking until you find another? Oh, nasty work by M80 to make sure it's decisive again. Flawless round 16, 2 rounds out from taking this map. And I mean, Marcus, you saw it when this map started. It's like this is a team that just looks so marginally better on this map across the board, even when they lose rounds.
Yep. They really do. I mean, Bonnie, another highlight reel moment here. Finds 4 kills at the end there. That first kill was so clean, and then the slide through and finding Satellite as well. Just clean. Remember how Nismo started this map out with like, oh man, Nismo, this guy's indestructible. Oh, he's fragging out of his mind. Well, Nismo has been a little bit more quiet while Bonnie has completely stepped up to the plate. And yeah, sure, a lot of that does come down to the utility that Nismo and Caillou are kind of feeding him. But at the same time, Bonnie himself just has that mechanical prowess to take those fights and take those initiatives to lead the way for the team, and usually can get away for free with getting at least 2 kills. There's nothing more you can really ask from your duelist besides like, hey, just go in there and kill everybody. Like that is doing your job and then some. And it's so difficult to kind of play against that one. So SRB taking yet another time out here as it's slowly ticking away against them. M80, 2 rounds away of securing Pearl yet again, albeit bit of a better margin this time, bit of a better spread. We got to see Shopify Rebellion Black win at least 1 round. Yeah. But M80 still feeling very dominant despite the difference of idea that SRB brought into this map.
Yeah, this was a very radically different game plan for Shopify, and I gotta respect, first of all, the kahunas to pull it out in grand finals, but also just, you know, what did end up working, what clearly is, you know, you see the vision, you see what can happen with time and practice in a team that isn't as good as M80, but still got a chance, as long as that other scoreboard doesn't say 13.
Yeah.
So Shopify give it a go. With this lesson by Caillou, unafraid to just let that Odin sing and drive Nature down to 23.
Yikes. And yeah, keep in mind SRB on a much weaker buy. The group up now underway. M80 will be storming the fort.
This is one of those fights that Shopify, it feels like they do have the power to win, but Caillou can just make sure Nature is taken care of without even looking at him. Satellite does not have the width or breadth to be able to take a shotgun fight at the moment. And the relay bolt even manages to catch Smoke. Everything is going M80's way on a round that didn't even need to fully go M80's way. And a valiant attempt here by Xander to get some bodies down, but ultimately there will be just enough time to defuse, and no one can tell. Oh, never mind. Wow. I can't with it. They didn't defuse. What are we doing? Guys? Guys?
I was like, hold on. Okay, yeah, I'm listening to you. Listen, hey, Tenrek, I trust you a lot.
I heard it ticking. I assumed someone was on it. Was the I was like, surely someone's gonna start hitting it in the next like second and a half, right? Because it's otherwise you're not going to win the round.
Yeah. Well, turns out they didn't win the round.
You've immediately forfeited. You've forfeited all of your good credit so far this match, M80. You now have to start from scratch.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of that's a choice. But you can see, you know, red in the eyes. Sometimes you're just like, we gotta kill, murder. And so M80 just kind of run it down. And as we've said, no one was sticking the spike.
All right.
This time though, Bonnie making up for it. Satellite already down. A nice clean shot here. As that will do, they'll one-shot kill everybody except for Smoke, who's got that full shield. And already, this is not how you wanted this to go for SRB, given that you barely ran away with that last map. Well, now you've got to buy, but your economy is still fragile as ever, and Bonnie is breaking it on his own knee.
Oh man, yeah, it's really M80's decision who wins every round at this point of the game. Shopify Rebellion Black are stuck in the land of we take those-ia. But
Well,
They've taken a good portion of mid here, actually. It's a good cut. I mean, M80 has been backed out, but Alvin has been here a million times and always gets one.
and now they're going to be pushing out here, but M80 have such a good read on what is going on. They've still got all 5 members alive as well. KO, got the veto, got the neon all close by. This push is going to be tough for SRB.
30
And
seconds.
the flash drive out to scare them even harder, and that bird doesn't confirm jack. I think they're ready for this. The Nova Pulse is going to confirm Xander's position more than not. And Nismo doesn't need any help with that one either. Flash out to help out against Nature, and the rest of the team will do the work for him. Okay, and we're back on script, right? 12-6, M80's good, a very good team that's doing good. Good job.
Yeah. They're great. They're more than good. They're doing great. And it's so funny because exactly like you said, it felt like M80. They're the ones who decided to win the round. We'll give you one, you know? You guys had a little bit of trouble last time. We'll give you a pity round. And you can just tell, like, it's so fluid coming out from M80. One of the things that some teams really struggle with is how to play their duelists, right? Like, do you want the duelist to just kind of run it down and going to be able to guarantee kills, or do you want the duelist who plays nice and close? Bonnie's been doing a great job at playing both, and honestly, with the M80 support, I think there's a good reason for it. Caillou, oh no, already finds Nature. Smoke though treats it back.
Yeah, the stack red and an ultimate for an ultimate gets a kill on either side. With Alvin gone early on this B side, it means that it's quite open to Shopify's ability to take it back on, and the speed that Satellite can come back with over here, along with a neural theft, will, yeah, guarantee that Shopify is able to take this site with that much space. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Smoke or Satellite goes for an extension. It will be Smoke with this shotgun. Null command for the re-entry. Yeah, M80 would like as much time with this spike as possible after 2 rounds ago. In goes Nismo, 2 flashes in his kit. He just tries swings for the first to let the rest of the bodies come in after him. It's more worth it when you're not gonna die immediately, but Spaz is kind of on his own right now and has to deal with the rest of this. His Smoke does have this tour de force and is able to find his way, but the rest is in time. It doesn't matter. That was janky as can be, but it's a clutch for Shopify regardless.
Yeah, it was just good positioning from Smoke, being able to walk all the way out there, have the tour de force, and I was just like, oh, this is going to be really tough, given the fact that Nismo uses the ultimate, right? Like, the null command makes sure that that giant sniper rifle can't be activated, and suddenly Smoke is just down to a bucky. That's not what you want when you're pushing up there. And yet, just at the last second, the time is perfect, where you see he's able to pull the tour de force back out, just catches it as the res is coming back online, and then that way you take down Nismo right away. It's a tough one for M80 to lose, but SRB slowly and surely are starting to get their way back in. 5 more rounds to force out that overtime.
Seeing Kaplan getting impatient there.
Yeah.
When your team gets this close to winning so many rounds other than the 12 you already have, I don't know. I feel for the guy. Nismo, very choked up on the street cubby. And with Spaz dipping, he's very alone. Oh, okay. Try peek from Smoke. We're chilling. TP out. Reset. Minute to go.
Well, clearing up that space there to take a little bit of that gunfire, but nothing too bad. Oh, good job. Nullify that 0 point. Big question is what happens when they walk into Bonnie's crosshairs. This has been so consistent at finding those first bloods, and that's made all the difference for M80 to be able to win out.
And Nature's already out of birds, so you can't flash your way in here. You just have to dry swing. Your timing is good, and it's not good. It's bad. It's stacked. It's collided thrice over. Nature's on 1 HP. Hello?
30 seconds left.
Gravity Well's on site. Tries to stall some space. This Cosmic Divide does a decent job at carving out a good half of it, and Bonnie just trying to get minimal intel without getting caught. Oh, Caillou, that's a disgusting shock dart to catch Nature's last HP. Exa caught by the recon dart, sticking the spike though, and M80 are just gonna wait for this Cosmic Divide to go bye-bye to go for the full-blown 5v3 with help on the way. Spike ticking. M80 here to respond. Is this where they get it done? First spray is good. Cosmic Divide up from the other side, and it's not even fully up before M80 take care of business. The cavalry came calling, and Alvin cleared house. M80 still win on Pearl. The experiment was solid, but it still falls flat for Shopify, and there's no more going back to the drawing board. There is only moving forward to map 4.
Yeah, that was, all things considered, really good coming out from Shopify Rebellion Black. I think one of the biggest issues was that veto, especially given the fact that SRB like running the Taeho into it. Well, veto just kind of knocks all that utility out of the equation completely, which makes it very frustrating. SRB coming out here with a bit of a different look, and you can tell that it was a bit more experimental, but some of their ideas were working. I think maybe just a little bit. The goofiness from M80 made it a little bit closer than it should have been. I think that might have been why Kaplan was getting just a bit more frustrated there, because they should have closed that map out earlier. But at the end of the day, who else but Bonnie to run away with it? I mean, we were seeing that Neon fly consistently, but not just go up into their faces, so consistent on the operator as well, which is what we were expecting Smoke to step into, especially on that chamber. And Smoke still did a really good job, but at the end of the day, Bonnie carries M80 forwards and completely wins out that map.
And he hasn't just been a Neon OTP across this time in Challengers as well. At this point, thanks to his performance this stage, you could make a case for him being the best duelist across 3 different splits of Challengers North America. And he's looking for more. M80 just 1 map away from taking the series, and with it, stage 2 here in Challengers. Breeze is on the cards when we come back.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
Bonnie said, that's mine. That was my overdrive. And now you just gifted it to me. Bro, I never went through the smoke.
Heading into the third map of the series of Pearl, we've seen a very recent matchup between these two teams. So, of course, all eyes on Shopify Rebellion on how they're going to switch it up on the day. We get to see an agent composition change. We get to see a much closer game, but in the end, still not enough up against this Pearl strong M80. Take the map, and now on to series point. I mean, Ash, looking into it, I like some of the ideas that SRB were bringing out, but again, this was always going to be that uphill battle for them.
It really was. And I think it is commendable to, for the side of SRB to found the success that they did at the very least. Sure, it was still a very dominant M80 map, but you do see, the changes that they had to their game plan. I think Dan was talking about it, the fact that in that agent selection, he's talking about how nature being on that sky, it was going to give that opportunity for the side of SRB to try and really lock down those extremities, for having them, fight a bit more forward. Meanwhile, Exa is trying to lock things down on the other side of the map alongside Smoke there. I think what was difficult, though, is that anytime they were trying to find that space into A main, they would put that initial pressure. But then M80 were just so good at converting those fights off the utility usage. And then after they were forcing SRB to give up that control, then they would take that opportunity, dive into site. But that still wasn't enough for them. They continued to push the issue. There were so many times where we saw them already pushing into Seeker, already pushing into Art on those A hits. And it made it so difficult for SRB to get anything going into a lot of those retakes into the first half, because they were just continuously getting outgunned and pressured off of any sort of comfortable positioning.
And it also felt like a lot of the answers were going to rely on what Smoke was able to do early on that B side, B long with that chamber. He had so much impact going into the first half, the reason why they were able to secure a few of those rounds early on. But when it came down to everybody else being able to come in time to flood when the push was actually coming through for M80, that is when the difficulty started to come through. It felt like for Shopify Rebellion Black, it is one of those risks that you have to take. I mean, just yesterday we got the chance to see them play this map with a different composition, with a composition that they were playing before. So you need to switch it up, you need to bring something new, you need to bring those surprises to the grand finals. But it also felt like a lot of the approach that they had, this last minute change, depended on how the defense was going to play out, and unfortunately for them it wasn't enough. But again, props to M80 for how good they played this. They had control on how they wanted to take those fights early on. If they saw there was a stack, there was an instant reaction on how they wanted to take mid and to go to the other side. And also in their protocols when it comes to re-clearing those angles going into that second half, I just felt like M80, yeah, they were losing a few of those rounds, but it felt like it was more on time. But I think no matter what, it was a good play. They were all playing together.
Yeah, they definitely were. I think it's also tough when you're thinking about that attacking side too. Dan was just mentioning how a lot of the pressure was on Smoke to find that success on defense. But then for Satellite, he wasn't really able to get much going with those aggressive pushes, constantly being punished by M80. Then you swap sides into the second half, and he wasn't actually able to get any first bloods, unfortunately, for the Neon player. Just too much, I think, like utility, and with M80 looking to play together, it really was hard for Satellite to get anything going into that second half. And you have to give, I think, a lot of credit for the side of M80. Like, this is also a map where Bonnie went absolutely insane. Like, his entries were crazy. There was just so much, like, power and confidence in in the way that he was executing onto site and making these openings for M80. And then you swap onto defense. That operator becomes really suffocating. Those fast floods coming back in, too. It was definitely a Bonnie matchup. And I think that the team being able to support him in that endeavor, very beautifully played there by M80.
Bonnie popping off is such a known quantity to us. So we're going to highlight somebody else before we get into this next map and that impact. Because sure, Bonnie definitely played lights out. But we got to talk about Caillou, especially too, looking at this map, SRB is switching things up. And the impact that Caillou was able to have here, and not just leading the team, but being able to lead the kills as well.
Especially because, again, it came down to how that second half was going to play out, and it felt like Caillou had the perfect read on how they wanted to go for these retakes, how they needed to back up for a few of the rounds. And again, I think it was 2 or 3 rounds that they lost because of time, but even then they were able to get most of those kills. And you see it here, he's great at finding those openings, at being proactive with the Hunter's Fury, but he's also able to, when he knows he has to back up from that A side, to try to get a little bit going for when the rest of the team is there to retake it with him, to flood with him. So you see him spamming with the Odin. Sometimes you see him when for example, the Cosmic Divide is coming through on the side of Shopify Black, you see him sending those shock darts as well, that is creating a lot of damage and putting a lot of damage on the other side. So it felt like even if it was a 5v5 retake, even if it was a 5v5 late round, there was already a slight advantage coming for M80 because of Caillou.
For sure. Those recons also just lighting the players up on the side of Shopify Rolling Black. Even if they weren't netting kills, it was just so much good information that M80 were able to glean when it came down to the positioning. So they understood how they wanted to approach a lot of those retakes a lot better. I think that that's definitely a map that we expected to be clean here on Pearl here from M80, but SRB Sierra, they still have a chance to keep things alive here on Breeze.
They definitely do, but M80 are now so close to being able to close out the series and become your champions. But looking at Breeze, this one will be quite interesting. Of course, we're getting later in things. SRB's picking it up. You're looking at the records and the history between these two teams, though, on Breeze throughout the split. It was a very close matchup when we saw them way at the beginning of things. And M80, we've also seen a recent switch. So getting into Breeze today, even if it is SRB here, Dan, to be kicking us off, it definitely won't be a free map, and M80 have a real chance of closing it out here.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting. Like you're mentioning, they did play this map when they played the Swiss stage, not the previous matchup, but a little bit ago. And things are going to be different here, very different, especially to how these last 3 maps played out, because this is one of those where you get to see Bonnie and you get to see Smoke playing with the Jet. That is something that in these times you don't get to see very often, unless maybe you're Aspas, for example. But outside of that, you get to see it on Breeze, and that's about it. So I'm very excited to see how it is going to play out. Like you mentioned, it made it also change a little bit of the composition, going for what is currently very meta in VCT Americas, playing with that Viper and Harbor as well. It feels like everybody has been switching to it. I think it's a little bit controversial. Some people really like it. Obviously, it gives you a lot of space as well to play on that A side, but others think that there's different approaches that you can have, and that can be, you know, what we've seen as well on the other side for Shopify Million Black. It felt like the double controller with the Viper and the Astra for the post ones are also great.
For sure. I think also when you're thinking about that Breeze, and Dan's mentioning, you know, the Jets coming out here, I got my eyes on Smoke with how well he did perform on the chamber here on Pearl, how oppressive that operator was, and how he's known, again, really, I think cemented that identity for himself to be the best sniper in stage 2 of Challengers. And I think there's going to be a lot of pressure on him, especially going to be facing up against Nismo's KO that we're expecting heading into Breeze. And we know how much of a kryptonite those splashes can be. Like, he really never misses with that. So I'm going to be really keeping my eyes on how players like Nature, like Satellite, are going to be looking to support Smoke in a lot of those moments, because we know that his timings for Smoke's individual gameplay are so good when it comes down to understanding, okay, I'm expecting the flash to come through, I'll re-peek afterwards, I won't show right away, and it'll be really important for SRB to win out that pistol round so they can get the op online as early as possible.
And I'm looking for the bounce back from Smoke from when we got to see SRB here just yesterday, because SRB, despite looking decently strong on Breeze, had a little bit of a stumble, but getting into it. All right, Ash.
Okay, wait, we're pulling out the Harbor right now for Spaz.
Oh, yeah.
So got a little bit of compositional change here. Well, not change, because it's something that we've seen from M80 previously in that matchup up against ADG, but something that you don't see as often, right? This is what we expect from it. It's something that they've been cooking with. I think the Harbor can definitely be interesting when it comes down to how that utility ends up being used. It adds that additional kind of flexibility, I think, having a secondary wall that you can use to cut up these sites. But I'm curious to see how this is going to kind of pair up against an SRB that constantly look for those fast flood kind of retakes, and Spaz's positioning, especially with how he tends to play on agents like the Viper, on the Omen as well. He likes to take timings through those smokes, but with the Harbor util, you can't do that as much because of the fact that you are going to be able to self-slow. So I'm excited to see this head-to-head.
Yeah, it should be interesting. Again, it's a composition that we've seen more and more in VCT Americas, and a lot of the teams wanting to approach this, especially because of on the attacking side for M80, how you're going to be seeing that A side hit. When you are having a Viper, when you're having a Harbor wall, it's going to be one going up, the other one going down, and then the other way around. That allows them to take space really easily, and that makes Bonnie's job a lot easier when he's trying to get more space. So that is an advantage that you're going to have early on, but it definitely feels like for Shopify Rebellion, Xander is not only playing his comfort agent that he's amazing at, but he's also able to create a little bit of delay for this fast A pushes that you should be expecting for M80. And you can switch it up a little bit. There's a lot of other things that you can do with the Harbor and the Viper, but I'm interested to see if they're actually going to be switching it up, or it should be a bit more of this current meta that we're seeing on Breeze.
I mean, getting into it now, M80 are so close to closing out this grand finals, and a map that has been so close between these two teams before. It's time to see heading into it if this is where M80 can become your champions, or if Shopify Rebellion Black can prolong the series and take it the distance. Let's get to Breeze and find out, and send it back to Tenric and Marks once again.
Thanks, Sierra. One map away from taking this series, and with it, the title for Stage 2. Been a hot minute since M80 was able to take it all the way. But Marcus, it feels like the moment where they are here on the precipice. Shopify Rebellion Black picking Breeze to try to even the score here with a composition that has stood the test of time compared to M80's Swamp Comp.
Yeah, I mean, hey, we're bringing it back. Let's get the caster math back out here, because there's a little bit of data specifically on this composition, and I think it's going in a bit of a different direction than what you're expecting. But the statistics we're looking at right now is M80 facing ADG. They previously beat ADG on this map using no Harbor, but having the Omen instead. But then when they beat ADG again on this map, it was 13-11. So ADG got a couple more rounds, meaning that maybe this composition is just a little bit weaker. Does that totally track? Probably not, but regardless, it's going to be an interesting switch up from M80, and I like the way the desk highlighted it. We've been seeing the teams run this Harbor a little bit more. It's all about that isolation. Utilize all of those walls that are in your arsenal to go for those fast flood-ins and take over so aggressively. And so that is going to be the name of the game as soon as we see M80 deciding to commit to one of those sites.
Playing a bit of a mad scientist role with this map, channeling the current times. Satellite's aiming a little too high for that first approach, so no one's going to take any damage to start, but M80 is still window shopping at the moment. The high tide to force Satellite to go for a very tough shrouded peek, but seems like he might, because M80 are starting to pressure that A site really hard. In we go. Snakebite on default. Bonnie firing through the screen and finding X side. Satellite finally catching up to Nismo, able to land that duel. Smoke held up in front of this smoke, able to get one on the way down. Nature, now that next responder, able to find Alvin as well. And skating around the pyramids, Shopify once again slow things down. The Cove called in on top of Xander's body, isolates Nature, but Bonnie can't land the shots, and the rest of Shopify has come back around. Satellite making the full-blown cut through T. Nets Shopify Rebellion Black, what I believe is their second pistol of the series.
Yeah, and on top of that, I love to see Nature getting fired up like that. Nature finding a couple of kills, not just doing the, yeah, we won it, guys, but the, yeah, we won it, guys. We're seeing the energy really rise up on the side of SRB, and that's exactly what they need if they want to keep this one going. The best success that I have seen this M80 composition run was, I believe, Fnatic likes to run this one in VCT EMEA, and once again, the name of the game for them is fast site hits, because you can use that Harbor to just isolate so much. But of course, we're not seeing that exact same speed as Exa is able to find two already.
The Cove was attempted to be used to make sure that you couldn't spray through the smoke, but instead they'll just spray in front of it and put a quick end to that attempt at a round from M80. So solid beginning to this game for Shopify Rebellion Black's defense. Seems like the speed can match Smoke and Satellite with this double duelist, leaves it so you can be uncertain of where the op is coming from round to round. So M80 can't as confidently just one and done. It feels like they have to get some semblance of information before they approach.
And once again, it just comes down to like how they want to use these walls in order to make sure that they can kind of isolate their targets and allow that space to be taken by Bonnie. One of the other things too is, of course, Bonnie playing this Jet, going more for those dashes, right? I actually wonder whether or not bringing a Neon would have been a little bit better given the play style that you want to see M80 work with. But regardless, Bonnie on this Jet, it's going to be difficult taking that space, but you got to be ever so confident if you want to be able to cleanly move into the sites.
Well, he'll go for the standard approach with the tailwind in the cloud burst. Xander in front of these pyramids, trapped on this nebula he's got set up. Surely M80 has some sort of read for this, right? Taking a couple pot shots, but nothing more than that. They're starting to carve out this site. First with the toxic screen, then with the high tide. They have two different sections that they've cut this into, and it lets M80 divide themselves really unorthodox among this site. Shopify's pretty walled out at the moment, but time's still ticking. They have a good portion of the pool left to try to get this spike defused in the toxic screen as it reprocs. Shopify sense their final opportunity to try to take this bonus away. Couple kills along the way, and X is creeping up, gets a lot done, but Nismo silences it all and keeps two ultimately standing for M80's first round of the game.
Yeah, there we go. Like, that's the type of level that we expect M80 to start to play with a little bit more, get up into their face, make them uncomfortable. You're going to be able to win things out. Of course, M80, they keep 3 of their members alive just at the end there, so they will be able to bonus nice and cleanly into this next round. And when we see SRB go for these retakes, it's really difficult to push in past these double walls. So there is that second of hesitation as to when they want to actually pop that engagement, because even then, as soon as the walls go down, it's going to be very tough to know exactly where M80 are going to be standing. So a lot of question marks, and they have to just make sure that they take the engagement at their own speed if they want to break down those walls to be able to move into the site cleanly.
Code fortified as the recon bolt confirms their collective position, but nothing more. Now they're stuck in the doors for a moment here, and Shopify gets a lot of free damage off of it through the high tide. Xander sprays one down to nearly nil. Smoke can only refrag for one with this outlaw, and M80 has once again gotten this double wall up on the A site for a consistent takeover, and now they'll play that cup and ball game, shuffle positions until Shopify is completely discombobulated. Save for Bonnie on that shred of health. Satellite is now in and attempting to escort the remaining 2 players of Shopify onto this site. Default held. Alvin with this outlaw is done one-shotting, and Satellite will finish his shots as a whole. And Exa, as this wall dissipates, instantly finds Spaz. It's Caillou with the attempted clutch with the slightly worse buy in a crucial period in this attack half. Double shock dart's already used. Snake bite's a little off. So is the recon dart. Caillou sprays his way through the first, and X's timing is so poor against this 1v1. Caillou can just keep toying with him. It's done. It's over. It's the round. M80 ties it up.
Yeah, that's crazy. Oh boy, I think something happened there with Satellite trying to use some of that utility, not exactly going the way that you would have expected it. I just saw it for a second where something flew through towards Caillou, but the fact that it didn't land gave Caillou free reign to continue to poke out here. And yeah, a lot of damage being done by all of the individual players of M80. Yeah, wow, such a clean shot, and then it's
right past his ankles, dude.
So annoying to deal with. M80, they bring that one back, so it's all tied up 2-2 now. Something noteworthy. Exa, crazy, up to 6 kills. I'm a big fan of how Exa navigates around the site on this defense. This is something that is just so well practiced when it comes to Shopify Rebellion Black's defense, specifically on that B site. The Viper consistently reigns supreme, and I'm hoping that we get to see Exa have those pop-off moments again.
Shopify will place a lot of weight on him to start this pistol round from them, as the remainder of Shopify tries to set up some off-kilter cutoffs. Flash drive from Nismo to confirm none of those tucks are in the elbow, but they're finna be, right? Maybe no flank. Okay, Shopify will just default back to B site. Rush down from M80 again, looks clean as can be, no vision really required. Bonnie's got the knives up too and is patrolling the entirety of the rest of the site. So that will be a wash of a round as M80 take over succinctly. Don't have to reveal too much of what they already know Shopify is aware of.
Yeah, I was just about to say, Alvin and Xander have no idea they're just around the corner from one another, but Actually able to get 1 kill, so Spaz going to be checking to try and get a little bit more.
One enemy remaining.
Just clean this up, get your orbs. Yeah, spray through it. Well, that will get Spazzy's Reckoning for next round, as well as the null command available for M80. So actually kind of crucial kills is Shopify is going to be back up to this gun round. But that ult rotation is also looking quite juicy, Marks. I mean, you got 3 that are 1 orb away, and Exit can pop that ult out the gate. So you have a lot of ways to stopgap here.
It's going to be so interesting. If I'm being honest, I imagine this is going to be that fast flood now from M80. When they want to just push in there, just go off of the Reckoning. Giant tidal wave stunning up anybody it kind of touches and providing that cover, allowing SRB, or sorry, pushing SRB out, flushing them out from the site. Such an effective tool. And even then, if they're able to get that retake, or sorry, if they're able to take that site nice, clean, and quickly, then they can use that to prevent the defenders from walking back in for that retake. Namely so, SRB, they take their time out. Very happy to just jump on that one early. Exa, like you said, has that Viper Spit. Could be another tool that they just decide to use Spaz's ultimate to try and neutralize completely. But on the other side, like Nature, just 1 away from having the Hunter's Fury online as well. Still though, it could be all for naught if Nismo just gets into the right position and activates that null command. And even we're starting to see the pieces fit together a little bit more cohesively when it comes to M80's push-ins onto the site. The double wall is making it so much more difficult for SRB to be able to isolate things onto B. And as a result of that, like, they're really struggling. So they make the call to double reinforce it and just use basically Exa and Satellite to reinforce this A site. Given the Viper Spit, it should be enough to do that. And yeah, right away using that just before the null command, or sorry, the 0 point goes off.
Just in time. So Nismo will walk into this and have a vulnerable team beside him, but that owl drone catches Exa, forces him to completely abandon the ship, and that's already your first line of defense eviscerated. M80 have that double wall and can set up securely with the spike already ticking down.
Yeah, multiple layers of it. At a moment's notice, they can activate Alvin's wall too, so they can fall back and still have rounds to go. They've got layers to this.
So much in your way. Exa will start pressing past it, Reckoning up in response, and that'll clear everybody. What a spot from Spaz to catch them all. That's like the entire team blinded for a moment here, and Alvin finds the corner, avoids the relay bolt. That definitely looked like it hit him, I can't lie. But everybody on Shopify is getting either zoned or boxed out, and the remainder does not have time to defuse. M80 will win it 4-2.
Wow. Crazy stuff coming out from M80, but this is really where that composition shines, right? You get the wall up first, and you get that Viper's wall ready to go, and then you've got those 2 layers of defense. And by the time, if you just storm the site and get the spike down as soon as possible, then SRB, like, they take time to regroup. They take time to wait for that first wall to go down. They take time for that second wall to go down. There's so much stall potential. And honestly, so many teams have difficulty trying to understand the level of pace that they need to do in order to counter it. Because if they just fly in, they could be throwing their lives into some crazy crossfire that's set up. It's so difficult and so annoying, but this is exactly how you want to run this composition for MAB.
Can they do it for another 6? The endurance test has plagued M80's win streaks before. And Shopify do tend to find answers. It takes time, but they do. Some peeking out from Bonnie on this Outlaw, which comparatively will only one-shot 2 players at the moment. Xander down to 27. I guess he took 1 bullet, so Outlaw still doesn't kill him.
Quiet as ever right now.
Mid.
Yeah, the drone is just being used to kind of spot things out. SRB are just kind of playing a little bit scared, if I'm being honest. So you're going to use the drone to try and scope out the outside of B, but this rotation is going to be coming around. Exa spots it though.
Xander very tempted to leave this cove, and this is the crossfire that Shopify was able to have in store. The Hunter's Fury right down the archway. Xander is found, but Spaz able to also turn back and get exit too. So picking up the spike, and then Hunter's Fury is a mere interruption. Satellite with the overdrive is late, but Nature meets the cross, and again, it's a pincer that Shopify is going to try to work with. Step out from Spaz, nothing doing, and Alvin will get cleared as well. Nature getting the 4K to get Shopify back on the board.
Yeah, coming alive here. It was a bit of an unconventional push-in from M80, And honestly, I think they get punished because of it. Like, you see that weird positioning there, and I was for sure expecting Xander to be able to walk away and just find something there. In the midst of all that chaos, you see Spaz turn around just at the right second to make sure that Xander doesn't get away with anything. And it comes down to a very close battle, but Nature walking away. Now 10 kills in this map so far. And now, M80, bit of a scattered buy. Satellite going a little bit more exploring, immediately cut out here, but it's gonna be a very early Hunter's Fury coming from Caillou.
Did it take Satellite shooting a couple times to goad that out? Oh, now Xander stepping back in front of it. M80 thinks they have the space, and they definitely do not. Attempted rush down from Alvin with the shotgun, and this buy is not gonna do much at all for M80. They meet the iron wall, and I mean, there's even more where that came from. That was just the 2-stack. You still have Nature as well as Smoke with this up sitting around here. So M80 with the 2v5, still definitely a shot, if not a long one. Will turn and head back towards mid. Cove up to cover the doorways. Caillou's done a challenge Exa. Kid is lit up today.
Oh, man.
And
hate to see that
assisted by the gods, I suppose.
Yeah.
All right, tied up at 4.
Sometimes the Valorant gods will it to happen, and it works out perfectly there. And I gotta say, like, there was a moment where I was gonna be pretty happy about how we get to see M80 take that engagement. We see the Storm Surge come out, and it should work out perfectly, except the, what do you call it? Satellite puts up the wall, and they're able to get out in time. You see the flip around looking for the kill with the shotgun from M80, and they're not able to secure that just because it's behind the wall, and, well, SRB gives them the slip completely. And then it all just kind of falls apart there. SRB are starting to understand how to meet this composition, and it's simply just meet them right at the door. Don't allow them to even enter in onto the site. Don't get yourself into that very precarious situation where the spike gets down really early and suddenly you have to peel back the layers of the walls. Nah, just don't do that at all. Wait for them to walk right into you, instill fear into their hearts so they use a lot of their utility, and then just kill them on the way in. That seems like that is the win condition for the SRB defense. And rightfully so, M80 now going to be taking their time out to try and counter-strat this a bit.
Yeah, this is the right time to call it because Shopify has no real reason to deviate from what they're doing at the moment. It feels so strong to have this trap set up on the A cavern right now. I see every team fall for the same thing. When there's infinite potential coverage beyond the pyramids, once you get out into that open space and try to go for the chase down. It just feels so easy to just stick 3 players on that site, clear out cave, and then turn.
Keep up.
But they'll go back to the 2-1-2, Shopify, up against another solid buy for M80, but this would be the eco toppler for now. Satellite holding it down. Flash into Recon, into Storm Surge. Yeah, they don't want to let him get away with anything. He's out of there, so is the fast lane. Nebula will enshroud Xander's LOS as well. That knife confirming nobody else close by. Satellite just gonna back out to the boxes as this toxic screen will fade away. High Tide still keeping out the second leg, but Satellite staying close, so it requires a trade out from Bonnie. The Owl drone above the High Tide is now actually gonna make him vulnerable too, so he's gotta take a better spot behind this left pyramid. And Spaz, as this High Tide is faded, hasn't been able to get the spike down, so he's gotta use the Cove for it.
A lot of util gets drained out here, and that makes it a little bit easier. Cosmic Divide online for SRB.
Out the gate, too, Reckoning to try to react to it, and they will pretty well. X is still finding Caillou early on, though. Spaz right in front of this ulti is going to be able to find one, but Xander skates around, and they take both ends of that Harbor ulti. Spaz in the 1v3, and Smoke going for the off angle just to make it cleaner, and Shopify can take the lead here on Breeze with another defuse.
Oh, man. Who was expecting Smoke to be asleep at the wheel today? Not me, that's for sure. We see him as well just celebrating, just getting out of his seat. Something you don't really see Smoke do there. Using the Blade Sword and finding those kills, but Shopify have a little bit of a better grasp on how to kind of counter out all these walls, right? It's just be inside of them. Hey, they're gonna try and zone you out. Don't give up the space. Don't get zoned out, just stay inside of it. And then that way, when you see M80 push out to take that additional space, what? They're walking right into the SRB defenders. That's not how they wanted to do it. You could tell M80 were caught off guard when they went past that very first wall that they had set up to get their defense underway. It's that fast flood in from SRB that punishes the M80 kind of ease of pace and expectation that they're going to be able to get that space for free.
Well, here comes the rush down again, this time still with solid guns, but Xander right in front of it, and Bonnie falls quickly. Once again, that was a big part of Shopify being able to beat M80 on defense previously. Spaz the next to fall. There goes your smoker. Xander's able to stick close, and this is another wash of a round. Xander! Hey! He doesn't normally do that.
Hey, listen, after the last time these two teams faced up against each other, I'm saying it's free for Xander. He gets a pass for this one. That's okay.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, yeah. Second timeout now being called by M80. And once again, it's just, you have to play aggressive into that space. And I think Shopify, Rebellion, Black are doing such a good job of that right now. When M80 are pushing in, when they're expecting to just be able to walk through it, it's in that chaos that we see SRB kind of give them the slip, and then all of that kind of space, because once again, M80, you're looking to slice and dice the slide up, break it down into these little sections so that you get a nice easy move in when you've only got to clear out these little spots. But the problem is that they're rushing in and not clearing all of it because they want to set up their walls for that post plant. They're under the impression that they're going to be able to get in quickly, and so they can use those walls on that post plant, but they're just a little bit too slow to make that strategy work effectively. And as a result, there's a little bit of miscommunication on what is actually going on the site, and allowing SRB to find timings through some of those gaps to make sure that they can find those kills before M80 even get their post plant set up or the spike down.
Up I go.
So M80,
That'll work.
I mean, this was a timeout called for 2 rounds. Like, that is a crazy call to make when it leaves you with none on the other half. Hoping they have a lot of confidence in this defensive bit. But granted that they picked this side first, I wouldn't put it past them. What is different this round? It's the eco here for M80, so not the immediate rush down, maybe seeing if anybody can get trapped. And they can. Wow, Satellite gets distracted by a recon bolt? Really?
My goodness.
Seriously, dude?
Oh, jeez. That's good stuff. And now they're going to be able to go in. I should have given that recon. Yeah, the slip.
AX is going to get only 1 free one on the way down. I expected way more with the help of that orb, though. Okay, Bonnie's starting to skate. He's got that rifle up and running as well, as does Caillou. I mean, this is a full-blown 3v3 at this point. M80 has turned this upside down. And even some spam on a nature. Good God. As the high tide fades, though, Spaz doesn't feel secure planning right behind default, so he'll go all the way back behind the pedestal. But the Hunter's Fury thrown defensively lets Smoke take the window. And now that's got to be fought out. He's ready for Caillou too. No way. Give him another. Oh, yeah. He's up and running, folks. It's 7-4 Shopify.
Man, like, Smoke's just like looking at his computer. Did you see that? That's crazy. What did I just do? That's unbelievable. And yeah, all this while, right? Like, you're taking a look at the going in onto the site and stuff like that. M80 are just too slow for it. And still, these gaps are being found for SRB. It feels like right now, the strategic changeup, excuse me, is that, hey, we know they're only going to be going in. Yeah, see, Smoke can't even believe that he hit that. But you know that they're just kind of like taking their time, and SRB are able to move out here. And so we're getting a different look from M80 this time. They have to play it a little bit more slowly. They have to take their time. And in my opinion, that is very counter to what you want to do specifically with this composition, given the fact that those smokes don't last forever. Once you drop them in, they're gone.
Another rush down here from M80. Bonnie. Oh, that's going to go down in the history books. Yeah, Satellite, a little celebratory pump, pump. After those knives do nothing, and Bonnie slowly floats down to an inevitable death. A Satellite still caught up inside. Gets away with Spaz. And M80 are so worse for wear, walking onto the site yet again, despite Exa being late here with the Viper's Pit. But one in response, set up by Alvin, along with Nismo's and Ult Command, making sure no one approaches it early. So this bolstering of ults is short-lived, as Alvin has already fallen. His nature starting to breach that. The double swing onto Nismo, and the personnel dip is starting to shine pretty hard here. Smoke is even ready for the opening here from Caillou. Nails that too. What?
Wallbang headshot? Excuse me? Oh, man. I feel like there's like a handful of maps where we really get to see Smoke shine. One of those being Bind, another one being Lotus, and quite frankly, you know, this is that other map as well. Previously on Core, I believe, when we saw Smoke play, I think it was Yoru here specifically, that was just insane rifling play coming through. And of course, you know, the kills don't necessarily reflect that, but you can see what happens when Smoke starts to heat up. The rest of the team have such an easy job in front of them. And now we swap around. Shopify Rebellion Black are now going to be on the attack. Once again, when it comes to this composition, personally, I still think that M80 should be a little bit stronger on the attack. I've got a lot of questions for how this defense kind of gets set up here. And let's see what M80 have cooked up for us.
Yeah, no timeouts to reset. No real guarantee of how this team has performed defensively against a team of their caliber. Really difficult reputation to try to beat. Staring you down. And it's one that could take you to 5. Oh, Shopify on the pistols. Notably been weaker than M80 on those throughout the series. But the slowness of these rounds from Breeze has really shifted the favor.
Yeah, Spike will go down and all the while. Exa can still set up his wall. Yeah, there it goes, finally.
Yeah.
So plenty of fuel here.
Yeah, they're not even gonna proc it yet. Satellite managed to sneak past to the boxes too. I assume, okay, yeah, with Nismo relegating the peak, they'll assume he's there. Recon Bull knife shot out actually, so you do still have a little bit of util left over, but M80 choose not to try to aggress the screen until they can all together, so they can pack fight and trade their way through it, and good God they will. Wow. Trying to hold against the defuse, Exa does a lot of work.
Okay.
Oh, but the chamber runs out, and with the half already held, M80 are able to hold on and grab another pistol.
I swear. Their pistol rounds are just, hey, let's group up and move in, everybody. Listen, the pistols, they don't shoot that fast, but if there's 5 pistols shooting in the same direction, that's a lot of bullets, and a lot of bullets can find those kills. Exa almost ties it up, but like you said, just has to hit the reload with the bandit. And unfortunately, that allows M80 to be able to get that defuse, or fortunately, because that is the first step in the door for M80 to be able to win this one out. And you look at how they want to play that retake, there's still a lot of the fundamental same idea on that attack. It looks like they still want to be able to chop up the site into little quadrants so that they can kind of focus and then clear it out that way. But that still is a lot of those smokes kind of getting used up in order to claim little areas. And the issue could arise if Shopify Rebellion Black are holding that post plant very far away from the site.
You don't want to let them make their way back over and afford that post-plant spawn space and waste so much time off of just that. And the uncertainties you provide with the toxic screen in addition to that make it so terrifying as well. Cove tossed in by Spaz onto a main just to make sure that that less watched site is unavailable. Smoke buying up into this outlaw has been revealed now with that prior engagement, but with it, Caillou is down to 10 HP.
Keep in mind as well, Bonnie has an outlaw of his own.
Top of the tailwind, yep. Still catches Smoke. One shot to the body. All you need for all of these guys. It's got to be Satellite in next, right? Just to throw him off.
Oh, geez.
Just fire blindly, why not? Satellite hitting a right-click on the pistol, I want to say, on his way in to get one. Gets Bonnie as well, and Exa with this Bulldog is picked up, has managed to snag Alvin. It's all of a sudden a 2v2, but Exa holds the plan as Spaz has made his way up here, and with 12 seconds to go, Satellite's got to clutch up in the 1v2, and Spaz is able to lock that down to okay. Everyone can stop panicking. It's normal again.
I don't know if normal's the right word there, because it genuinely seems like SRB might have been able to win that one out, and it's just the isolation and kill that we see Satellite kind of get with the Neon zip through, and then of course Bonnie holding this outlaw, winning out that duel against Smoke makes it a lot more easier, and honestly it might have been a little bit of a nerf. We see right there, like, you know, they can try to find something walking through with the outlaw in hand, but I almost think that maybe it would have been better if it was just a pistol that time. Regardless though, it will be an awkward buy-up given how the last round went, but SRB, this could be their first chance at trying to win it out, as this is a lot more even than the last round was.
Bonnie's going to hear that owl drone, realize he can't try to go for this peek on the satellite. Caillou going to go on the other side and contest smoke early on, so he's been found out. But no immediate lurker or stack with spike revealed, so M80 is going to keep it pretty conventional. And Nismo now stepping into mid to see if anybody gets antsy there, and indeed, X is going to show his head. No stranger to doing something like that, so Shopify can maintain that neutral status. Toxic Orb thrown up just to make sure that the reset is imminent, and the flash drive to make sure that Shopify isn't being stupid.
And you see immediately, Bonnie almost found somebody. That would have been sick. Such good coordination coming out between these two players, and Bonnie just misses that shot. So Exa will be able to walk away for free. Still, I'm gonna be honest with you, I wasn't expecting Nismo to be the player to take that far forwards advancement on mid.
Stack in from Shopify looks really strong here. Smoke's been found out, but the Cloudburst prevents him from being targeted properly, and so Shopify can take over this site really clean, but Alvin has been stuck up the back, only gets away with one though.
30 seconds
A crucial attempt at the bonus resolved here by Shopify as they maintain the slight advantage ever so slightly. Spaz now the next to flank, and a barrel spot in nature finalized, and now Bonnie coming in, found, but still cracks smoke as the Cove saves his cover. Satellite's gotta go for the plan again. It's once more 10 seconds. The tap is all Spaz needs to convince him of the swing in. Who needs a timeout? We got the bonus. M80's defense looks clean as hell.
Yeah, I wonder if this is the moment where we get to see, well, you know, if time tells us anything, then it will be when M80 wins one more round, and then we're gonna see SRB take their timeout. But yeah, Alvin giving them the slip, I think, was the big thing that kind of won them the round, because that completely opened up their flank and bought just a little bit of additional time for Spaz to get set up. And then suddenly they had to look in two different directions without any committal onto that site to get that spike down completely. It just works out perfectly, the timing for M80 to set up that flank and go through when SRB are not expecting them.
Buys back to trash for Shopify to try to get them, keep them in the lead here. Bonnie walled out, juked away, but Nismo with this cover fire makes it so dangerous for even that Neon to press. Exa somehow gets on the board as per usual. Kid's just always gonna get a kill, but oh man, yeah, Nismo let him hear it, because we're tied up at 8 and 4 rounds in a row on one side. Marcus, what's gonna happen?
Oh,
yeah! Should all acquaint. Okay.
Who gonna see that one coming? But honestly, I think that this is a good moment to just try and take that breather, because you can see there is a little bit more of M80 just being able to steamroll their way over. SRB are being a bit more predictable in how they want to approach those sites, and Nismo walking away with a blind spray and finding 2 people immediately is not what you want to see when you are entering in from mid onto A. It's just, that's just not how you want things to go. And making this a little bit more difficult for SRB is M80 are now 4 ultimate points away from getting 4 different ultimates online. 1 for each of them. Bonnie, Alvin, Spaz, Nismo. All these guys just need 1 more orb. And if they're able to do that and foil this buy-up round for SRB, SRB economy is going to be in the tank. And suddenly, the win condition for M80 becomes completely illuminated. It's just a clear path in front of them to be able to close things out and win the grand finals. This has to be a good round for SRB. Otherwise, M80, that snowball is just going to keep on getting bigger the longer it runs down this hill.
Shopify called their timeout after the 4-round streak from M80 on their attack half, and it made it so they couldn't win another round for the rest of those 12. Shopify needs to do the same here, otherwise it is another economic Jenga game that they will be playing for their tournament life. Immediate knife out from Nismo, not caught, confirms the position of at least 2, potentially 3. Not sure if Xander stepped out. But M80 will call in for the slight reinforcements. That does allow for Smoke to have a decent amount of space to work with in this elbow, though, so Shopify could definitely go for the rotation, and it seems like that's what they're doing. Oh, but it only seems. We step back after the first cut, and we're chilling.
Yeah, they pulled the cloth from out underneath you, man. Like,
they got me so good.
Yeah, here you got X-ray vision on. It's crazy. And now that we see the wall finally go down, I wonder if this is the committal nature going to be investing the 130 just in case. But M80 once again, finger on the pulse. Okay, a little bit of a ping up there confirms the far back position, so that at least gives the information of where all of this is. My eyes, though, are on Smoke, though. The agent in the back line. Let's see if 007 can get away with murder.
Yeah, man, this is an insane position to be in. Bonnie's found him quick, but Smoke has tracked him down, turns back. Alvin quickly takes care of that one, so it's only a 1-for-1 as M80 makes their reapproach onto a pit-ridden A site. Satellite with the overdrive as well. That's a third ultimate tossed in. That's immediately stopped by Nismo's knife, and then the null command tossed in as well. Nothing is going to work against you this time except just the guns, and Shopify's got to let him fire better than ever in order to hold on to their tournament life here. Nismo comes in, gets the one, res his body available. Xander swings through it. Alvin trades it back, but Nature, the last body standing, is able to hold on to both the round and the lead for Shopify Rebellion. Timeout's doing the work.
That is such a scary prospect to go up against. When M80, you see Nismo get a single kill, null command activated. Oh no, the Terminator's walking in onto us. And you see some of the members of SRB get bulldozed by M80, just deathballing their way in onto it. But Xander and Nature, these two players always come in clutch for SRB in those post-plant scenarios when you're down to just a couple members left. The front row has gone down. Satellite and Smoke went in there. They got their job done. And now it's just up to that backline to make sure things work. But, you know, we're going to assume that might have been a misclick after I hyped Nature up a bunch.
Nature was clearing cave steps, bro. You don't even know.
Hey, you never know. I sure.
Knife back again. I mean, are we just running back the last round, man? Smoke is in the same spot. Xander's in the same spot. Bonnie's now moved up, but only because he has the Bucky and the knives. So he's got to be kind of the bullhorn.
Very patient this time around.
Yeah.
Smoke going to be taking the lead here. Spaz should get that information as Bonnie's just looking for that close range battle with the knives out. So though, a lot of ultimates for M80 on the board.
Please, anything but forcing them to peek first. Yeah, that poison orb will let them all go by. No spray to give away the nest position. Nismo watching the door and the fragment now down. Bonnie with these knives out is ready to hit these at a moment's notice, but the Cosmic Divide actually does a good job of preventing him from being able to get inside. But the noise that gets cut on that tailwind makes it so he can get back faster. Alvin's able to get the frag on the inside, but Exit does shut out Bonnie's approach. So M80 is still a little boxed away, and with that flash into the reckoning, the space is still relatively limited. Nature has not been fully cleared out yet. The knife will only confirm that position. High tide falling, forcing Smoke a little bit out into the wilderness. Will give away his spot, but nothing to flush him. 12 seconds to go. Shopify will finally go for this spike plant with minimal HP and not much positioning to show for it. Cove refreshed will let M80 waltz around these pyramids, but Nismo on a fraction of health right now forces the fight to be piecemeal. 2 stuck in the Cove. Spaz not ready for this at all. No member of M80 is. Oh, but now the jump back through on the other end. And the reinforcement. Here's the full-blown fight. Big shock dart from Nature. Gets rid of one, and Smoke dinks it up with the Guardian to hold on to yet another round for Shopify.
Yeah, we're seeing SRB really start to come online there, and maybe it's a couple of nerves come through on the M80 side. I know we started this round with making fun of maybe not the perfect recon dart there, but Nature definitely makes up for it in the end. And honestly, it's kind of bad because on the other side, Caillou uses that shock bolt, which was supposed to deny the spike plant or make it so that you're able to secure that kill. And I'm pretty sure it was supposed to land probably, but unfortunately it has a weird bounce and unfortunately pings up their own team. And suddenly M80 had a lot more difficulty on that retake there. So let's see how they go this time. Shopify Rebellion Black 3 rounds away from taking us to that map number 5. And honestly, for grand finals of stage 2, wouldn't have it any other way.
Last buy for M80 consecutively here. From here, it could be smooth sailing for Shopify into map 5. Sprays from Spaz, unafraid to give away his position with the help of 2 toxic screens obfuscating him this time. Nobody around on site. Waiting for the rest of the team to make their way back. Yeah, this 2-stack was the weaker site, so M80 want to take their sweet time, make sure they can confirm these spots. Smoke gonna hop out and confirm his with these knives active. Again, just unafraid to be that first point of contact. Nismo in very isolated thanks to the help of that Nebula. That's major. And now the rushdown necessitated here by Bonnie and friends. Nature and Satellite just holding court on site, barely even needing to move. And Alvin, with that pit having been used on the other site as well, and with a gun that could not possibly contest any remaining member, he will leave himself to fate. as we will leave ourselves to the wins here. Marcus, it's 11-8. Shopify's 2 rounds out from taking us to split.
Oh boy, it's gonna happen, man. It's gonna happen. SRB, they're so close to tasting that victory on this map, and honestly, you can tell M80, like, the other issue with that last round is they invested so heavily, all of those ultimates, to try and get that snowball rolling and fall flat on it. And now they barely have anything to work off of, except Caillou being 1 orb away from getting the Hunter's Fury online. Meanwhile, Nature does have a Hunter's Fury of his own, and so there is the potential for trading right now. And as we get closer and closer, SRB, you see the heat up happening. They're playing more and more confidently here. Let's just hope that it doesn't border into overconfidence, because that's when M80 are ready to strike, and you know they're still going to be good for it.
To be able to do it here would be major. Shopify still in a bit of a cheeky position, especially with their ult rotations. Nature has been keen to use those Hunter's Furies early previously. If you can goad it out and then swarm, always a chance when it comes to a team like M80. Caillou also went out from his own ulti. Could be used to do any number of things on a map like this. Seems like Bonnie's elbow may have gotten spotted. Smoke given a little I know you're there shot. Cloudburst in retaliation. Mutual respect between Jet Ops.
There they are.
Recon bolt from Caillou's great to catch Nature, but it's ultimately a trap setup as Nismo gets caught. Caillou can still refrag and does know of Smoke's position, but able to escape. And Alvin! Good God! Sometimes it really is just one guy that needs to do it, right?
Yep.
Walks in, right in front of 2. Goodbye. Now running up mid here, Caillou's tucked up as well. The shots are not nearly as good from him, though. And they need to be body! That was through his own Cloudburst. I'm gonna die.
No, silly, that was Smoke. Now, Xander, we'll be able to get this plant down, but it's shopping right now for M80. They're gonna be able to get all the guns that they need here, and they will be coming in fast. A good use of just trying to use the bonk there to stall for a bit more time and smoke that one off, but Xander has to be so careful of all these different angles M80 could approach from.
Yeah, there's so much uncertainty in this, but if he only has one lineup to check, there's no telling what he may be capable of. Bonnie falls first, and the slow creep up by the double. You can feel it happening, right? You can feel it happening! 1 away from the 4, for the 12th, for the clutch, for the chance at a 5th, at a championship in stage 2. Xander is certain!
Oh, Xander with a nice 4-piece at the end there. Exa getting out of his seat just to dab up his teammate. Xander walking away with it, in which was a crazy round from M80. Just doing such a good job at finding those timings and shutting anything down. Alvin walks out at just the right time, finds Exa, finds Satellite just with 2 Cherif shots, and it was really looking like M80 were gonna come right back into this one. But no, Xander clutches it up in this 1v3. Perfect isolation of all these different corners and then using the util. So smart from Astra. And that will be more than enough. And yeah, Xander's like, I know what I did. Check it out. Now, SRB up to 12-8. And it seems more and more likely like we will be going to split after this map.
Oh, man. God, seeing the boot camp for Shopify giving me goosebumps, dude. Like, just seeing the brotherhood there and how much it means to them being all together across this whole playoffs. It's so cool.
Yeah, 100%.
And wow, I mean, look at how these timeouts have resulted. Like 2 4-round streaks just stop dead in their tracks just by talking for 30 seconds.
Hey, man. Sometimes communication is the success that all of us need in our lives. What can I tell you? Just make sure that, yeah, like all of these guys are going to be on the same page and be able to pull things back. I mean, you can tell that a lot of these times, these teams, especially at the Challengers level, they kind of get into a rut, right? Like they're just like doing the same thing, hoping for different results, and they don't really see any way out of it. And so then instead they kind of start throwing because they're like, well, if this strategy isn't working, then we're just going to kind of run it down. And that was one of the things coming into this matchup between SRB and M80 that was going to be really exciting. Both of these teams have very deep playbooks, and we're finally getting to see quite a bit of it come out. And I think that those timeouts are an excellent time to remind those players, hey, if we're noticing this, let's just go to this. Let's calm it down. Let's not overextend ourselves.
Reel it back in. Maintain that composure. Bonnie, ice cold for one. Gets out before committing to the second. Good call. That would have been a tough swing, buddy.
Toxin screen down.
Well, they're at least able to recover the spike, but that's, you know, all of those Astra smokes gone and the Cosmic Divide, which genuinely I think was the win condition for SRB. They were planning to play off of that one, given the fact that Astra's usually the agent who's going to be safe.
X has made his way all the way up to A main here, but it might just not matter because Shopify's broken through B. High tide up.
Okay.
Whoa, Caillou finding the timing on a 2. Quick cutoff.
This is bad.
For a round that could very well be M80's. Nismo is even turned around temporarily here for exit, but not at the right time. So Satellite's actually going to go hang out with Bestie. Caillou will turn back, only one more direction to look, and Exit knows that there is no time to even contest that defusal, so he would much rather just save that rifle for an economy that Shopify is still trying to hold on to 3 rounds strong. M80 lessen the gap by a bit.
Man, once again, I really think that the plan coming into that round was, hey, let's play off the Cosmic Divide. And it's so unlucky for Shopify, but great for M80 that Bonnie goes for that peek, immediately finds the Astra, gets in, gets out, still alive in the midst of all of that. And that is that Bonnie special, the first blood kind of going his way. There's a reason why Bonnie is one of the best, or sorry, the best stats player in VCL North America. And just
now
like
Jack's
that,
gone.
I mean, it's just so impactful, right? Like that's the round all kind of taken away. And now Smoke gonna be challenging this off.
Yeah, really well. Bonnie daring to inch into that. Suboptimal position. Smoke punishes very easily there. And that is M80's more consistent win con already thrust down into the drain. But everybody from Shopify is playing surprisingly singular at the moment. Smoke on doors, Satellite on elbow, and Xander on his lonesome looking for the window peek at first. Smoke trying to find another op shot here. Nismo on the off angle in the doors. It's who clicks first. Oh, unless you don't get your operator out. Wait a minute. Let Smoke cook here, because wait, that holster was actually kind of a fun way to get Nismo to buckle. The knife thrown into the tailwind. Yeah, both sides will just retreat. Cosmic Divide on top of the site, and we're going default position into A site. Hunter's Fury in to try to clear the board on the way down, but the double duelist is like not here yet, so it's a bit of an awkward dash. Still, Nature finds Spaz. Hunter's Fury in response now from Caillou. It feels like M80 want to try and hold on to this now, but with the lack of range and the lack of noise as well, they think this is a fake.
There's no way.
They re-clear B first. SRB has so much free time with this plan in the 5v3. That's a massive mistake.
The neural pathways connecting for SRB. And on top of that too, Caillou cancels the ultimate. Could have gotten at least that information, but drops that one down. Now 3v5, Caillou leading the charge.
Nature first peek out confirms at least one member's position. Rest on the way here. Nismo throwing the fragment gets his as Alvin has to take the place of a very weak Caillou. Now the Molly inside on the boxes, so Satellite's the next vulnerable one, but Exa has that cover fire. Nismo having to do it all, and he simply can't this time. You're damn right we're going to 5. These are the 2 best goddamn teams in North America, and they're gonna show you.
Oh, brother, just at the end there, you hate for that to be the round that M80 lose, where they simply just pick wrong, and they go the wrong way, and it doesn't quite work out. Coming into this map, I know the desk had a lot of questions about how this harbor was going to fit into the composition on a breeze, and I gotta say, M80, they did have a couple of good ideas, but you could tell it just wasn't fully solidified just quite yet. I think it wasn't going in the proper way that they wanted. The pace wasn't exactly how they wanted. We saw those moments of brilliance where the harbor suddenly was getting immense value, but across the board, when it comes to Shopify Rebellion Black, I mean, these guys are feeling it right now, and this is a practiced, tried and true composition that they brought in. They knew exactly what they were doing, and of course they're gonna walk away, and of course they're gonna force out map number 5.
And it relieves us of all the open spaces that have previously let these teams be able to get away with more and more. We saw it on Lotus, we saw it on Breeze here for Shopify, we saw it on M80's wins, able to make the space making honestly kind of unmanageable just because of how big these maps are. M80 unfortunately not matching up to the ability that Shopify had to just cut off those interruptions and get those heals back in the floor. They want it as badly as anyone else. They were here last grand finals, damn. So, I mean, like, you would think they would want it. But only one team can have it. It ends on map 5. That is all that is left tonight. We take things to split. Y'all better tighten up. We'll be right back.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
He said, that's mine. That was my overdrive. And now you just gifted it to me. Brought everyone through the smoke, following where the sneakers guided him. And now against the corner, against the odds. And the turns it all.
With M80 on series point, it was time to put our sights on Breeze as SRB trying to take it into a map number 5. They win the pistol, they get ahead in rounds, and M80 can't quite seem to catch up. 13-9 in the end for SRB to take us into another map. Ash, we got everything in this series. We got this full map, we had the drama, we got the heroics, and now we'll get a map number 5 between these two teams.
I'm so excited, and I can't believe that we're going, and I can believe that we're going to that map of split. But focusing back in on Breeze, like you were saying, Sierra, we got a little bit of everything, like insane pop-off moments, clutches. And I think that for me, what was really stands out was that first half to set SRB up for success, to be able to close this map out in the first place, like ending that 8-4. And they were so good and proactive. I feel like on defense, we constantly saw Satellite with these mid walkdowns, either towards pillar or elbow, depending on if the likes of M80 were hitting towards that B site or into A. A lot of success off the back of the timeouts, like Tenric had talked about as well, to really stop that momentum that we saw M80 getting once those rifles came into play. The collapses were just really nicely done there by the likes of SRB on defense. They kind of did that conditioning with that mid aggression, and then it did enough, you know, for M80 to have to be aware of that, and just constant and insane flanks like the one that we're just seeing here from Smoke with that operator as well. Very perfectly played defense for the likes of SRB to kick off Freeze.
And that really made all the difference going into the first half. We didn't really know how it was gonna play out. We talked about the difference in composition since the last time that these two teams played each other, and it was all that space early on. The Shopify Berlin Black were able to get on the defense. You're punishing a little bit of that composition on the other side, a little bit of that positioning, whether it's for a few of those retakes, or if you are trying to get some space for those M80 slower rounds that we got the chance to see early on. But yeah, like you're saying, Ash, it's also a lot of hero plays that sometimes they played out in the way that these teams wanted, and sometimes it's just a 3K, a 4K that ends up getting punished towards the end. So you didn't really know what way it was going to go at the end of the round, and that's why you see so many clutches, so many multi-frags, and so much momentum as well for all of these teams. 4 rounds in a row for M80 going into the second half after winning the pistol. You think that that is going to allow them to make that full comeback, but they just match the score, and that is all the rounds they get pretty much.
And it's just insane, like the way that it happens. I feel like even those SRB wins, you're talking about how they're able to shut down the momentum from M80. We got to go back to those heroics. Even what Xander is celebrating right here, that 4K in the 1v3 scenario was absolutely perfectly played by him. But those were close rounds still. Like, it felt like those rounds, like 17 through 20, were rounds where that M80 could have taken away in a different, if things had gone just like a little bit differently. A lot of the times it really came right down to the wire in some of those final fights, battling to buy that time for that spike, to try and deny that defuse from coming through. I think that it was a really fun map to watch, though. All in all, with everything kind of being thrown into the server there, it was a beautiful mix of like macro play, micro moments, and it makes me so excited to be taking this series all the way to 5.
Yeah, I was just sitting here, and it's like, as cool as it would be to see M80 win, I would love to see this series go on as well. So the fact we get traded into a map number 5 is amazing, and you can see everyone truly giving it their all out there. I mean, we again talk about those heroics. We get to see clutches coming out from both teams. Some of the shots the players were hitting, I mean, Alvin's 2K and Dan's freaking out in the green room. I mean, the clutch that we get to see from Xander. I mean, Dan, we've really got to see everyone really digging deep to try and get this win.
The Xander 1v3 was massive. Yeah, it was an eco round on the other side for M80, but the way that he plays it around, he isolates the duels, he plays around his utility. Again, this is why he's just incredible when it comes to the controller role, and it's something that we highlighted early on when it comes to the Astra utility or the way that he plays those clutches. This is something that Xander has been known for forever, and that really allowed the momentum for Shopify Rebellion Black to go their way once again, because they were kind of losing it a little bit into that second half, but he denies it every time. And yeah, like you said, a lot of hero plays as well. I feel like Nature we continue to highlight on the Sky and a few of the other agents that we've talked about with him. But for this Sova and the way that this map plays out, it feels like it keeps it simple enough that allows him to shine after he is sending those darts and he's getting that info for Smoke and for Satellite.
And then being able to perform at this level here for Nature, on top of being the one who's doing the calling on the side of SRB, and again, just calling back to how proactive they were here on Breeze, how good they were about, you know, retaking that space once they had to give up control elsewhere. They were so quick to get on top of those timings. So I really got to give a lot of credit to Nature there for his ability to understand what M80 were looking to do, reading into how they wanted to kind of counter that. And now I'm expecting that same high level of reads coming out from players like Nature. I know Xander also with that mid-rounding to really help SRB try and take things over the line going into split.
And between these two teams now, the best two teams that we have in North America Challengers, only one map remains to determine our stage 2 champions. And this is a map we got to see in that upper finals. An SRB that was oh so confident going into a series, but it was split. That was the beginning of their end there. Now that is the map up in the air. M80, Dan, we had only seen them play this, like we hadn't seen it before that series, and they came out of the gate strong. But now that SRB has some information, is this gonna level the playing field? Is this gonna be a map that goes that distance?
It should be, for sure. I think when we went into the series today, we had our questions. We were honestly a little bit worried about Shopify Rebellion and what they were going to do here, especially because of how strong the advantage seemed for M80. But when it comes down to split, this is one of the best maps that we saw recently for Shopify Rebellion. Yes, they lost against M80 in the upper final, but we saw a lot of signs in the way that they wanted to play it. It just felt like it was an M80 that was really proactive and that was punishing a lot of the mid plays that you saw for Shopify Rebellion. So as long as once they were able to get that space, it felt like Shopify, they couldn't find an answer on the defense. But it's just also one of those maps that you look at, and once you see what the gaps were in that series, you should be able to correct pretty easily. I mean, the composition is allowing you to do so with that Viper, with the Vice as well for M80, and then on the other side, once again, for Nature, that should be on the sky getting that info early on. So I think it should be closer. I think the most poetic way to end it should be maybe a little bit of an overtime, but we'll see.
I definitely have to agree with Dan on that. Just being able to have a better understanding of how M80 wanted to approach that map of split. Sarah, you're calling back to that matchup and how it was the first time we were seeing M80 play that. Not just that, it was the first time that SRB were playing up against a Vice composition in this stage on split as well. Previously, they've been playing up against the double controller, some of those Sages coming through, but not really having to deal with that Vice utility early on. And I think that was a little bit of the trouble that was spelled there for SRB the last time these two teams faced off on split in the upper finals. It was a lot of, you know, dealing with that Vice util a little bit later, not really knowing how to bait it out and what timings they wanted to take. So they should have a better understanding of that. And the other thing is that they also get to start out on this defensive side here for the side of SRB as well. They did kick things off last time. It was a 4-8 half SRB. I want to see them picking up that pistol round. Of course, I'm a little bit biased because I have them in my prediction, so I want them winning this one out. But I think M80, they definitely gave them a run for their money for their first showing on this map.
I mean, getting our agents, we get to see the run back. Before we get into the match, Dan, biggest thing that you're looking for going into the match to determine our champion?
It's going to be when the compositions remain the same and they played each other so recently, is who was able to adapt in those mid rounds better. I mentioned it when M80 won this map recently, it was a lot of the attack side mid plays that they were doing, whether they ended up towards B or they just got that mid control, got a pick, back tap, and all play together. M80 are amazing at playing together, trading each other. So that is going to be for Shopify Rebellion the one thing that they have to punish. And for Shopify, a bit more of what we just saw on the defense for Breeze, getting a bit more proactive. You're having a double duelist, you need these rounds early on, and you have the composition to do so. It feels like both of these teams are playing to their strengths in this map of split, and it's going to depend on how and who is going to get the upper hand when things are getting a little bit more messy.
From early on in stage 2, it seemed like a meeting of these two teams in the grand finals was just kind of meant to be. Now we are here. It's a series that has gone the distance, and now it all comes down to split. Can it be Shopify Rebellion Black to improve upon their finalist performance and get that win for themselves, or this revamped M80 to go ahead and take it all? Let's head to our final map of the series. Let's get to split and send it back over to the final time today to Tenric and Marks.
Thanks, Sierra. And she's right. One final opportunity for either of these teams to seal their tournament fate, to get those extra 15 points, and with it, the clearest shot at Sao Paulo out of any team here in North America. Marcus, this match doesn't mean everything, but this game is pretty close.
You know, I was sitting here trying to think of a way to, like, what we were going to talk about between these two teams. And the only thing I could come down to was how crazy it is that we're seeing M80 and Shopify Rebellion Black go up against each other in a 5-map banger all the way to the end. And sure, we've seen some goofiness in some of the earlier maps, but honestly, both of these teams have been playing such high-level competitive Valorant, and I think that honestly, like, big praise going to all of the players that are in this match currently, and all of the coaching staff that have, once again, we got Effies, we got Kaplan. There's a lot of stuff going on behind the scenes to bring these players to this level, but I wouldn't have it any other way as we get into map number 5 here, which once again, we got to see M80 beat Shopify Rebellion Black just a couple days ago, but like the Dusk was saying, some of their ideas were still there, and I think Shopify can make this one work.
Can the dust settle in time for Shopify to make their last resurgence necessary to take the tournament and negate M80's climb through the winner's bracket? A rematch that we'll no doubt see again with this region. This is what you wanted, right? Two best teams. They were building since the beginning. They had that vision of going to champions, to playing in Sao Paulo against America's greatest. And you know for a fact, one of them will have the leading blow towards that dream after this game. First bird out in response, Smoke to swing off of it. Immediate response from the rest of the stack, but Smoke is keyed into it, and now comes the swing from Shopify, but it's held down, then bolted, then cleared by Alvin, and it's ultimately a 3 for 2 that M80 still have 40 seconds to play off of. Trying to funnel into the back hall to swarm Exa, but instead they'll just take it as an excuse to turn back towards the B site, and Exa on 1 HP is still trying to field him out.
Yeah, Exa will be able to escape with their lives, but this is the right call for M80. Take yourselves over to that B site, get the spike down nice and easy. Satellite finding the kill on to Alvin. No more shenanigans happening down to this 2v2. Everybody in the server low.
Not even 50 health total on the side of Shopify.
Last player standing.
Feather tip will tick X's life off, and Satellite happy to give himself away if it means making the space and taking the fight. That's just what Neons do. Spaz cleared away. One more to go. And Spawn already cleared away.
Yeah.
Bonnie gets the head tap with the classic on the next come out. And M80 have enough resources to persevere and take round 1.
Yeah, another M80 round. M80 pistol round, sorry. They're so clean with it all the time. This brawl was crazy. I thought that it was such a good util combination we see from Shopify Rebellion Black. And then somehow Alvin just walks in and is just like, don't worry guys, I got this. And headshots everybody in the middle of that chaos, making it so that 3 members go down on SRB. And M80, they scoop up that first pistol round. And of course, we have to just build some suspense, don't we? As we have a tech pause just to kick off this final map here. But yeah, hopefully this one gets resolved soon, because I'm itching to see how this one is actually going to be playing out, because there is not a lot to say just off of a very first pistol round here.
Gotta have a little something for everybody in this map 5, right?
Someone who
Truly
couldn't like
somebody.
miss the bathroom, you know? This is the time.
Yeah, exactly. Everybody, you know, go walk your dog, go tell your parents you love, whatever you gotta do in this.
Hey, that one's
I don't know
important
what you guys
anytime.
do.
You don't need a tech pause for that.
Does chat do that here? Do you guys? Well,
you know. Hey, it was quick
We're
though,
back!
so we're
Yes!
right back into things. Let's go. M80,
Oh, we're
lots
saved.
of weapons coming in.
quick snake bite out here from Spaz to make sure that Satellite doesn't get too up in arms to try to take that A clear, because that'll let M80 clear out in mid a lot more slowly and consistently.
It's this middle presence once again. Desk highlighted it. It was so difficult for SRB to deal with. And you know, M80, they're going to be sticking to what works. Can you taking point?
In before the relay bolt, so Smoke can still get the refrag before getting stunned. And as the pinch comes through from Nature with that pistol, M80 needs a little extra pressure letting Smoke get out. Paranoia back in. Nismo's just gonna fire through it. He was the top frag in the previous game of split between these two teams. Bonnie and Satellite were the bottom frags of both the previous stint on split between these two teams, and they're currently the bot frags of both of their teams this series. Satellite attempting the clutch will be met by that bot frag ditto in Bonnie. These Neons know what they're capable of and know what they're responsible for on a map like this. They understand the numbers don't mean jack when it comes to the scoreboard, and Bonnie already proven to at least do his part of the legwork when it comes to these opening two.
100%. And you know, like throughout the entirety of stage 2, it felt like we were always putting Satellite and Bonnie up against each other, right? In those fun little head-to-heads that we put in the analyst section of the show. But at the same time, like you can see the first round came down to Satellite versus Bonnie. That time you see Satellite try and challenge Bonnie as well. I think these two Neons are going to be very telling as to which team wins because, you know, we've highlighted so many different players on both of these rosters, but I think it's about time we get to see that step up from the Neon really paving the way forwards for the teams.
Let's see that action. Let's see a Shopify round. Satellite once again contesting Bonnie and once again losing. This time to the double shot outlaw. And even then, I mean, Bonnie will retreat back to the crowd so that the bird doesn't necessarily peek him. And they can take this fight again, storm the front. Nature's now standing kind of alone. The Paranoia plus the C's has him completely dead to rights, but Smoke patrolling from screens with no smoke in his way, and Nature stunned, but still able to find two. Means that Shopify may win this bonus yet. Taking up ramps, Caillou gets the one, but Exa gets the lineup and finishes this concretely. We do indeed have a game 5 on our hands, folks.
And yeah, that was all off of Nature's back. I mean, Nature has been heating up this series, has been looking so dominant. There have been rounds where, you know, SRB a little bit more quiet when it came to Nature's performance. But this time around, like, this guy just seems to be in the right place at the right time and has such good understanding. And of course, like, you know M80 were feeling the pressure there. That's why they went for that double swing, allowing Exa to find that collat there as we get into the swing of things. SRB full rifles across the board, M80 going to match them. Let's see how X is going to continue to defend this middle point here. As once again, M80 look to pressure that, look to claim that space while they utilize their outskirts members, Alvin and Spaz, to try and gain space on the main attack ways going to these sites.
Go, go, go.
Slowly but surely carving out mid, and it's not slow or short anymore as the fast lane goes up, but Bonnie doesn't. In fact, it's Nismo with this slow walk up. That's a really cheeky trap. Now you can freeze again. You can force Shopify to get antsy again.
You can see Exa has to pay so much respect to that, understanding how often that was hit last time. And M80, they make their way very slowly towards that A site. Satellite going to be watching up top. Get a little bit of information to confirm, and that will give it away.
And so in M80 goes. Ramp presence is not stopped just yet. But there's no telling if Shopify has an excuse to cut into it or not. With Spaz holding so far and Alvin with the cross. What do you even... You don't have much to engage with. You only have one bird.
Oh. It's going to be very slow, but Satellite could go fast. See where the fast lane gets set up too.
Already gone, guiding light, Satellite dropping in. There's a chunk of health on the way down, and Caillou can just spray it through. Has a nice angle, but Nature will just frag it back after he sticks around. Bonnie now the next checkpoint. And trying to carve out the back hallway. Yeah, Shopify's cornered, and M80's got it. 4 standing, they got rifles for days now.
Good stuff coming through from M80. You could tell the little bit of uncomfortability there, given what they had left in their pockets for SRB. Trying to run through, find their opportunity, but it's Caillou just anchoring things down, and then the rest of the members just playing so well around it. Nismo and Bonnie specifically, just weaving their way around the site, making sure to keep all of those angles locked down. And SRB, they just walk into the gunfire before they can even find any opening in order to find those kills early. It's going to be the awkward buy coming through from SRB. This time, 2 Buckies in hands of Satellite and Smoke. It's M80, once again, hey, let's claim that middle space before we make a decision anywhere.
Bonnie trying to force a close contest. Exa seems like the easiest bait to throw at that at the moment. Nature throwing the bird from CT. If anybody buckles, this confirms the placement. Everybody's so terrified, dude. M80 does not want to hit a stack right now. They know that there's shotguns on the field.
Yeah.
And they're right. Smoke on tower, satellite on A main, and M80 is veering towards the ladder with just a little bonus material on the other. Oh, Bonnie snaps it and still gets Exa. Wow. Technicality abound here for M80's players, and second shotgun won't do a thing either. We flawless here?
Yeah, there we go. Dog, I was so worried you jinxed that. I was like, please, just give them a flawless
Never in my life
like,
have I done anything like that
every
before.
single time you're like, oh, and it should be, oh, and then they get a kill. And you're like, that's cool, I guess. But thankfully, M80 are able to get that flawless round. And yeah, just Bonnie kneecapping Smoke there. That was kind of a crazy flick. But still, we're seeing a lot of the same issues really showcase their head here on the side of this SRB defense. And at the same time, like, it just feels like it's a lot more cohesive when it comes to the spread for M80 throughout the entire map. I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you, it doesn't really feel like they're doing anything too crazy or have some like cool strats baked up. It all feels very basic, but it's working out so well just because they're being so methodical, and once again, they're playing really well together, and that always helps. So, gonna be going in fast, but Convergent pass on one.
Yeah, the shear does prevent more than just the 3 from getting on, and in fact, the TP back from Nismo is a little questionable there because it leaves Alvin and Bonnie stranded. Spaz re-entering, trying to save up for this, and the Poison Orb does let him get inside for free. Not sure who's detected this, but Spaz is looking up towards heaven and not towards the double swing at his feet. So it's a 4v2 now as Shopify overly control B-side, and with the Seekers procced, M80 decide to fully turn. With a minute to go, though, you would still be tempted to take the A side, even if SRB is going to meet you here.
Just a great timing with the convergent paths from Smoke. Makes it so awkward, and you can see the panic across M80, exactly like you said. There's no backing out, kind of leaving Bonnie and Alvin stranded in a corner. Works out perfectly for SRB, but M80, they're still into this one, and they've got both Caillou and Nismo alive. And these two players, you know they can frag out when they need to.
Caillou's got the Haunt in 5 as well, tucked up on the first choke of the screen.
Careful here.
So he's gonna opt not to use it, I suppose. Oh, Nismo covers. Mid-smoke. He's Caillou in a bit of a sandwich. There's the overdrive pop, but nobody walks past Caillou. They all just go behind him. Caillou might get a cheeky backstab. No, Xander's watching the 6, and now Satellite can go crazy, go stupid with this ulti. That is the round that Shopify needed to get back on their feet, and they will. It's 2-4 on the board.
Yeah, that's good stuff there coming through from SRB. Earlier in this series, we saw them not necessarily clearing every single corner, just kind of, you know, looking forwards, W key, and expecting them to find it. But they, at this point, understand that M80 like to be a little bit more snaky around the site, like to be a little bit more crazy with some of their positions, and now they're making sure to clear everything and watch their backs. Xander turning around was what they needed because there was a real opportunity for Caillou to walk out there and find 2, and suddenly the advantage would have swung back to M80's side. So a good stabilization round for Shopify Rebellion Black. But on M80's side, they've got 4 ultimates here, and I imagine this is going to be the round that they kind of let them go, build their economy a little bit stronger, and honestly just completely dominate Shopify Rebellion.
It would be ideal to split the rotation between the next 2 rounds so you stomp that economic flame out, but there's no perfect world at this point. It's game 5 in the finals. M80 is going to take what they can get when they can get it. Exa catching 2. The Haunt does not catch him, so Spaz has to frag back. And Shopify get an instant advantage in a crucial economic round here, as M80 are forced to just play to what strength they have left, and that would be the vent after they got rid of Exa.
Good wraparound as well. Satellite could be watching it from this side, but Nature watching spawn. It opens up an opportunity for a little bit of a pinch to come through. I imagine once the information gives up that this is going to be an A-side hit, they're going to wait to regroup, if not look for those cheeky kills. And then after that, SRB are going to have to make this 4v3 retake happen, but I wonder if this is the round that Spaz uses the Viper Spit. Try and get that space after the spike goes down, if Spaz wins this kill.
Steps heard, he checks Nature. And I feel like you're right. I feel like that pit's gonna go up. Oh, but Satellite's here early, might catch the screen. Pit's out. No, Caillou covers after the bite. Doesn't manage to catch him. So the pit will in fact go up, and now with a 3v2 in its toe as well. Damn, Steel Garden too. Okay. Y'all really want to win this round.
I mean, it's a very important round for them to be able to win. Make sure that they've got enough money to keep themselves going while it punishes the economy of Shopify Rebellion Black. And yeah, given the fact that Smoke has that operator, we see round after round SRB just decide to go for these saves. It's so important for M80 to start to chain together these rounds early. Once again, this is the final map, so whoever can gain a little bit more of a mental advantage at this point, given the fact we've gone the distance for all 5 maps, you know, it's gonna pay in dividends towards the end of this.
And it's easy to forget how much a mental toll a best of 5 can take on even these seasoned players. I mean, the only guy in his rookie season in this entire lobby is Smoke. But even so,
yeah,
everyone here, they definitely feel when that mental weight starts to hit. And Shopify having to save these 2 guns, a very awkward round after M80 still have a couple of ults that they have yet to expend for this upcoming. I mean, this is the fulcrum for Shopify. They fall here. It's gonna be tough to even get to 4 on this side.
Yeah, and honestly, they should try to. Yes, of course, they should try and win rounds. That makes a lot of sense. Of course, yes. If you want to win Valorant, that's what you do.
Yes, of course.
But,
yes, of course. Yes.
hear me out. If you win rounds, you win the game. But Shopify Rebellion Black, when it comes down to the statistics on this map, they tend to be a little bit more attacker-sided. Just a little bit more attacker-sided. But that goes to show that stringing together quite a few rounds here on their defensive side might give them that advantage that they're looking for on the other side. Meanwhile, M80, like, I feel like we're like talking about what Shopify Rebellion has to do so much because M80 are just playing it so basic and they're getting things online. What they want to do is working out and they just need to keep on doing that. And obviously, now that the timeout has been called from Shopify Rebellion Black, just trying to stabilize it, I imagine SRB are going to be coming into this with a bit of a different look. But on the flip side, I think M80 might try something else as well because they also get a chance to talk to their coach and figure out the strategy here. So once again, the mind games at play must be going crazy between these 2 teams.
I figure M80 had the conversation about what's the most vulnerable points on the map going into this round because Shopify does have plenty of win conditions this time around. Primarily the Viper's Pit that Exik would be setting up in mid any point in time, and M80 knowing that's where he's probably going to stick regardless. They'll just opt to take A main instead. At lesser presence. Nature caught up here by his lonesome. Will have to duck out after the approach by Bonnie. And he'll get guarded up by Satellite, who will start to circle the boat. Smoke keeps him out of screen, so he's got to go even wider if he wants to find something, but he just might. A TP in from Nismo, just get the pack together. The Smoke is set up on screens. They'll begin the approach, and Satellite doesn't get a thing. The fast lane, plus the drop down, plus the quick ass shot from Caillou. And now the pit from Exa. This is a weird call.
Very weird call there. Smoke misses that first shot, which is so instrumental because that could have cleared a little bit more out here, but Alvin just hanging out on the other side of this pit, and this is an awkward one.
I mean, what is this spot from Alvin? He gets away with everything, and now you just walk in through your own pit of death. X has got to play keep away, and Will, with the help of the snakebite, steps out, steps back in for free. Trying to hold down the defuse as this pit goes down, but that'll be all. And Xander, having this operator now, has got to call it. And that didn't even require the overdrive from Bonnie. That is no ults on the table for Shopify. Just an operator in their hands. This buy is not going to be full-fledged. M80 are on the verge of a true snowball here on Split.
That is a very tough round to lose. Exactly like you say. The pick kind of works against them at that point. They have to walk out of it.
That's what I was thinking, bro. It was so weird.
It's just not good. And then given the fact that Xander has to keep the operator alive, given the economy, like you see, Exa kind of popping through there. Exa walks away with one, which is unbelievable. That's kind of crazy. But then you expect Xander to kind of follow up with it, right? Like you expect there to be a swing off of it. You expect a teammate to come through. And there's nobody there because Xander has to save the op. It feels like Shopify gets stuck between a rock and a hard place. M80 are more than happy with how that round went. Hey, you got the Viper's Pit out of the way. Remember how that was going to be very scary on mid? Well, don't have to worry about that anymore because they used it on that retake and it wasn't even successful. all things pointing M80's direction right now as they continue to heat up here. Alvin with the operator as well. Espo goes for that little peek, but can't quite find the kill and will get punished.
Yeah, you can get tracked down by that. Bonnie can chase it down and now can afford to go back to the pack to fight Exa, who does manage to spray Nismo on his way down and now has the trap follow-up with Nature available, so M80 will just acknowledge what they've lost and move forward, but that lets Xander get a really nice paranoia to solve things out. Satellite, oh brother, did he not land a single pellet?
Nope.
Oh no! All right, Exa, save us, Exa. 3 kills for him. Now Xander with the pinch on Sky. It's so awkward. Spaz is back. Clutch Master might just do it again. Spot Xander and the snake bite forces the TP away. Where's he gone? 30 seconds. What does Spaz do here? Hold on to the streak. He's watching. Oh, but he's not looking at the head. Xander's got the headshot and the round for Shopify. They are saved again.
Oh, Exa was just there like, Ayo, Satellite, don't worry, happens to the best of us. Oh, look at all these kills that you got. Don't worry about it, man, I got you. Exa, the raid boss, coming through and cleaning up these. Oh, Kron, you're disgusting for that. Oh, man, that's so hard. The worst part there is, if Satellite swapped back to the judge, maybe would have been able to actually find one of those kills instead of the classic, but good thing Exa was there to kind of sweep up the pieces, and then in the midst of it, Xander clutching up yet again. You know the pressure is mounting on both these teams, you know that SRB are feeling it, but a much needed win round to get them 3 rounds away from tying it up with M80. Ironically, only 3 rounds left in this half.
Yeah, I mean, the gap looks doable at this point if you're Shopify. 3 is something you could be decently happy with when the sides are this stacked against you. Attack-wise, I do expect Shopify to also have pretty solid time with it. Xander's been doing a great job at making this sheer null and void, forcing Alvin to kind of continue testing that main spot, make sure Shopify can't clear too quickly.
Once again, hide and true, M80, they take that mid space. Spies and Viper out on the outside. Smoke has to retreat here after under a bit of pressure, but still has that operator, so can still play on those long ranges, but actually going in nice and close.
Yeah, back to it. Oh, Spaz wins that! What?
No way, man.
That never happens, man. That never happens. And Nature on the drop down, caught by the paranoia. Nismo is not done yet. Exa at least puts that to a stop, but it'll be a 2v3 between the 2 best clutchers on this team to be able to get a 4th round for themselves.
Paranoia is still available for Xander, so 1 tool to work off of, but it's still a little bit of a tall order.
Can't TP here either. That gives it away too quick, and the snakebite right on top of it. That's so much time wasted. Exa finally on the way back here as the Arc Bros does get used before he gets hit by it, so a couple milliseconds that'll give him to go for this pinch, but the spike is already taken down. There's barely any time to be able to defuse it if you do manage to win this fight, and it doesn't look like they're gonna manage to win this fight. Xander in the 1v2 and M80 have it all again. The streak begins once more, and 7-3 is now the scoreline.
Yeah, 1 more round left in this half. SRB. It feels like that they're looking for their opportunities for somebody to bail them out of there. That time, Exa and Xander, the dynamic controller duo. Like I said, this feels like it's been the stage of controllers. Just being so good and so consistent on all of these different teams. But unfortunately, it simply wasn't enough. And meanwhile, looking at that Neon head-to-head, Bonnie is running away with things, while Satellite is still struggling to really get online. Especially in such a pivotal map as well. You imagine the pressure might be insurmountable, while M80 are really looking like they should be able to close this out 8-4, given the very broken buy coming in from Shopify Rebellion Black.
Fan back out after the initial mid check. M80 is fully stacked on the A site, and they'll speed run this take once they realize that the initial bottle nose is vacated. And now they're going to speed it up even more once they realize the whole dang site's vacated.
Spike will be able to go down here. 5v5 on this retake. Honey still has the ultimate available, but probably doesn't need it. SRB have some utility to work off of.
First shot opening, no bird follow up on top of it. Satellite with the swing in. Slides and catches Nismo. Now you have that sequential dip back in. X has got to really play his timing well here, and he can't. Caillou gets the whole dang crowd. And M80 makes it to 8. One more round this half to try to really twist the knife deeper.
Yeah, you can see Caillou there as well. Just like, oh man, that's a crazy shot. Did you see that one? Unbelievable. Just spray, not even spray transfer, but just flicking across, finding all those head taps. Works out perfectly. And once again, those holes open themselves up. Nobody looking on the side of Shopify Rebellion Black. That just allows Caillou to find perfection just when M80 need it. Shopify Rebellion Black, this is going to be their buy-up round. Still a bit of a broken buy. Spaz as well now has the Viper Spit available last round in this half. SRB looking to get their 4th round in, and of course, we get met by a tech pause. It was looking like it was going to be poised for a bit more of a faster push out from the defense there, but I guess we're just going to have to sit down a little bit and just speculate instead of actually see what was going to happen.
Well,
hate to see it happen.
Granted, there are a lot of things to discuss going into this. I mean, look at this alt cycle from Shopify. You have a bevy of win cons to work off of in tandem with your rifles to be able to make something good out of basically wherever you go. The issue is Shopify doesn't really like going anywhere unless MA dictate that position because of how reactively they're playing defense at the moment.
Yeah.
So apart from maybe like Exa putting a pit down early, although we learned he's not very keen on that.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem like Shopify are going to be able to be the first to act in even this final round of the half. And that's been such a crucial part of M80 being able to get the drop on Shopify, regardless of how telegraphed their push is. It's not even just first bloods, it's just first action. And M80 have always been the ones taking it.
Yeah. I mean, when we talk about teams that are kind of in the driver's seat, it really feels like M80 are the ones who are not afraid to just kind of move in there and then find those timings. On the flip side, Shopify Rebellion Black seem a little bit more subdued, right? Like they're just like, okay, we're just going to try our best to receive that moving forwards there. And so then that way it's a little bit less like they're the ones dictating how the fights go, and it always looks a little bit awkward. Thankfully, we're right back into the midst of things. It's not going to be aggression out of Shopify Rebellion Black's defense there, but M80 do get that creep up forwards. Bonnie notably still has that outlaw, and it will be a one-shot, one-kill on every single member of SRB.
Patrolling, trying to stay hidden from the dog. Don't think that spotted him. Smoke has the refract expire now, so he's committed to the spot. That means he gets a buddy, and they can just start spraying some bullets at it. Nature dares to swing it, and Bonnie holds against Satellite as well. That's another toasted opening that M80 get first action on. Smoke does manage to slip through the high ground and catch Bonnie unawares with no one available to punish thanks to the defensive smoke set up by Xander. The Shopify can now re-blossom as M80 will likely find a different planning spot.
3v4 here. Alvin all the way up. Okay, good. Smoke being dropped down. Nice things out. Zexa goes for that timing and finds Alvin. Xander finds Caillou as well. Suddenly, what was looking like it should have been M80 with the advantage, it dropped down. And now it's Nismo with the spike. Looking to make this one work, moving forwards here with Spaz.
You could have two sight lines set up, but instead they'll ISO Xander first, and Exa only now set up, traded away down to 8 HP as Nismo goes for the TP off the Paranoia to fully discombobulate. And now we're just going back to the other side of the map. 7 seconds to go, and Nismo's gonna stick this plant, but Smoke with the convergent paths to interrupt. He's so vulnerable at the moment, but the TP back behind the screens. Smoke afforded one crucial second against this Nismo. It has to be a headshot or else it's toasted. Nismo! Still got it! A clutch for M80! A 9-3 scoreline! How did he do that?
There is just a second of doubt in Smoke's mind, and that second just completely neutralized it. I thought for sure it was gonna be Shopify Rebellion Black getting back into it, but the Spaz Nismo combo was just a little bit too strong. Exa trying to clutch that one up, bring it back. And then in the midst of all of that, get off your seat, Kaplan, because that is a momentum boost. Nismo clutches it up despite the fact that he gets stunned up by the convergent paths and is able to find that kill onto Smoke. Unbelievable stuff. Now, M80 up 9-3 as we swap around here. M80 4 rounds away from winning it all in stage 2.
So unbelievably close, and now back to the point that M80 have fared best on, the pistols. Being so attack-sided throughout this series, though, Shopify surely have their morale boosted back up yet again. Nature with these setups, able to let a lot of individuals run buck wild simultaneously. You could pressure so many of these choke points that M80 love to hold on to for dear life. This stack is so dangerous on the vent setup, ready to punish the trade war that is inevitable, and Satellite's feet initially spotted will convince Nismo to just duck back and go for round 2 with help from that paranoia. As soon as the dog comes out, there it goes. Smoke does catch one on the way back down. Exa with this lurk gets both Alvin and Bonnie on the opening of main, and this paranoia isn't doing jack squat, and in fact, Xander's fielded out with his own. Now the refrag onto Smoke, but Xander tucking himself into these vents, making it so everywhere is a danger zone, and there's no shot anybody's checking this, right? No. Surely not. In the 2v4, absolutely not. But Xander's not even gonna wait for the drop. We'll start circling. X is up first. Easy kill. 2 left in screens now. Poison Orb does provide them that extra cover. Satellite just able to kind of spray it down, and yeah. Open season with the help of that smoke set up by Xander. It's a marvelously etched together round by Shopify Rebellion to keep them in this game and this series.
Yeah, such an intelligent play from Xander. Just dip back down there. Like you said, nobody's going to be checking it. Nice, fine, and easy. Xander goes zip right back up and is able to just isolate those kills. Of course, walks away with the credit of the final kills, which sure, yeah, fair enough. But at the same time, like, it was just a triple hold for M80 to just walk into at the end there. So a good heads up play from Shopify Rebellion Black on that post plant positioning, and now they will have that weapon buy up. M80, they still got quite a few rounds for error here, and so they're just going to be keeping their classics, see what they can kind of get away with. A smoke could be poking in onto mid at first, but this is very heavily defensively favored for that B side from M80. A is wide open, but there's no way Shopify know that.
Xander's going to be privy to it now. Rush down into the paranoia. They do not care. They're just going to get what they can, and they might not be able to get anything at all. Yeah, everybody from Shopify is here now, and no reason not to just 5v1 gun it and run it downstream. Flawless round 14, and Shopify are back in business.
Yeah, very important, very crucial 2 rounds to bring SRB right back into things. But now this is going to be the real testament, because it was a flawless round coming in from SRB. They can go for a full bonus here. Oh my goodness, like look at them swarming like ants all over, and a little bit of sugar found on the side of the sidewalk. They're just looking for those kills there. And yeah, of course, we will be getting...
What is it now?
I know, right? Like, we're both sitting here like, oh, this has been so hyped up that we're seeing SRB come back in map number 5. It's not a stop. This is what we want to see. And yet we got to make sure that all these players are going to be nice and queued up and in the best position possible to continue to play this game, right?
Yeah, especially since Shopify is going to have such a good chance at this next round. Definitely make sure you're solid. Okay, I see. Well, yeah, it's a tech. I'm being told by Prod it's a tech pause. We can't exactly skate around. Obviously, as you guys know, there is a current Neon exploit available in the game. And as Sierra stipulated at the beginning of this, she is not banned in this tournament, but every player on both teams that have Neon have to stream their perspective in order to make sure that they are not exploiting the graphics exploit. I don't know how else to describe it. But one of those has stopped, so we have to make sure we can see everything. Look, I know the character of these gentlemen. I'm sure they're all lovely people. I've spoken to some of them before. They're wonderful to talk to. They're wonderful people. They want the best for everybody. We still got to make sure nobody's cheated. We just got to make sure.
I mean, it's one of those things, right? Like, especially around Neon, it didn't feel right to ban Neon in the grand finals for stage 2. So this is kind of that compromise, and especially too, like both M80 and Shopify Rebellion Black very heavily rely on that Neon. Bonnie being one of the best Neons in the entire like challenger scene, and then Satellite as well. I mean, sure, obviously coming up with a little bit less success stat-wise when we're looking at the overall scores and how things are kind of going there. But still, Satellite is doing a really good job at making that space for the team and kind of finding those cheeky kills before getting taken down himself. So Neon, very key to these compositions, especially if we wanted to see the caliber of Valorant that we're seeing between these two teams. And of course, it's a little unfortunate, but hey, that's good. 5-9 as SRB are really slowly climbing their way back into things on this attack, which has been looking pretty damn good so far.
Just a testament the importance of where we are when we are. This patch, somebody's got to be the best at it. And it does paint a picture for the future of North American Valorant, regardless of how many merchants there may be. Satellite will be the first of them to fall as Bonnie, with the help of that paranoia from Nismo, gets an easy frag in the fast lane, prevents Smoke from getting a quick follow-up here in the bonus. So Shopify have to continue trying to drive through it.
Yeah, really just slows down the pacing that SRB were hoping to hit this one with. Such a key fast lane getting set up by Bonnie to make sure that Smoke isn't able to walk away with any sort of cheeky kill. SRB have made their way in onto the site. Once they clear it, they should be able to get that plant down nice and easy, but M80 are more than ready for this retake.
Yeah, fine with letting them get this down if it means that they can take this full force. He's doing it again. He's gaining space. A Smoke way too in front of this. Yeah, you know he has a shotgun too. He's challenging that twice over. Now the saturate to try to get Spaz over. The snakebite will finally convince Smoke to turn heel. Even so, it's already a 3v4 now, and Smoke is back in a spot where he could still get a kill with the shotgun. And you have no way to flush him out now. You've got to just let the bullets fly, and there you go. Caillou, with the help of the high ground, can spray down 2 more, and the bonus falls back in the favor of M80 on the verge of double digits with just 1 more kill, and it's Caillou once again to get it as he is nearing that nightfall with M80 hitting 10.
You got 100%. Like, when Smoke got that kill onto Nismo through the wall, you know that had to feel good, especially with how that last round went in the 1v1 on the first half. But like you said, M80, they find themselves at 10. Shopify Rebellion Black, it started out with a good first round and second round here, but they need to find at least 5 more if they want to tie things up. And M80 are starting to get cooking. The engine is starting to fire up a little bit better. And it's looking pretty good from M80 as well, as they look to just kind of completely just falter down some of the aggression that SRB are doing. We saw a really good example of it last time, but they gotta continue to stick to their guns there.
Yeah, keep the formula. Fast lane to have a convincing push setup that only lasts a couple crucial seconds, and M80 continues to not budge in response. So where else do you go? You go to mid-presence when you know nothing else.
Yep.
You'll 1-3-1 it. Dog will eventually track down Spaz. Snakebite, yeah, that'll eventually do it, but that does give away the judge, so Xander can start toying with that press. A lot resting on Alvin thanks to it. The TP just to screw with the shear. I don't even think that burned it, though. Yeah, they'll go back to A.
Yeah, being called over here. Caillou gonna be watching just in case someone goes through. And Bonnie as well, holding it so far forward. Issue is that a lot of util got utilized by SRB in that first initial engagement, and they didn't get a lot of space off of it. M80 aware now that this is probably the pivot as we get to see Nismo walk over just behind him.
Bird only clears that back portion of the hallway, so Nismo prepped with his paranoia. That doesn't carve a good portion out either, and as Bonnie whiffs his shots against Exa, it seems like Shopify have a clear path, but it only seems that way because Caillou is active and on the road for the ace out of nowhere. A point-and-click adventure game that he is running on his own. But nature eventually clears it away. 13 seconds to go, and on a shrivel of health, Spaz and Alvin on the mad dash to make sure he can't even get the orb. No, they'll wait till he holds it for safekeeping. And that's 11. That's an economic toppler as well. That is Shopify, the most vulnerable they've been all series.
That is unbelievable stuff coming through from Caillou. Caillou, generally speaking, has been a very reliable player, making the calls, obviously, you know, using the utility to kind of set up Bonnie to do amazing things alongside Nismo. But this time around, I mean, Caillou on this specific map has absolutely heated this thing up. That is Another round where it's just simply just 1vxing and holding down onto the site. Finds 4 kills right away until Nature's finally able to get that final kill. At the very least, we get to see SRB get the Nightfall out of the way, but what a crazy play coming through from Caillou. And just like that, SRB will burn their second time out as it becomes even more difficult for them to try and win this one and bring it back into their favor.
No buy available for this upcoming round. It's too awkward to justify, but you have the Seekers and the Convergent Paths and a 6-round gap to make up. So it really does feel like FaZe is going to try and get these guys to force the win con in this upcoming round. I don't think that necessitates a force buy, but I do think it necessitates a dump at the right point. So intel is crucial coming into this round. My eyes are all on Nature and Satellite. How much can they open up without getting punished on the way down? Because that's been a big part of this, is that they've done a great job at understanding where M80 is, but they die along the way. They get punished by a Bonnie slide or a Nismo paranoia or something or other. Yep. Even though they're staying with the pack, there's just that level of isolation that M80 is able to pick out, despite how good Nature and Satellite have been at finding this information. They need to be invincible and invisible this round if Shopify wants a chance at this series.
I mean, if they lose this one, it's going to be, what, 7 rounds in a row in order to force an overtime?
Yep.
On how you want to play this one out. M80, though, firing on all cylinders. The one thing working against them, though, is SRB do have a couple of ultimates. Nature got the Seekers. Smoke as well has the Convergent Paths. If they find the right timing there, could be spectacular. And speaking of right timing, I still got to say, Nismo has been so sharp with these paranoias. Those flashes have been fantastic, always getting so much value.
Expending some of the pool from Shopify. The earlier you get it out of them, the easier it is for M80 to win when the actual fight starts. So I like this mid-pressure without actually giving yourself over to it. And in fact, Spaz is ducking way back for this intercept.
Middle presence yet again. Satellite being the one who has to kind of clear that one out, but the call's being made. They're going to be walking right into Bonnie's crossfire.
With Spaz in tow. No Viper util to stop this, though, and the dog is going to clear out the one. Relay bolt is weird, but the fast lane completely obfuscates Bonnie's spot, and he's able to get away with a second. Make it a third! And this eco will fall flat.
Wow.
Flawlessly, in fact. And M80, folks, we're here.
Match point.
It was meant to be, no matter what. 7 rounds strong. Shopify's got to hold on. M80 are on the verge of taking the championship at stage 2.
Kind of crazy that it all comes down to just winning one more round to get those additional 15 points. Oh, it's so painful watching this angle. Bonnie just being able to stand there just because the fast lane doesn't necessarily go the right way. And it just leaves that little bit of a gap for Bonnie to isolate and annihilate. Here we go. Final round, potentially. Shopify Rebellion Black will have all the weaponry that they need here, so taking a little bit of chip damage. But still, it's very close between these two teams. And you know, M80 got to be feeling nice and confident, ready to close the series out.
Shopify clawed closer than ever. They got dusted in 3 last time from the winner's bracket. And here they stand, coming from below. 2 bans against them. Fighting tooth and nail, clawing their way back to this 5th. And yet, they still have not made it onto site. They still have not fully breached this. Seekers out, still got Convergent Paths. Fast lane will not escort anybody in. This is once again completely stalled. Shopify remain indecisive in one of the most decisive rounds in their history. And Caillou ready with the C's. 40 seconds to go on the first hold up. Smoke stalled. Saturate to help him get the rest of the squad out. And now it's a full-blown take of A. Alvin gets one on the way down. Make it 2! Make it 3! No Convergent Paths matters in the face of Alvin Boy! And the remaining 2 have to do everything! As Caillou trips it down to just 1. Exa with the attempted clutch has to pit to try to hold on to this round. M80 going for the assault, wasting no time. Bonnie with this overdrive to do the majority of the opening scoping. And now the rest of M80 getting tracked down. Exa finds only 1! before falling. And Shopify Rebellion will remain bridesmaids. For M80, you saw the vision when it began in stage 1. It became ever clearer here in stage 2. And now, as they are your stage 2 champions, they have the clearest shot at Sao Paulo in summer.
M80 calling up Nismo, calling up Caillou, bringing it together, rounding out the squad. And they win out stage 2. I'm not going to say that map was very representative of how this series went, but I just genuinely think that they did such a good job on the maps that they knew what they had to come through. You could tell that the preparation from Shopify Rebellion Black was good across the board. They came through and were honestly looking extremely well put together with so many different strategies for so many of these different maps. But you could see, I mean, it all started out on Fracture. That 13-1, I think it started out the series on a little bit of a weird foot, and there was a lot of emphasis on getting the rest of these maps to work out for SRB. But M80, they make it happen again in this rematch up against Shopify Rebellion Black in the winners final. They close it out. And map number 5, like once again, I would have not expected the series to kind of go the distance that it did, which is a big shout out to Shopify Rebellion Black. But I think just across the board, M80 were coming in with the strats, they were coming in with the kills, and they were coming in with the talent to drag them across the finish line.
Yeah, so true. You really have to give it to Shopify Rebellion Black, playing in the face of so many advantages that they previously held onto and lost with, and yet they still showed up. They still played with all of their heart, and they still have such an impressive roster. But there is a best team in North America. A new powerhouse reigns over, and it's the one we were all waiting for. Congratulations to M80. They will have a nice break and boost in points to tie them with Shopify Rebellion at the front of the pack. We'll discuss all of that and more, implications, results, how we're feeling, because we're going to miss you guys so much between these stages. All of that coming after the break. Bye-bye.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
thought he said that's mine. That was my overdrive. And now you just gifted it to me. Brought everyone through the smoke, following where the seekers guided. And now against the corner, against the odds. And turns it all.
Congratulations to M80, your Challengers Stage 2 champions. Heading into this best of 5 grand finals, it was one that certainly went the distance. But getting into the last map of the series, as we had our eyes set on Split, they came out of the gate strong. They were dominant. 13-5 victory, become your champions. I mean, Ash, I know this one has been back and forth. The fact we get to see all 5 maps between the teams is incredible. But once we got into that final one, M80 really wanted to make sure we knew who was best.
They really did. It was another statement coming out from M80 as we headed into Split, that 13-5 that you're talking about there. And I think there were a lot of questions. I think even more pressure on the side of SRB going into that final map, right, Sierra? It was that conversation of, okay, last time these two teams faced off, they weren't able to find that win on Split either to take it to a map 3 in that upper final, and we're expecting them to have learned from their mistakes, understanding how M80 were wanting to play, especially the fact that they were starting out on the same side as last time as well. And we knew how M80 had that game plan of really liking to try and isolate Smoke when he's on that op, trying to break into that mid control there as well. And it felt like we didn't really see what we were looking for when it came down to fixing the positioning to be able to capitalize on a lot of those fights, to be able to react a little bit better when it came down to that mid control. And I felt like a lot of the game plan for SRB relied on nature, using that Trailblazer over in A main, getting that early information. But Spaz knew that was going to happen. He consistently held very far back in A main, not getting scanned out, being able to be that lurking presence, or even just relaying that information to the rest of his team on M80 when it came down to whatever pivot they wanted to make in the mid round. So for M80, big kudos to the success that they were able to find, but very unfortunate, I felt like, that SRB weren't able to find the answers that they were looking for.
It was a tough map for this side of Shopify Rebellion, but it was a well-deserved victory for M80. And I like that it went all the way to 5 maps. We looked at the first map of Fracture, 13-1 for M80. We kind of thought it was going to be over so much sooner than it really ended up being. And it was an M80 that you can tell the work that they've been putting in. I mentioned it before, one of the most impressive things that they have right now is the way that they're working together, the way that they are re-clearing those angles together when they lose a little bit of space in the map, and in general, the way that they're able to adjust when things are going wrong. They did it throughout the series, and they have done it throughout this stage, and that obviously came with big changes from the beginning of talking about Nismo going back to playing. You talk about a Caillou and a Kaplan that got dropped from Sentinels and had something to prove, and they were just able to do so, and the rest of the squad as well that have been core parts of it for quite some time. So I really feel like for M80, they had to make a statement, and they were able to do so. It doesn't matter if it was 3 maps or 5 maps.
And I'm glad that we got the 5 maps, because I definitely felt like we were robbed out of a proper series last time we got to see M80 face off against SRB. But I think that goes back to the dominance and the growth that M80 has had. Sure, this was a series that definitely went a lot longer, but the fact that what we've gotten to see in the playoff bracket has just been such a strong, dominant run. I felt like this was the perfect way to put that little bow on top of it. Looking back, I mean, Dan, again, going back to looking how Split played out, like M80, they played so well together. Everyone was just firing on all cylinders, and this is an M80 to be really excited about.
Absolutely. I think not only now, but for the rest of the year. I was asking earlier when the next stage is happening, and it feels like Challengers is just, it's happening all the time. I feel like even if we just crown it or a champion. But for M80, yeah, you have to keep your eyes on them. The experience that the team has and the mix with the new players is just something that is working really good. I mean, just on this map alone, I think we can see the growth that they've had since just a few days ago. You talk about an M80 that, yes, they were taking a lot of advantages on mid on the attack side, but this time around you saw it in the post plans. How many times were they able to play a bit faster, to play for that post plant instead of those opening kills, and then ended up getting the win that way. I just think it's one of the most impressive teams that we've seen in general, and it's difficult to say because we always think about very iconic moments in Challengers like the M80 and the guard and the TSM runs as well through the lower bracket. But this current core that M80 has going on, I think is something that we all want to continue seeing through the rest of the year.
And I'm looking at the side of SRB and where this team and these players can go from here. Because SRB, again, we had called out that these were the 2 best teams we've gotten to see in Challengers North America. And SRB, I mean, they took it into a 5-map series, something that Ash at the top of day looked really difficult considering how the map pool was for the first part of this, right? And even coming down into this map, even if this isn't necessarily the most impressive scoreline, again, you got to highlight some of the individual performances as well. And like the growth from the players, Exa especially, I mean, has just been absolutely insane. It's not just this playoff stage, but this entire stage too. And even almost 20 kills with only 5 rounds.
Yeah, it's crazy. I think Exa is one of the players to watch, a player that we can expect to see in Tier 1 very soon with how well and consistent he's able to play, not just his, micro decision making, but the macro game sense as well, like his ability to take timings, his flexibility as a player on top of that, I think has definitely been a very solid backbone for the side of SRB. Of course, you also have, Xander's been very consistent throughout the series, and Smoke has been showing his prowess as this insane rookie player heading into 2026. I feel like this is a team where I'm looking forward to seeing how they're going to continue to grow. This is definitely not their ceiling, and it is unfortunate that they, are only taking that 2nd place today, especially after having that happen during stage 1 up against Core. But stage 3 is still a possibility, but calling back to our winners here within M80, you cannot forget, it's not just this playoffs run. They've been undefeated ever since that loss to SRB in the Swiss stage. And I think that says so much about the dominance that they've shown here in stage 2.
And to be able to end it off with the victory there is just so deserving of this run that they've put together. And I'm excited to hear from the team now for a Phillips Norelco interview. Let's bring Alvin out to be able to get this insight, be able to chat. First off, big congratulations. You're the stage 2 champion. Alan, how's it feel?
Thank you so much. It feels surreal. I can't even believe, I can believe it because it's happening, but it just feels unreal.
Talk to me through this M80 and this run that you've put together and like how you're able to pull this off. I mean, we saw new M80 entering into stage 2, but as Ash just pointed out on the analyst desk, you took that loss to SRB earlier and you've been undefeated since. Like, crazy.
All it really was is we just put in the work, we put in the hours, and Kaplan is an incredible coach. Kai's an amazing IGL. I mean, Marky is just absolutely insane. I mean, he's really rolling back the years. He's actually unreal. It's unbelievable. Boney, Adam, both insane. Finn, the greatest assistant coach ever. It's just unreal. We put in so many hours. Ever since that SRB loss too, we knew. We low-key threw that game. I mean, 2 1v4s, I think, in a row happened, and we knew if that didn't happen, we would have just won the map at least for sure. So yeah, we bounced back from that, and it was just smooth sailing from there.
I mean, let's talk about this grand finals too, because this is now the 3rd time you played up against SRB. You took that loss, and then you guys just dominated in that upper finals to send them. Now, this was a full 5-map series. Like, how did you guys feel going into this series, and as the series progressed?
With the double map ban advantage, we knew that their fracture permaban wasn't gonna be possible, and we knew that we had a just overall stronger map pool than them, so we were super confident heading into this best of 5. And as the series went on, we did lose some rounds that we shouldn't have. They did also lose some rounds they shouldn't have, but just overall, we just made sure to stay focused and focus on the goal of just winning it all.
And I mean, you've done that, and I want to know too how you're feeling going on forward for your future, M80's future, the future of this team, because it seems so bright.
100%. We are super confident in our future. I mean, I can't wait for stage 3 already. I know stage 2 just ended, but stage 3, we're coming for that crown.
Oh, I definitely believe it. Alvin, congratulations again. So well deserved. Thank you so much for chatting.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. back over to the desk with big smiles of the team. I love to see that. I mean, Ash, so wholesome and just making sure instantly he can give kudos to all of his teammates, all the work they've put in together. That was really sweet.
And I think that that is honestly such a display of the kind of player that Alvin is there as well. Like, it is something that a lot of his teammates have historically talked about, not just on M80, but also back on like when he was on TSM as well. It's always been that conversation about how he's such like a selfless kind of player for his team and is always there to support his teammates. So I love getting that insight from him. I think it was a very, very well-deserved win here. I feel like we almost don't get to shine that light on Alvin also as frequently because you have players like Bonnie on this team who are always stealing that limelight, but he's been so consistent and I'm so happy to see him winning today.
Especially because, again, I know that we had this narrative going into today of Shopify Rebellion last time in stage 1 getting second place and potentially getting second place again. But also for M80, we mentioned it for a second. This is an organization that has constantly gotten second place. They haven't been able to make it to the very, very top. And it feels like this is a renewed, this is a different M80. And it is exactly what they needed. My cat is so excited as well. She might start crying.
Everyone celebrating the M80 win over here. I mean, for good reason. Our final look at the bracket. I mean, the run that they've put together. And again, for an M80 that had so many changes heading into stage 2. And I feel like that was where maybe sometimes the conversation was about the teams we had seen those prior victories on, the SRB. Can they do the run back? Anything else? But M80, to be able to hit such a consistent and high peaking form in such a short amount of time, Ash, bones so well for the team.
Absolutely, and especially when I want to just reiterate the fact that they were doing this in stage 2 with a new leader coming into the fray within Caillou, and the fact that he's been so consistent with his performances, just being able to slot in and make the system work so seamlessly from beginning to end is so impressive. And you've got to give a lot of credit, I imagine, also to Kaplan in that regard. The amount of just insight that he's going to be able to bring to the team, help them mesh together, and Alvin was even singing his praises there too, so you've heard it from the team themselves. And I feel like it's just kind of crazy to think that they're playing this well at such a high level here for M80, and I can only imagine that they're going to continue to get better as we head into our final stage of Challengers.
Especially too, it's not just for the glory, as much fun as that is. It's not just for the money, but we have to remind ourselves what we're looking at ahead of this Challenger season and talk about the circuit points. Because of course, for our teams, we have our sights set on something bigger. Looking at that coveted play-in spot, that is going to be for our winner of stage 3 here, Dan, and then the second place from the circuit points being able to compete in an LCQ and eyeing up those circuit points. It seems like this rivalry between M80 and SRB is going to continue as they're currently tied at the top,
which is what we want to see. Today's grand final, it didn't really go the way that we expected, but in the best way possible. All of those 5 maps showed the strength of these individuals, and is a matchup that we want to continue seeing going into stage 3 and, you know, maybe even further, maybe all the way up in VCT. I think they are incredible. They highlighted it today. Everybody had their individual moments, and yeah, because of Shopify Rebellion having consistent performances stage 1 and stage 2, that is why they're all the way up to the top.
I mean, it has been so much fun to be able to follow this for stage 2 through all the ups and downs, being able to see the teams within stage 2 come together and flourish. And of course, for the players to be able to spotlight the individual talent, being able to see so many players get picked up for Americas and just so many more eyes discovered on this great group of players has been absolutely a treat. Of course, stage 3 is going to be happening sooner rather than later. Alvin already has his sight set on that top spot there, and that's all going to be happening the 25th, so make sure to be coming back for that. And of course, we have to figure out what teams are going to be there. Promotion and relegation starts the 12th, so more Valorant is just around the corner. Thank you all so much for all the support, for tuning in today. We'll see you all again real soon. Have a great night, everyone.
And so now, finally, we're going to be seeing SRB. They got their rifles in hand. I imagine it's going to be a little bit of a faster initiation, but actually for M80.
Yeah, they've guessed right again on where the engagement's going to be, and Bonnie's been opened up a 3rd time! Just as the clip empties, does he get felled, but there is a counter stack available to deal with it all, and another crowd crush on the open. Xander guys to go. Spaz to help. But Spaz is unchecked, unknown. So a shot.
Just gotta make sure they're getting
There's the divide, and as the nebula fades, Alvin will have another free visage. Gets some pot shots in, doesn't manage to land any of it, but Bonnie can quickly finish off Satellite, quickly get over to Nature, and now he is the lone man standing. Why not pop that overdrive and just keep clicking until you find another? Oh, nasty work by M80 to make sure it's decisive again. Flawless round.
Lock there, stall for a bit more time and smoke that one off, but Xander has to be so careful with all these different angles that they could work.
Yeah, there's so much uncertainty in this, but he only has one lineup to check. There's no telling what he may be capable of. Bonnie falls first, and the slow creep up by the double. You can feel it happening, right? You can feel it happening! One away from the 4, for the 12, for the clutch, for the chance at a 5th, at a championship in stage 2. Xander is certain! Back portion of the hallway, so this goes back to this paranoia. That doesn't harm the 40 down either. And Bonnie hits his shots against Exa. It seems like Shopify have a clear path, but it only seems that way because Caillou is active and on the road for the ace out of nowhere. A point-and-click adventure game that he is running on his own. Nature eventually clears it away. 13 seconds to go, and on a shrivel of health, Spaz and Alvin on the mad dash to make sure he can't even get one. No, wait till he holds it for safekeeping. And that's 11. That's an economic toppler as well. So now Mike